Amongst the Saint Empyreans, whether it was the older generation or younger generation, they all held a deep sense of hostility and envy towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming was far too blinding an existence to break through to true divinity at around 10,000 years of age and also set up talks with the good fortune Saint Sovereign. This was already on a completely different playing field than them. Ever since ancient times, those of the same profession always competed against each other. This was true for martial artists, and especially if martial artists stood on opposite sides. No one wanted to admit that they were inferior, and no one was willing to destroy their own prestige to glorify the ambitions of others. What is His Majesty Saint Sovereign still waiting for? He should just strike right now. This Lin Ming relied upon a time enchantment to break into true divinity, and is nothing at all compared to His Majesty the Saint Sovereign. The Saint Sovereign should deal with Lin Ming while we encircle the other human masters. In this battle today, we can severely wound humanity. Many Saint Empyreans began to rapidly calculate various scenarios in their minds. As for talks or anything like that, they simply didn't care. For most of those present, today was a day of slaughter. And at this time, on the small planet, Lin Ming reached out a hand in invitation once more. Your Majesty Saint Sovereign, how about taking a seat? Lin Ming said with a smile, his tone calm and without waves. To be able to remain so composed beneath the pressure of the good fortune Saint Sovereign, this wasn't something that ordinary true divinity-level masters could hope to accomplish. The good fortune Saint Sovereign looked at Lin Ming and said, I actually want to hear you speak, and listen to just what you can say. The good fortune Saint Sovereign waved his sleeves. In the next moment he was already sitting in the seat. The table in front of Lin Ming was only 20 feet long, and the two sat at opposite sides of the table. Lin Ming slowly poured a cup of wine. This caused the many Saint Empyreans present to feel bewildered. The good fortune Saint Sovereign held a supremely revered status within the saint race, and no one had the qualifications to sit at the same table and drink with him. This was true even for Soaring Feather and Astral Vault. But now, the human Lin Ming was treating the good fortune Saint Sovereign as an equal, drinking wine at the table. Whoosh! No one could see when, but a jade slip flew out from Lin Ming and towards the good fortune Saint Sovereign. The good fortune Saint Sovereign didn't even move. The arrow-like jade slip automatically stopped in front of him. Divine sense swept out. This was only an instant, but the good fortune Saint Sovereign immediately read through the information within the jade slip. Within the jade slip, Lin Ming had described the Soul Emperor's plot. The abyssals would sooner or later swallow up the 33 heavens. The ancient war that occurred 10 billion years ago would descend upon the world once more. The contents of the jade slip would horrify anyone. Even the good fortune Saint Sovereign found it hard to remain calm after reading through it. He looked at Lin Ming with surprise and said, What did you say? You said that the Soul Emperor's body has been seized. His body was seized at least several 100 million years ago. The current 33 Heavens Soul Emperor is no longer a Spiritus. Lin Ming slowly finished his cup of wine and poured more. The information that Lin Ming gave out caused a cold chill to creep down the good fortune Saint Sovereign's back. But there was no way he could fully believe Lin Ming's words. These events were far too world-shocking. If Lin Ming were intentionally deceiving him, there was no way he could know what was true and what was false. You said that Immortal Sovereign is sealed in the Dark Abyss's Demon God's tomb, and also that the Demon God's tomb has developed a spiritual wisdom that wishes to enslave the entirety of the 33 heavens. All of this is only said by you alone. So on what basis can I believe you? On the basis of your own judgment. Lin Ming simply replied. The good fortune Saint Sovereign couldn't help but sneer. You might as well have said nothing at all. With just a single jade slip you want me to end the war between humanity and the saints, and then transfer all forces to resist the Spiritus? That is simply too ridiculous. Moreover, the story you created has too many holes. If you say that this Demon God's Tomb Master is so horrifying and is capable of seizing the Soul Emperor's body and also controlling totem-level abyssals, then let me ask you why he has never bothered with me. Since he can seize the Soul Emperor's body, then he can naturally take over me too. I control famine, and controlling me is the same as controlling famine. Wouldn't that even be easier? Moreover, Something like me coming to these talks today would never have occurred if he did. Lin Ming wasn't surprised by the good fortune Saint Sovereign's words. He had already considered this matter before. Lin Ming said, "No one has infinite strength. According to the view of your Majesty Saint Sovereign, then I can ask you the same question. How come the demon's God Tomb Master doesn't simply control all lives in the 33 heavens and dark abyss, seizing the bodies of all abyssals and becoming the absolute ruler of them all? If he did that, then no one would be able to oppose him. This is clearly impossible. He doesn't possess such horrifying strength, nor is his soul force strong enough. In other words, when it comes to controlling others or seizing the bodies of others, there is always a limit. In truth, this is the same for everyone. When a puppet master controls a puppet, there will always be a limit, especially when this concerns formidable puppets. Then, there must be a limit to the number of upper true divinities and peak true divinities that the demon god's tomb master can control. This number surely cannot be too many. For instance, let's say he can at most divide his soul into three, one part seizing the Soul Emperor's body, one for deep and one for flood, and by doing so he controlled the three most formidable existences in the world. But as for you, it's regrettable, but you do not meet the standards." Lin Ming spoke at an unhurried pace, but as the good fortune Saint Sovereign listened to him, these words grated on his ears. Plainly speaking, good fortune's strength was too poor and wasn't even worth a glance. Lin Ming's explanation was fair and reasonable. Famine had been wounded long ago, and it was likely because of this that the demon god's tomb master gave up on controlling it. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's complexion darkened. But he didn't lash out at Lin Ming's taunting. "So what if your story can be justified? My saint race has been preparing for this war for far too long, and you want my saint race to call for a truce just because of a story alone and then transfer all forces to resist the Soul Emperor? Wouldn't that be the greatest joke in the world?" The good fortune Saint Sovereign said, still not believing Lin Ming's words. But Lin Ming was already prepared for this. He slowly traced his spatial ring and drew out the black dragon spear. The good fortune Saint Sovereign narrowed his eyes, his body overflowing with killing intent. The pressure of a peerless powerhouse completely erupted at this moment. Even the planet beneath the good fortune Saint Sovereign began to shake, as if it couldn't withstand this pressure. As this massive pressure fell around Lin Ming, he lightly stroked the black dragon spear, not even lifting his head as he said, "In truth, the reason your Majesty Saint Sovereign launched an all-out war against humanity was to swallow up humanity and obtain a massive amount of resources and blood vitality, all in order to help you complete your ambitions to swallow all of existence. You believed that your final opponent was the Soul Emperor, and that the Soul Emperor was your greatest threat to dominating the 33 heavens." The good fortune Saint Sovereign didn't deny or confirm Lin Ming's words. He only sneered and said, "And what are you trying to say? All of your plans are based upon the premise that the saint race is stronger than humanity. But if the saints cannot defeat humanity, then I believe there is no reason for you to continue such a mutually damaging war." Lin Ming's words caused the good fortune Saint Sovereign's eyebrows to jump up, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sovereign's conversation wasn't isolated from others. The Saint Empyreans that were standing hundreds of miles away could clearly hear everything. Lin Ming's provocation caused them to draw out their weapons and revolve their true essence. The saints cannot defeat humanity? Ha ha ha! How funny! Some Saint Empyreans laughed in anger. They wanted to fight here and prove just how silly Lin Ming's words were. Towards the responses of the many Saint Empyreans, Lin Ming didn't care about them at all. He faintly turned his head until his eyes came to a stop on Astral Vault God King and Soaring Feather God King. When these two arrived, Lin Ming had already sensed their presence. Lin Ming faintly smiled. "Two God Kings, do you remember the agreement that we had in the past? I agreed to withdraw from the war between the saints and humanity with you too. But we also agreed that I have a personal grudge with the good fortune Saint Sovereign, an enmity of life and death. I will not attack any saint race subjects, and will only strike out at the good fortune Saint Sovereign, right?" Soaring Feather and Astral Vault vividly remembered their past agreement with Lin Ming. Astral Vault nodded, Indeed. Very good. If you two god kings do not interfere, then I will prove that. As Lin Ming spoke to hear, he turned towards the good fortune Saint Sovereign and slowly stood up. I will prove that my strength far surpasses that of His Majesty the Saint Sovereign. Then, on the battlefield, no one amongst the saints will be able to contend with Emperor Xianxia and Empyrean Divine Dream. If so, then the saints will not be able to defeat humanity. At that time, is there still a reason for the war to continue? And under these same circumstances, will your Majesty Saint Sovereign still believe that I am lying to you? As Lin Ming spoke, his right hand had already grasped the black dragon spear. In that instant, the surrounding air froze over. Pong! The moment Lin Ming picked up the black dragon spear, the table and all the chairs around him exploded, turning into dust. Killing intent recklessly surged outwards. Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sovereign, two peerless masters, stood in sharp contention to each other. For powerhouses on their level, in the world of the 33 heavens, just their auras alone were able to shatter space. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's clothes flapped in the wind. A sneer hung on his face. At this moment, from within his body, a sound rose up, as if a dragon was howling into the heavens. This howl deafened the ears and impacted through the vastness of space, causing the world to lose its color and storms to stir up. Behind the good fortune Saint Sovereign, a 10,000-foot-high phantom of a spiritual god appeared. This phantom grasped a lance in hand, its appearance like a towering mountain. Its eyes were like two blazing suns that illuminated the world as it looked down upon everyone with cold disdain. Ah! A series of stuffy coughs spread throughout the audience. The human and saint race world kings were simply unable to look straight at this spiritual god phantom. Just from a single glance, they felt their bodies shake as if they had been struck by a hammer and were nearly forced to their knees. Even the many Empyreans present felt a tremendous pressure as they faced this spiritual god phantom, as if a mountain were being pressed down upon them. The force nearly made them fall to their knees in worship, unable to withstand the excruciating pressure. You have decided to fight me? The good fortune Saint Sovereign looked at Lin Ming, his tone filled with arrogant contempt. At this time, with the spiritual god phantom behind him, the good fortune Saint Sovereign seemed like a true living god. No one could defy him. Saint Sovereign immortal, 10,000 lives immortal. On the side of the saints, the good fortune Saint Sovereign's followers began to cry out. Those who dare affront His Majesty's dignity, death. Many Saint Empyreans were stirred into a frenzy as the good fortune Saint Sovereign revealed his strength. This was the might of their ruler. Moreover, none of them wished to engage in these meaningless negotiations to begin with. What they wanted to do was watch the good fortune Saint Sovereign roll over Lin Ming and suppress him, and then the saints could rush forwards in droves to rip apart the human forces so that not a single one of them was left alive. On the human side, as Emperor Xianxia, Dark Demon Monarch, and the others saw this scene occur, all of them had dignified expressions. Xiao Moxian clenched her fists, her heart filled with worry for Lin Ming. They all knew that Lin Ming wouldn't be unreasonable with his decisions. But even though they knew this, they still felt anxious. After all, Lin Ming was facing the most powerful sovereign of the saints. For humanity, the good fortune Saint Sovereign's infamy and influence had been gathered over far too long a time, and had become impossibly heavy. In fact, in the hearts of many human martial artists, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had become a godlike existence in the 33 heavens. This was an existence that could swallow the destiny of humanity and reverse the heavenly Tao. If this wasn't the methods of a spiritual god, what was? This was a decisive battle that concerned the fate of humanity, so how could they not be worried? And now, this was especially true with the good fortune Saint Sovereign exposing his strength, making it so the leaders of humanity couldn't even bear to look towards him. Time came to a standstill. Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sovereign were only several dozen feet away from each other. Due to the fierce pressure they exuded, the planet beneath them began to quiver. Cracks appeared in the earth, as if the world below them would soon disintegrate. Lin Ming looked up at the spiritual god phantom behind the good fortune Saint Sovereign. It looks like we have now entered a life or death battle. If I lose, then you will surely take my life. If so, then if I win, it's impossible for you not to pay a price. I will take away your grand mist spirit bead, seize your avatar of famine, and then liberate the destiny of humanity that you stole. In the chaos all around him, Lin Ming's voice was like a rolling thunderclap that spread out for 10,000 miles in the void. All of the saint martial artists were stunned as they heard this. This Lin Ming was crazy. In this situation he was still so arrogant. Those three things he listed were all the most important treasures to the good fortune Saint Sovereign. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead and Avatar of Famine didn't need an explanation. They were the reason why the good fortune Saint Sovereign was able to cultivate to his present level. As for humanity's destiny, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had gone into seclusion for 2,000 years in order to swallow those laws and integrate them into the Avatar of Famine and further his own cultivation. If Lin Ming were to take that away, it would be the same as wasting 2,000 years of time. Without a doubt, these three things that Lin Ming mentioned each touched upon the good fortune Saint Sovereign's reverse scale. The good fortune Saint Sovereign cackled in anger. His long hair danced in the air and his eyes overflowed with killing intent. Good, 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 the good fortune Saint Sovereign said. You desire my grand mist spirit bead, but I also desire the secrets on your body. You rose like a star, and in a mere 10,000 years managed to step into true divinity. How could you not have secrets on your body? Today, I will tear you apart piece by piece and find out just what you are hiding. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's hair flew up. His body was tall and prominent and his eyes shined. He was like a naturally superior being, an innate sense of suppression gushing out from him. Any more words are meaningless. Let us compare our strengths. This will be my first battle since I stepped into true divinity. I have been waiting for this for a long time. Lin Ming's figure flashed and flew up from the pavilion. He stood above a vast expanse of mountains and rivers on the small planet. As he looked at the good fortune Saint Sovereign, his gaze sharpened. Wang! Lin Ming flourished his spear. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone only saw a 10,000-foot beam of divine light cover their eyes, blinding them to what happened. Then, in the next moment, an earth-shattering roar deafened the ears. Wild energy howled in all directions. The good fortune Saint Sovereign also punched out his fist at this moment. His fist was wrapped in divine light. Golden energy gathered around the good fortune Saint Sovereign's body, turning into astral essence war armor. This fist could shatter the starry skies. Fist light and spear light collided. The pavilion on the small planet, the earth, the plants, everything began to disintegrate. Mountains and rivers began to break apart and collapse downwards. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's fist light contained a potential that rushed forwards like a monstrous tsunami. But in the center of the fist light, the black dragon spear continued forwards with unstoppable momentum. Like a waterfall that fell for thousands of miles, the fist light was split open from the middle. Thousands upon thousands of light beams flew past Lin Ming, radiating all around him. See, these light beams pierced through the void, tearing into the ground and splitting open the earth. Everything that the light beams touched was brutally annihilated. And what bore the brunt of the attack was the small planet beneath their feet. As this planet was struck, it began to completely implode upon itself from the light beams that tore into it. This was the terrifying strength of one of the strongest powerhouses in existence. A true divinity powerhouse was originally a god of a great world. When Lin Ming had the strength of a true divinity, most of his fights had been within the demon god's tomb. The demon god's tomb was like a spirit treasure that had been refined for 100 billion years and was indestructible in itself. In addition to the suppression of laws within and the grand array formation that stabilized the entire world, it was impossible to display such heaven-destroying strength within. But now, in the world of the 33 heavens, in the battle between Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sovereign, their actions could cause planets to collapse. Be careful! The human forces and saint forces had already drawn back, but now they were forced back even more. If an Empyrean were to be sucked into a battle of this level, they would instantly be turned into ashes. Both sides drew back 100,000 miles. Then, the Empyreans on each side joined forces to weave together barriers of astral essence and true essence to resist the shockwaves. How is this? Lin Ming blocked His Majesty Saint Sovereign's strike, and he even broke through the Saint Sovereign's fist light? Many Saint race powerhouses witnessed Lin Ming's unstoppable spear light with their own eyes. They watched as that horrific energy broke through the fist light and reached the good fortune Saint Sovereign. The black dragon spear shimmered with cold light as it thrust forwards. This spear contained the laws of life and death. The spear point was like the scythe of the death god, reaping all life. Facing this life-reaping strike, the good fortune Saint Sovereign emitted a deep roar. His entire body released explosive crackling sounds as he displayed the Saint race's body transformation technique to its limits. Bang! The good fortune Saint Sovereign punched out his fist once more. This fist violently collided with the black dragon spear, causing it to wildly curve. But the good fortune Saint Sovereign was also forced back from the impact of this spear strike. Ka-ka-ka. Faint cracks began to appear in the good fortune Saint Sovereign's protective astral essence. His complexion suddenly changed. In that moment, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had felt a pervasive energy rush through these cracks and wantonly attack his body. Although this energy was weak, it was extremely tenacious and desired to swallow up his blood vitality. Humph! The good fortune Saint Sovereign coldly coughed. Astral essence erupted from within him as he destroyed this strength. But by now, the good fortune Saint Sovereign's eyes as he looked at Lin Ming had already changed. Although that had only been a probing strike just now, wasn't Lin Ming's strike also similar? In just a single strike, Lin Ming had managed to break through his protective astral essence. How could the good fortune Saint Sovereign not be startled? The good fortune Saint Sovereign was startled, but the many Saint powerhouses were left completely bewildered. Lin Ming's short exchange with the good fortune Saint Sovereign had destroyed a massive area of the void and even caused a small planet to collapse. This actually wasn't anything at all. But what shocked them was that Lin Ming's strike had forced the good fortune Saint Sovereign backwards. The good fortune Saint Sovereign had been forced backwards. Forced backwards. Backwards. It was like a demonic spirit was chanting curses into the ears of the many Saint race martial artists. The good fortune Saint Sovereign, an invincible godlike existence in the hearts of the Saint race martial artists, an existence that none of them could look up to, had been forced 10 miles away by Lin Ming's spear. How could this possibly happen? Many Saint Empyreans glanced at each other with ashen faces of dismay. For a time, no one could believe what had happened. Both sides had exchanged probing strikes, but Lin Ming was the one who had gained the upper hand. This meant that at the very least, Lin Ming possessed strength that was equal to the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Within the void, the good fortune Saint Sovereign narrowed his eyes and looked at the distant Lin Ming. After a single exchange, the strength that Lin Ming revealed had left him immensely shocked. He thought he hadn't looked down on the abilities of this young man before him, but now he discovered that he had still underestimated him. You've really left me surprised. In 2,000 years, just what sort of fortuitous encounter did you find? The good fortune Saint Sovereign said as he took out a shining gold pair of gloves from his spatial ring. Pa! Pa! With 2 light sounds, these gloves slipped onto his hands. The good fortune Saint Sovereign had many true divinity spirit treasures and could use all 18 variations of weapons. But what he was most familiar with were fists. With a single punch, mountains and rivers shattered. A fist to rule the world. Originally, when facing Lin Ming, the good fortune Saint Sovereign hadn't used his own spirit treasure or weapon to fight. And in fact he hadn't used his weapon for a long, long time. The good fortune Saint Sovereign believed that with his protective astral essence and his body transformation technique that had been cultivated to the limit, there was no one in the 33 heavens capable of wounding his mortal body. Even though he feared the Soul Emperor, the good fortune Saint Sovereign believed that the Soul Emperor would only be able to severely wound him with soul attacks. And in reality, with the good fortune Saint Sovereign having tempered himself to such a degree, his mortal body had become much stronger than most true divinity spirit treasures. Even if he didn't use astral essence, he still possessed an indestructible body. But today, Lin Ming's spear strike had directly crumbled the good fortune Saint Sovereign's confidence. I underestimated you before. I will acknowledge that you have the qualifications to make me go all out. As the good fortune Saint Sovereign spoke, explosive crackling sounds emitted from his joints. Pa! 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 Thunderclaps rang out from the good fortune Saint Sovereign's body. His figure began to grow and his muscles bulged out. Golden scales started emerging from his face and arms. Shwa! The good fortune Saint Sovereign's robes were torn off his body, revealing an upper body that seemed carved from steel and covered with golden scales. These scales were like dragon scales. Just by taking a single one off, it could be refined as a top weapon, capable of piercing through a true divinity's defenses. That is His Majesty Saint Sovereign's body metamorphosis. A Saint Empyrean said, excitement thick in his voice. And it was no wonder that they were excited. In the universe of the 33 heavens, there were few people capable of forcing the good fortune Saint Sovereign to use his true strength. Thus, the good fortune Saint Sovereign hadn't used his body metamorphosis for at least 100 million years. In fact, most saint martial artists had no idea that the good fortune Saint Sovereign possessed the body metamorphosis ability. Ha ha ha! This is His Majesty Saint Sovereign's strongest fighting state. His Majesty Saint Sovereign is part of the great astral sun bloodline. Once he activates his body metamorphosis, his combat strength will multiply. His appearance will also become tyrannical and fierce, just like a gold dragon, invincible amongst the heavens and earth. Many Saint Empyreans knew that Lin Ming hadn't used his full strength in his strike just then and had only been probing. But they also didn't want to believe this and didn't want to admit that Lin Ming was equal to the good fortune Saint Sovereign. They believed that the good fortune Saint Sovereign was undefeatable within the 33 heavens. Even if there was someone capable of standing on equal ground with the good fortune Saint Sovereign, that person could only be the sole emperor, and not some mere 10,000-year-old junior like Lin Ming. After changing his body, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had become 10 feet tall and his aura had become that much more horrifying, nearly unbearable. The good fortune Saint Sovereign emitted the roar of a dragon from deep in his body. Then he smashed out his fist at Lin Ming. At this time he was truly like a gold dragon in the form of a man, his momentum overwhelmingly vast. One fist to rule the universe. In that moment, everyone's field of vision seemed to be blocked, as if endless mountains and rivers were coming crashing down. These were mountains and rivers formed by the good fortune Saint Sovereign's fist. The strike was aimed at Lin Ming. But even the human and saint race powerhouses standing 100,000 miles away also felt as if they were facing this strike. A formidable suppressive feeling pushed down on them, making it feel as if their backs would break. A fist turned into mountains and rivers. Just what sort of fist technique is this? Not only were the human martial artists panic-stricken, but many saint martial artists were also shocked. They had never seen this fist style of the good fortune Saint Sovereign before. In truth, most of them didn't know what techniques or hidden cards the good fortune Saint Sovereign possessed, because they never had the chance to see the good fortune Saint Sovereign fight. A terrifying pressure seemed as if it would crush everything to pieces. Because the void couldn't withstand the pressure, massive tracts of space began to crack apart and disintegrate. Space storms wildly swept out through tens of thousands of miles. This was absolute strength, one that was impossible to match up to. In terms of mortal bodily strength alone, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had truly reached the peak of the 33 heavens. Lin Ming stood at the epicenter of this massive pressure, facing those terrifying mountains and rivers that came crashing down on him. Then, Lin Ming's mortal body also began to change. The blood of Azura began to burn in his body. Lin Ming's body started to rise up. Bone armor and scales spread out over his body, and his looks became far more fierce and demonic. Two scythe-like bone spikes jutted out from his elbows. A thick tail drilled out from his back, chaotically weaving about like a python. In just several blinks of an eye, Lin Ming had risen to a few dozen feet in height, like a great tower of black iron. Compared to the good fortune Saint Sovereign that was only 10 feet tall, the difference was like that of an adult and child. Not just that, But the muscles on Lin Ming's body began to wildly grow, as black as night, a transformation that was several times more exaggerated than the good fortune Saint Sovereign's. This figure was incredibly hideous and fierce, like a demonic Rakshasa that crawled up from the depths of hell. This is? Let alone the saints, even the human martial artists were left dumbfounded. This was Lin Ming? Emperor Xianxia, vast universe, and everyone else stared on with eyes wider than full moons. They weren't surprised by Lin Ming's body metamorphosis. In the past, Lin Ming was able to galvanize the power of his Azura blood to undergo the Azura body metamorphosis. But compared to this current body metamorphosis, the previous body metamorphosis could be called simply putting on some makeup. This time, Lin Ming had body metamorphosized into an abyssal. Compared to such an exaggerated shape, the good fortune Saint Sovereign's previously domineering body metamorphosis now seemed gentle. Bang! The vast mountains and rivers crashed onto the demon Lin Ming's body. But the demon Lin Ming didn't dodge at all. He bent his knees and used his terrifying strength to stiffly shoulder those mountains and rivers. The demon Lin Ming's muscles ballooned and blue veins stuck out all over him like worms. This was like the scene from ancient mythology, a demon carrying a divine mountain on its back. In terms of body transformation, the saints indeed existed at the peak. However, what existed at an even higher peak than the saints were the abyssals. To use absolute strength to overwhelm all. The demon Lin Ming forcefully withstood the good fortune Saint Sovereign's attack. At this time, everyone felt light flash before them as a divine beam of light broke through the chaos and howled towards the good fortune Saint Sovereign like a meteor. At the center of this divine beam of light was Lin Ming's true self. Lin Ming had summoned his demon avatar to resist the good fortune Saint Sovereign's one fist to rule the universe attack. Then, he used his true self to attack the good fortune Saint Sovereign. What? The good fortune Saint Sovereign was shocked. He couldn't be bothered with trying to figure out how Lin Ming had accomplished this, because he had just used his strength and it would take time to gather himself again. Good fortune, divine art. The good fortune Saint Sovereign shouted out loud. Astral essence swirled around his body, as if gold were pouring out all over him. In an instant, a massive vortex of energy rose up in the universe with the good fortune Saint Sovereign at its center. The good fortune divine art wrested away the strength of good fortune from the world. And this so-called good fortune was the sum total of all things in the world besides sentient beings. In this way, the good fortune divine art was a training method where one cultivated the outer universe, just like the Azura Sutra. However, it was much more cruel, tyrannical, and evil than the Azura Sutra. The Azura Sutra cultivated the world of the universe to thoroughly commune with the body. But the good fortune divine art forcefully seized the power of the outer universe for one's own use. The energy vortex wildly grew. The strength of the universe in a surrounding trillion miles was all plundered by the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Several 100 million miles away, there was a planet that brimmed over with life. But because of the good fortune Saint Sovereign's strength, this planet began to lose all of its vitality. Grass wilted and old trees withered. Rivers and lakes dried up and even the great seas began to quickly evaporate. Birds and beasts fled in all directions, crying out in fear and horror. But in the end, they all exploded into a mass of blood-red fog that was turned into pure essence energy and sucked into the energy vortex. Like this, a planet full of life was ruined. Not only planets with life, but even suns and moons and all other celestial bodies had their energies swallowed up by the good fortune divine art, their light gradually becoming dark. Even the interstellar space dust, heat, light, everything was drawn in by the good fortune divine art. And all of this strength was absorbed by the good fortune Saint Sovereign. What rose in correspondence to all that loss of life was the good fortune Saint Sovereign's strength. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's eyes became red and bloodthirsty, his face ugly and malevolent. Facing the irresistible strike of Lin Ming's true self, the good fortune Saint Sovereign released a thunderous roar and then punched out both his fists. Bang! It was like two stars colliding. A crazy amount of the power of good fortune swept through the world. Energy erupted like countless volcanoes, stirring everything into turbulent chaos. The black dragon spear's spear light disintegrated. Beneath this terrifying strike, Lin Ming's figure disappeared. Lin Ming. On the human side, many people cried out in alarm. Xiao Moxian was extremely anxious. Her palms began to stream with sweat. The good fortune divine art was the good fortune Saint Sovereign's strongest cultivation method. The good fortune Saint Sun had also used it in the past, however. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's good fortune divine art was countless times more powerful. She didn't know whether or not Lin Ming had been able to resist that strike. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Raging energy swept out without end. 100,000 miles away, whether it was the energy barriers created by the joint efforts of the human Empyreans or Saint Empyreans, it seemed as if they would all break apart. Seeing this, the complexions of many martial artists changed. If these energy barriers were to shatter, then the good fortune divine art would wash over them, and the Empyreans with weaker cultivations would have their life force directly sucked away and be killed. At this moment, in the turbulent flows of energy, a giant Azura phantom appeared. This Azura pushed a wheel-like grinding pan in its hands, slowly suppressed the raging power of good fortune between the heavens and earth. The Azura Sutra and good fortune divine art were both cultivation methods that cultivated the world of the universe. But in terms of rank, the Azura Sutra was clearly much better. The two supernatural powers clashed. A sun seemed to rise up between Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sovereign, illuminating the vastness of space. This was a battle between top true divinities. If this were a lower realm world like the Sky Spill planet, then just the shockwaves produced from this fight would have directly disintegrated the planet. Energy surged. Divine flames burned to the heavens. Within the tyrannical energy, Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sovereign were like two meteors flying through space, repeatedly crashing into each other. After revolving the good fortune divine art, the good fortune Saint Sovereign's body seemed to be forged from gold, like a deadly war god come to life. But Lin Ming was fighting with his true self and demon avatar. Sometimes they joined together, sometimes they separated. Their attack styles were endless. A fist to break the mountains and rivers. After revolving the good fortune divine art and being flooded with the power of good fortune, the good fortune Saint Sovereign's combat strength had risen to a new level. Astral essence gushed out of him like a sea without end. Fist after fist, the good fortune Saint Sovereign punched out tens of thousands of times, each fist stirring up a space storm that could sweep through the 33 heavens and hurtle towards Lin Ming. These tens of thousands of fist strikes blocked off all of Lin Ming's directions to evade in. They smashed down together into a single point, able to crush anyone to paste. Such fist speed, such a terrifying energy output. This was already a realm that the martial artists watching were unable to comprehend. You want to compare attack speed? Seeing these attacks that covered the skies, Lin Ming coldly sneered. He shook his right hand and the black dragon spear's point began to violently shiver as innumerable spear shadows appeared. Then, Lin Ming grasped his spear in both hands and rapidly thrust out, flowers in a storm. The originally shaking spear shadows and the tens of thousands of thrusts that Lin Ming just stabbed out actually formed a net of attacks that was even more dense than that of the good fortune Saint Sovereign's. If the good fortune Saint Sovereign's attack was comparable to landslides and tsunamis, then Lin Ming's attack was like a howling planet. To compete against speed with speed, the attacks recklessly collided. These fast and violent strikes contained enough energy that even an ordinary true divinity would have to exhaust all their strength in just a few short breaths of time. Bang! The good fortune Saint Sovereign was forced back. He exploded into a roar. The good fortune divine art condensed to its limit. All of his fist potential gathered into a single point and then wildly erupted. This fist was similar to Lin Ming's Celestial Tyrant Manual's 100-layered waves. By gathered the strength of all these fist strikes together, he could punch out with his strongest blow. Come! Lin Ming roared into the air. Behind him, his demon avatar held a thick evil demon spine that he brought pounding downwards. This was a demon spine found within the demon god's tomb. It was left behind by an ancient beyond divinity demon, and was used to stabilize the array eye of the array formation. It was an ominous and unlucky object that shouldn't have been brought out from the demon god's tomb. But Lin Ming had taken a liking to the power of this demon bone. It was simply far too perfect a weapon for his demon avatar. Thus, after reaching true divinity and going into seclusion, he spent a considerable amount of time to use the world strength of the Emperor Bone Sea to wash the demon bone and constantly erase the demon mark in it. Finally, he used his demon avatar to refine the spine, turning it into its own true weapon. At this time, as this evil bone appeared, it brought with it the cruel and horrifying world power of the demon god's tomb. This evil bone had been soaked in blood for 100 billion years. As it appeared in the 33 heavens, 10,000 demons seemed to roar out, their cries unstoppable. Bang! The good fortune Saint Sovereign's gathered fist potential collided with the demon bone and completely shattered. In the heaven-shaking flows of energy, Lin Ming grasped the black dragon spear and used flowers in the storm once more. Spear light recklessly shot outwards. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's pupils shrank and he was forced back again and again. Seeing that he could no longer evade, the good fortune Saint Sovereign bit down on the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. He stimulated his protective astral essence to the peak, wanting to forcefully resist Lin Ming's strike. See, a dreadful collision rang through the air. Even though the good fortune Saint Sovereign was defending with all his might, he still couldn't completely block Lin Ming's spear lights. Several spear lights eventually pierced through the good fortune Saint Sovereign's protective astral essence. After making it through the cracks, they drilled into the good fortune Saint Sovereign's body. These spear lights were filled with energy from the laws of life and death. Upon entering the good fortune Saint Sovereign's body, they wildly rampaged around, destroying anything they could. The good fortune Saint Sovereign coughed as blood vitality tumbled within him. A wisp of blood flowed out from the corners of his lips. The good fortune Saint Sovereign had been injured. From the moment the battle began until now, this was the good fortune Saint Sovereign's first injury. It had already been a long time since the good fortune Saint Sovereign had been wounded. And the last time he wounded was also related to Lin Ming. It was when he was chasing after the primal god race and trying to destroy them. But when he was wounded that time, it was due to the Azura decrees left behind by the Azura Roadmaster. Just what sort of character was the Azura Roadmaster? He could be called the greatest powerhouse to exist in the vast history of the 33 heavens. To be wounded by the Azura decrees left behind by the Azura Roadmaster was an acceptable result. But now he was wounded by the hands of Lin Ming, a junior. To be wounded by such a person left the good fortune Saint Sovereign wallowing in shame. At this time, the Saint race martial artists had all fallen silent. Not only could Lin Ming directly face off against the good fortune Saint Sovereign, but he had also wounded the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Such strength was undoubtedly a heavy slap on every single one of their ears. At this time, with reality laid out before them, they could no longer delude themselves and say that Lin Ming was only being overly arrogant and bluffing about his strength. Soaring Feather and Astral Vault watched Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sovereign fight each other, and they were deeply shocked by what they saw. As true divinities, they were acutely aware of the terrifying heights of strength that good fortune and Lin Ming had reached. Lin Ming is too terrifying. At this rate, it is only a matter of time before he takes the step beyond divinity. Astral Vault God King said, fear lingering in his heart. He was glad that he didn't tear apart all consideration for face with Lin Ming in the past. When he rushed into the wild universe to demand his disciples back, he hadn't tried to kill Lin Ming due to the presence of Divine Dream. If he had tried to recklessly kill Lin Ming's people at that time, then he might have been a dead man standing right now. Indeed, Soaring Feather God King nodded as she took a deep breath. And besides Soaring Feather, Fairy Blue Lotus also had a complex look on her face. She had long since been at a loss for words. When a martial artist reached the true divinity realm, wanting to jump ranks to fight became increasingly difficult. This was because there were no mediocre individuals that were capable of reaching true divinity. And the current good fortune Saint Sovereign should be near or even at the peak of true divinity. Yet, he had been wounded by Lin Ming, a lower true divinity. If he were to wait for Lin Ming to step into the peak of true divinity, then just what realms would his strength reach? It was hard to imagine. In the raging flow of energy, the good fortune Saint Sovereign roared into the heavens with rage. His eyes overflowed with killing intent as they locked onto Lin Ming. He slowly and clearly said, "I will exhaust your blood, sever your life." The good fortune Saint Sovereign bellowed. He raised a hand and then fiercely dug into his own chest. Goo-goo. Blood flowed out from the good fortune Saint Sovereign's chest. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He already knew what the good fortune Saint Sovereign was planning to do. This was a scene he had already expected, but even though he knew it was coming, it was impossible for him to stop it. He could only face it as it came. "I never imagined that I would have to actually use this move against a mere 10,000-year-old junior." From the flesh and blood of his own heart, the good fortune Saint Sovereign dug out a bead the size of a baby's fist. This bead was pitch black, as dark as ink, with faint blood-like lines running over its body. This was the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. The moment the Grand Mist Spirit Bead appeared, the void for the surrounding 100,000 miles was covered in a thick black light. This black light was similar to the primal chaos energy from the formation of the universe. As it appeared, the many saint martial artists and human martial artists felt their blood slow down and found even taking a single breath fraught with difficulty. Grand Mist Spirit Bead. The good fortune Saint Sovereign has finally brought forth the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. The good fortune Saint Sovereign originally didn't want to use the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. After all, in the face of many powerhouses from the 33 heavens, he actually had to bring out a divine tool to deal with a junior. This was far too humiliating. Yet now he had no choice but to use the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. If he didn't, he would sooner or later be defeated by Lin Ming. In these years, during the Great War between humanity and the saints, the might and prestige of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead had spread throughout the 33 heavens. It was without a doubt the most famed and illustrious divine tool in the 33 heavens. After all, not many people knew of the origin amethyst crystal or the stone of eternal life. This good fortune Saint Sovereign has finally dropped any semblance of shame and wants to use the Grand Mist Spirit Bead to deal with Lin Ming. Some human martial artists said with angry indignation. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's cultivation surpassed Lin Ming's by a great deal to begin with, and he was tens of thousands of times older than Lin Ming, and yet he now wanted to use the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. These actions were far too despicable. The winner is king and the loser is the villain. Since ancient times, all that has ever mattered is victory. Any ideas of shame or face are completely insignificant. Dark Demon Monarch said, his eyes shining as he looked at the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. He turned his gaze towards Lin Ming. He believed that Lin Ming already anticipated this occurring before the battle began. Because if one wished to defeat the good fortune Saint Sovereign, they would have to deal with the Grand Mist Spirit Bead in his hands. Lin Ming, today I will use your blood to further build up the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. I believe that with the quality of your blood, the might of this bead will rise to new heights. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's eyes overflowed with killing intent. During these years, he had been arduously refining the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Divine tools also needed to be nurtured and raised, but of the three great divine tools, only the Grand Mist Spirit Bead hadn't been held by a beyond divinity-level powerhouse. This was because the three great divine tools were born in the 33 heavens and life had existed in the 33 heavens for only several tens of billions of years. Moreover, the true pinnacle of the martial arts civilization had been 10 billion years ago, but at that time only two beyond divinity-level powerhouses had appeared. The good fortune Saint Sovereign wanted to nurture the Grand Mist Spirit Bead to its highest state. If he could nourish it with the blood vitality of a peerless genius, then it would naturally obtain immense benefits. Facing the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, Lin Ming took a deep breath, his eyes darkening, turning earnest. When he originally set up talks with good fortune, he never thought to rely on any good results coming from it. The collapse of the talks was already a 99% assured occurrence. And once that happened, what Lin Ming wanted to obtain the most was the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. With this bead, his desire of breaking into the 8th Tao Palace would come to fruition. In truth, when he was in the demon god's tomb, he had nearly broken into the 8th Tao Palace. However, he had diverted most of the world's strength into consolidating his true divinity boundary. Thus, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace had fallen slightly behind. At this time, a sound transmission echoed in Lin Ming's ears. "Lin Ming, if you need me to help, then just tell me. Although I cannot deal with good fortune myself, I can support you." Diverting his attention shouldn't be a problem at all. This voice held a tone of concern, causing Lin Ming to feel warm. This was Xiang Mei's voice. In the 33 heavens, if one didn't consider good fortune or the Soul Emperor, then Xiang Mei was a peerless powerhouse only inferior to Lin Ming. Between her and Lin Ming, the difference was at most a small true divinity boundary. I should be able to deal with this. The 3 divine tools are not invincible. In the past, the Azura Roadmaster and Immortal Sovereign each held divine tools, and yet they were not able to cut down the demon god Tomb's master. Similarly, good fortune has the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, but he might not necessarily be able to do anything to me. If I really cannot handle it and obtain victory, then it won't be too late for you to help. In a battle of life and death, Lin Ming naturally wouldn't care about something so stupid like fighting one against one for the sake of some martial arts spirit. Moreover, even if he and Xiang Mei added their ages together, this old freak good fortune was still thousands if not tens of thousands of times older than they were. There was just no need to care about the ideals of martial arts. First, Lin Ming didn't want Xiang Mei to help because he wanted to test the limits of his strength. Second, and more importantly, he didn't want to expose Xiang Mei's identity with so many people around. In these past days, Lin Ming had seen that Xiang Mei didn't want to mix in with humanity. After all, in the eyes of humanity's martial artists, Xiang Mei was a spiritus, someone that belonged to an enemy race. Xiang Mei followed Lin Ming and wasn't relying on humanity. Out of the entire human race, the only person she cared about was Lin Ming. As for whether the others lived or died, she didn't care at all. As for the reasons that Xiang Mei followed Lin Ming, they were all extremely complicated situations. For instance, her union with Lin Ming at the Sky Spill planet, the relationship between her past life and Immortal Sovereign, these types of things couldn't be explained to the public, and nor could they be clearly explained. Thus, in the eyes of the public, the reason that Xiang Mei followed Lin Ming would be just one: a woman had betrayed her own race to run off with a man from an enemy race. Even if everyone was respectful to Xiang Mei because of her strength and Lin Ming's status, they would all inevitably develop such an idea in their hearts. Lin Ming didn't want Xiang Mei to be criticized like this, even if it were only the subconscious thoughts of people. This was because fate already weighed far too deeply on Xiang Mei's shoulders. At this time, in front of Lin Ming, the Grand Mist Spirit Bead rapidly revolved. A blood pond hell seemed to be sealed within it. Even though they were separated by a space of 10 miles and numerous chaotic space storms, Lin Ming could still feel his blood vitality restlessly stirring in his body. It was like the spirit bead was invisibly devouring his blood vitality. "I will use the Grand Mist Spirit Bead to pierce through your heart." The good fortune Saint Sovereign's eyes were blood red. His astral essence surged to the limit. With a roar, his joints emitted explosive crackling sounds. Fist to rule the world. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's fist smashed into the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. This was the good fortune Saint Sovereign's strongest fist strike. It carried all of his energy as he poured it into the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Then, the Grand Mist Spirit Bead was sent hurtling outwards as it shot towards Lin Ming. The speed reached the extreme, so fast that it surpassed almost everyone's reactions. Even for Soaring Feather, all she felt was a flash of light in her eyes. She simply couldn't tell what had happened. In the darkness of space, the Grand Mist Spirit Bead drew a perfectly straight line as it fired into Lin Ming's chest. This ultimate attack didn't need to come from some tricky trajectory, because its speed was so fast that no one could avoid it. Puff! The Grand Mist Spirit Bead crashed into Lin Ming's chest. Lin Ming's protective power of divinity and demons instantly shattered. The Spirit Bead continued with unstoppable force, directly tearing into Lin Ming's flesh and blood and thrusting into his body. The speed was almost as fast as light. As the Spirit Bead entered Lin Ming's body, it immediately stopped, as if it were caught on something. However, this didn't matter. because in this moment the Grand Mist Spirit Bead began to wildly swallow up the strength of Lin Ming's blood vitality. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead's fearfulness didn't rely on the physical impact of its attack, but on its ability to suck a person dry into a withered corpse. In that moment, everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. The good fortune Saint Sovereign diabolically grinned. Although he didn't understand why his attack couldn't pierce through Lin Ming's heart, that was unimportant, because as long as the Grand Mist Spirit Bead entered his body, Lin Ming's flesh and blood would be sucked dry. Lin Ming! Xiao Moxian cried out in alarm. The minds of all the human martial artists tightened and they held their breaths. Lin Ming was the pillar of humanity. If he were to perish here, humanity would perish along with him. Everything happened within a spark of light before they could respond. And at this time, Lin Ming's mortal body began to rapidly change. His body began to grow. His skin turned black, his muscles bulged out, and spikes drilled out from him. In the blink of an eye his appearance turned cruel and hideous, into the form of an abyssal. Lin Ming had transformed into his demon avatar, using the strength of it to withstand the attack of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. In terms of the strength of blood vitality, Lin Ming's demon avatar had swallowed a part of Famine's strength, and its blood vitality was several times more powerful than his true self's. As the Grand Mist Spirit Bead swallowed the blood vitality of Lin Ming's demon avatar, Lin Ming's demon eyes flashed with a cold brilliance. With a roar, he hurtled towards the good fortune Saint Sovereign. After forcefully withstanding the swallowing power of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, the demon avatar's lips were stained with blood, but it still rushed ahead. This was like a confrontation between two martial artists in which one martial artist pierced through the other with a spear. But not only did that severely wounded martial artist not retreat, but he pushed forwards into the spear instead, allowing the spear to pierce through his body in order to give his opponent a final fatal strike. What? The good fortune Saint Sovereign was shocked. He didn't think Lin Ming would be so ruthless and aggressive, and he also couldn't imagine why the Grand Mist Spirit Bead hadn't passed through Lin Ming's heart. Even this powerful abyssal demon in front of him shouldn't have such potent defensive powers. In front of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, there was no flesh and blood mortal body that should be able to withstand such a strike. However, the good fortune Saint Sovereign didn't have time to think of such things. He faced Lin Ming's desperate death strike. Humph! You are already at the end of the road. Rushing up here just means a faster death. The good fortune Saint Sovereign sneered, but in the next moment, the sneer froze on his face. He stared helplessly on as the demon Lin Ming, who was hurtling towards him, suddenly stretched out a claw and thrust it into his own chest. The scales were torn apart by the sharp claws. Fresh blood sprayed out. And then, a situation occurred that left a creepy tingling on everyone's scalps. The demon Lin Ming actually drew out a spine from his chest, one that was dripping with blood. As the spine was torn out from Lin Ming's chest, an alarming amount of blood and ruined flesh sprayed out with it. And the Grand Mist Spirit Bead was caught in the center of the spine. What was able to block the Grand Mist Spirit Bead from piercing through Lin Ming's heart was the evil bone he obtained from the demon god's tomb. Lin Ming's demon avatar had already refined this demon bone. He fused it into his mortal body, and by relying on it he could resist the attack of the Spirit Bead. In this moment, the good fortune Saint Sovereign was left panic-stricken. What is happening? The good fortune Saint Sovereign began to panic. He wanted to recall the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, but at this time he felt a strange strength cover it. As Lin Ming hurtled towards the good fortune Saint Sovereign, he used the world strength of the Emperor Bone Sea to block off the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Although he couldn't seal it away forever, as long as he could delay it for even a tenth of a blink of an eye, that was more than enough time. Lin Ming attacked. His true self appeared. Grasping the black dragon spear, he shot towards the good fortune Saint Sovereign. As for Lin Ming's demon avatar, he also thrust out the demon spine in his hands. The two forces gathered together. A giant Azura wheel appeared in the air, creaking and humming as it spun. At this moment, the Azura wheel seemed to become the heavens. At the same time, a 7-revolution red lotus shot out from between Lin Ming's eyebrows. The red lotus bloomed and overflowed with the life and death laws. In this moment, the 7-revolution red lotus was like the earth. The Azura wheel and 7-revolution red lotus unexpectedly fused together as one. The Azura heavenly Tao and holy scripture laws had undergone a preliminary fusion. This was the result of the highest comprehension of laws that Lin Ming had achieved in his 1,500 years in the demon god's tomb. These two strengths were infused with all of Lin Ming's power of divinity and demons as it all came hurtling towards the good fortune Saint Sovereign. The good fortune Saint Sovereign was shocked. At this time, the Grand Mist Spirit Bead was temporarily blocked off by Lin Ming. Without the Spirit Bead, he could only resist his enemy with his 2 fists. In this critical life or death moment, he bit down on the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. With a loud roar, this blood essence began to burn with blinding brilliance, erupting like a great rising sun. The good fortune Saint Sovereign revolved his energy to its limits and punched out with both fists. Bang! The good fortune Saint Sovereign's left and right hands roared out like 2 flying divine dragons, smashing into Lin Ming's 2 great laws. This was a frontal collision between peak true divinity powerhouses. It was like 2 suns crashing into each other. Wild astral essence and the power of divinity and demons erupted. Golden light shot out into the void, illuminating the entirety of space. 100,000 miles away, the energy barriers laid down by the saints and humans began to wildly shake. Cracks began to form from the impact of energy. Everyone covered their eyes, feeling blinded from the light. Whether it was the saints or humans, every martial artist was left speechless. Not to mention the younger generation, but even upper Empyreans, peak Empyreans, Emperor Xianxia, Soaring Feather, and everyone else was utterly dumbfounded by this battle between peak true divinity level powerhouses. This didn't seem like strength that a person should possess, but the might of the universe itself. Perhaps only a giant star exploding in a supernova could emit such power. Waves of light swept out. It was hard for anyone's sense to pass through it. Lin Ming won. The human martial artists glanced at each other. In that final moment, it should have been Lin Ming who had the upper hand. At the end, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had actually burnt his blood essence. Not only did he use the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, but he was also forced to burn his blood essence afterwards. It was clear from this just how terrifying Lin Ming's strength was, to the degree where a person who nearly reached the peak of true divinity had to go all out in order to deal with him. The light continued shining out for dozens of breaths of time before gradually fading away. Then, people could finally find out just what happened on the battlefield 100,000 miles away. As they saw the scene appear, the faces of many saint martial artists turned pale white. On the battlefield, space for 10,000 miles had completely collapsed, forming a giant black hole. All of the nearby martial artists had been disintegrated into dust, and as for their king, the good fortune Saint Sovereign, his entire body was left covered in blood. His wounds were extremely heavy and golden scales were broken all over his body. His bones were shattered in numerous places and he was covered in rags, looking like a corpse that floated in the void. Not too far away from him, Lin Ming had already returned to his human form. His severely wounded demon avatar had stepped back into his inner world. As a result, besides a pale expression, Lin Ming appeared completely unscathed on the outside. They had already expected that Lin Ming would win in that final exchange. After all, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had to hastily defend, and even though he had burned his blood essence, he might not have been able to fend off Lin Ming's attack where he had gathered all his potential. But they didn't think the disparity would be so great. This was simply a complete victory. At this time, Lin Ming had taken hold of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead and was slowly erasing the spirit mark within it. When the good fortune Saint Sovereign was in his weakest moment was the best opportunity to erase his spirit mark. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead was something Lin Ming had wanted to obtain for a long time. In fact, for Lin Ming, of the 3 great divine tools, the Grand Mist Spirit Bead and Origin Amethyst Crystal were the most practical. Those 2 divine tools could directly increase his strength, since he mainly dual cultivated in the body and energy, and cultivated the soul as an auxiliary third. Although the good fortune Saint Sovereign was heavily wounded by Lin Ming, The moment that Lin Ming started to erase his spirit mark in the Grand Mist spirit bead, he quickly felt it and regained consciousness. He looked up, his eyes filled with murder as he glared at Lin Ming. This was the greatest defeat in his life, and also the greatest shame. In front of innumerable masters from the 33 heavens, he had been utterly defeated by Lin Ming, a mere 10,000-year-old junior. He had even used every possible method at his disposal. Not only that, but he had been beaten down like a dead dog, and even the Grand Mist spirit bead had been taken away. All the effort he had put in for so many years had failed. Lin Ming's soul force was far greater than the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's, and his strength was also superior. And, with the Grand Mist spirit bead not possessing an artifact spirit, Lin Ming started to slowly refine it. To the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, this was no different than cutting off a chunk of his flesh. He wished he could tear Lin Ming to shreds. Lin Ming could clearly feel the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's hatred and pure animosity towards him. But this was also reasonable. After all, to be beaten up into such an appearance and also have his treasure taken away, how could he not hate? I know that it doesn't feel good to have your spirit mark erased by me, but this is a result you cannot change. If you don't want your soul to be injured, then I advise you to remove the spirit mark on your own initiative. Lin Ming's words grated on the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's ears. He was a supreme ruler of the world, and yet he was being humiliated like this. Not only had he been defeated, but he even had to remove his own spirit mark to give his enemy his treasure. How could there be such truths in the world? However, even if the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign stubbornly resisted and refused to comply, he would merely be extending his own pain and damage to his soul. Lin Ming would simply expend a little more time and energy, and in the end the Grand Mist spirit bead would belong to him anyways. This was the suppression of absolute strength. This was suppression, this was shame, but this was a situation where he could not fight back. If he complied, then his dignity would fall through the floor. But if he resisted, he would only be giving himself an even greater pain. In the world of martial artists, strength was everything. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign grit his teeth, adamantly refusing to respond to Lin Ming. His eyes were blood red, as if he wanted to swallow Lin Ming alive. Lin Ming looked at the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's glare. His movements slowed down and a thoughtful look appeared on his features. Lin Ming, do you really plan on taking away the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's Grand Mist spirit bead and Avatar of Famine, and then after releasing the destiny of humanity, you will simply let loose this tiger to create trouble in the future? At this time, Shang Mei's voice echoed in Lin Ming's ears. That was the original plan, but now I think my thoughts were too naive. Lin Ming was also considering this. Without a doubt, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign hated him to his marrow. Even if he released the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign and allowed him to live, would he feel any sense of gratitude? Perhaps the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign would hide away to gather his strength, waiting for a day to stab him in the back. The abyssal demons were natural enemies to the 33 heavens. But, while the Soul Emperor wanted to swallow up the 33 heavens, what if he didn't exterminate all the races at once, but instead left some that he would allow to surrender instead? When the Soul Emperor revealed his irresistible strength, there might be some races willing to degenerate into servants for the abyssals. At that time, no one could tell whether or not the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign would turn traitor. His contradictions with the Soul Emperor were in truth not completely irreconcilable. If he were to submit himself to the Soul Emperor, then the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign knew he would face a potential fate where he might be tossed away in the future, no different from a dog that had outlived its usefulness. But, wasn't this slightly better than joining forces to resist the Soul Emperor? It might be. In the eyes of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, even if he joined forces with Lin Ming to resist the Soul Emperor, the likelihood of defeat was still extremely high. And even if he won, his strength was still inferior to Lin Ming's. He would still worry about being eliminated. Then, in this difficult dilemma with two hard choices to choose from, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign might switch sides and ally with the Soul Emperor to deal with Lin Ming. At the very least, since the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign hated Lin Ming so much, he might take this chance to kill him and soothe his thoughts and ego. Moreover, What if the sole emperor truly took in the good fortune Saint Sovereign and allowed him to become one of his minions? Although the good fortune Saint Sovereign might have a master perching on top of his head, for better or worse, with his level of strength, he could still take charge of several universes and continue his days of ruling over the life and death of others. Thinking of this, Lin Ming hesitated. He originally hoped to join forces with the good fortune Saint Sovereign to fight back against the Dark Abyss. This seemed like the most reasonable outcome. But once both sides had uneven levels of strength, and he was also stronger than the good fortune Saint Sovereign, then a subtle change would occur. Lin Ming didn't want to place his future destiny in the hands of others. To him, Ouyang Boyan had been enough of a lesson. In the future, if he were to go into seclusion or go out seeking more lucky chances, or if the war were to carry on, what if the good fortune Saint Sovereign decided to take action against his family and friends? The consequences would be unimaginable. Realizing this, Lin Ming gently rubbed his chin. He looked at the good fortune Saint Sovereign and suddenly grinned. My apologies, but after further consideration, I have changed my mind. For a time, the good fortune Saint Sovereign couldn't understand what Lin Ming meant. But at this time, Lin Ming attacked. His fist smashed into the good fortune Saint Sovereign's chest. Pong! With a loud explosion, the already wounded and powerless to resist good fortune Saint Sovereign simply wasn't able to withstand Lin Ming's attack. His chest was smashed in and he vomited out a mouthful of blood. You! The good fortune Saint Sovereign was enraged. But this punch was only the beginning. Lin Ming's fists fell down onto the good fortune Saint Sovereign like a raging storm. The good fortune Saint Sovereign was covered in blood. His meridians tore apart and his golden scales began flying off. His bones and organs were all shattered by Lin Ming. He could be said to be completely broken. However, with the good fortune Saint Sovereign's powerful vitality, he didn't die. In the surrounding void, many Saint Race Empyreans and World Kings watched helplessly on as this occurred. All of them were left slack-jawed with shock and indignation, but none of them dared to speak out. In the face of so many saints, their Saint Sovereign was being horribly beaten up, and yet none of them could utter a single word or lift a single finger. This was the suppression brought about by absolute strength. There was not a single person that dared rise up against Lin Ming, because in front of him, any single one of them could be instantly killed. Your Majesty Saint Sovereign. The many martial artists of the good fortune Saint Palace felt their hearts quiver. Not too long ago, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had been a living god in their hearts, an unreachable existence that controlled the life and death of all beings beneath him. Not to mention the ordinary disciples of the good fortune Saint Palace, but even the Empyrean-level powerhouses rarely had a chance to see him. And yet such a Saint Sovereign was being savagely ruined by Lin Ming. This should be enough. Lin Ming looked down at the mangled good fortune Saint Sovereign. After a brief probe, he determined that the good fortune Saint Sovereign had lost all strength to resist, and even a great world king could freely handle him. Then, Lin Ming's hands began to move. Seals flew out from his hands and into the good fortune Saint Sovereign's body. These seals were fused with the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra laws. They were a fusion of both laws. Their effect was to completely imprison the good fortune Saint Sovereign's cultivation. After all, no matter how it was said, the good fortune Saint Sovereign was a powerhouse nearly at the peak of true divinity. Out of all the races in the entire 33 heavens, it was hard to find someone that could be a match for the good fortune Saint Sovereign. But now, with the great enemy looming on the horizon, killing the good fortune Saint Sovereign would be incredibly inappropriate. This was equal to ripping out the spine of the saints. Without the good fortune Saint Sovereign, the cohesion and total combat strength of the saints would plummet precipitously. But letting the good fortune Saint Sovereign go was impossible because it was likely that he would turn traitor. If so, it was best to just kill him here and end any troubles before they began. Thus, Lin Ming decided to make a compromise. He would imprison the good fortune Saint Sovereign and hold the overlord to control his vassals. Of course, if he were able to control the good fortune Saint Sovereign's thoughts and implant a slave seal in him, then that would be for the best. But, with Lin Ming's current level of strength, wanting to forcefully control the good fortune Saint Sovereign was impossible. As for planting a slave seal in his body, that was even more unrealistic. To allow someone else to control their mind and heart, to completely hand over their life, that was something that not even low-level martial artists would submit to, much less the good fortune Saint Sovereign who controlled his own race. The good fortune Saint Sovereign seemed to understand Lin Ming's thoughts. He looked at Lin Ming with hatred thick in his eyes, like the most sinister and deadly snake, wishing that he could tear Lin Ming to shreds. Humph! Lin Ming coldly snorted. He smashed a fist into the good fortune Saint Sovereign's face. Towards this man that had tried to take his life several times before, that had placed him in numerous precarious life or death situations, and had even killed or caused the deaths of numerous heroes of humanity and the ancient races, including 3 Lives Old Man, Empyrean Primordius, Heavenly Empress Xianxia, the Primal God race's old patriarch, and countless others that Lin Ming owed gratitude towards. Lin Ming simply didn't have a single shred of pity for the good fortune Saint Sovereign. If the good fortune Saint Sovereign still wanted to show off his strength after falling into his hands, then Lin Ming would simply use a greater strength to roll over him. You think that you are still that all-powerful Saint Sovereign? You are nothing but a captive. Lin Ming looked at good fortune with cold indifference. In your heart, all lives are to be suppressed by you, humiliated by you, or even swallowed by you. All lives should be honored by this, and even obediently offer themselves up to you. As for those that aren't willing to be suppressed, humiliated, or swallowed by you, they should be cut to pieces, completely exterminated. This is your mindset, your logic. Your logic may be overbearing, but it isn't wrong. Because if you have the strength, you can control the life and death of all beings. But now, my strength is even greater than yours, so you should be honored by me ruining you. As Lin Ming spoke, he smashed his fist into the good fortune Saint Sovereign's face. His punch cracked open the good fortune Saint Sovereign's eye sockets and caused him to bleed from his eyes. The good fortune Saint Sovereign couldn't even open his eyes anymore. His strength had been completely exhausted and even his wounds regenerated at an agonizingly slow pace. Lin Ming's fingers continued to flicker. Light striking sounds echoed in the air. Lin Ming planted 12 Azura seals in the good fortune Saint Sovereign's body, sealing up his 12 main meridians routes. Then, he formed 11 holy scripture seals, sealing up the good fortune Saint Sovereign's organs. Following that, the 36 death points, the 360 acupoints, the 36,000 pores, all of them were sealed up by Lin Ming. These seals contained the highest laws of Lin Ming's life studies. Unless Lin Ming personally unsealed them, it would be impossible for anyone else. Of course, if there was someone stronger than Lin Ming, they could still rely on brute force to erase these seals. But even so, they would create calamitous damage to the good fortune Saint Sovereign's body. Lin Ming carefully probed the good fortune Saint Sovereign. After feeling that everything was about right, he summoned Primordius Heavenly Palace and tossed the half-dead good fortune Saint Sovereign inside like a sack. The truth was that there was also a space within the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. But, since Lin Ming had yet to fully refine the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, he didn't want to recklessly use it. Then, Lin Ming turned towards the many saint race martial artists. A void of 100,000 miles separated them. Lin Ming took a single casual step forwards, instantly utilizing a great void transfer to arrive in front of them. At this time, a cold chill crept into the hearts of all the saint martial artists. The pressure that Lin Ming exuded was too great. They had all personally witnessed the sad and tragic scene of the good fortune Saint Sovereign being completely suppressed by Lin Ming. As long as Lin Ming wanted to, he could slaughter them like chickens and dogs. Moreover, none of them had the courage to escape from Lin Ming's hands. Perhaps Lin Ming only needed to summon a force field to cage all of them inside this space. All of you? Lin Ming opened his mouth to speak. The saint martial artists all felt their hearts skip a beat. They regretted following the good fortune Saint Sovereign here to set up these talks. Just what kind of talks was this? This was simply a grand slaughter festival. Most of you have hands stained with the blood of my people. Lin Ming's first few words caused the many saint martial artists to feel a cold chill creep up their backs. It was over. They were all done for. It was time for all debts to be settled. Lin Ming simply didn't care about the ugly expressions of these saint martial artists. Because of you, humanity has suffered countless casualties. They have been forced to leave their homelands to roam through the wilderness. How many families have been broken up? How many children have starved to death? How many people, because of this war, don't even have their bones left behind? There have been many humans born in the chaos of war, born in the wilderness, that have never been able to see their homeland even before their deaths. If I were to kill any one of you, it would be perfectly justified. As Lin Ming spoke to hear, the saint martial artists all held their breath. Many of them felt a cold sweat dripping down their backs and their minds tremble. However, I will not kill you all. First, it is because I once swore an oath that I would withdraw from the war between humanity and the saints, only dealing with the good fortune Saint Sovereign alone. Secondly, and most important, the reason I do not kill you is because I do not want humanity nor any other race of the 33 heavens to experience the chaos and turbulence of war. I do not want lives to be wasted away like coal in the flames. Life is innocent. Even amongst the saints, there are naive little children. There are kind-hearted subjects. This war was never their intention. As Lin Ming spoke to hear, he suddenly looked towards Soaring Feather God King. Soaring Feather. Soaring Feather's thoughts stirred. On this day, Lin Ming had become the ruler of the 33 heavens. With his status, he could give orders to any person here. Looking at her master being called out by her name by Lin Ming, Fairy Blue Lotus felt her heart tighten. She looked at Lin Ming with complex light in her eyes. After 2,000 years, Lin Ming now stood at a completely incomprehensible height. Now, she and Lin Ming could be said to exist in two different worlds. She was only worried for her master. She wondered why Lin Ming had called out to Soaring Feather at this time. You follow me. Lin Ming's tone brooked no refusal. With a wave of his hand, a force field isolated out the world. Soaring Feather hesitated for a moment and then stepped into Lin Ming's force field. She had already faintly guessed just what Lin Ming was going to say to her. Within the enchantment, Lin Ming passed a jade slip to Soaring Feather God King that described the Soul Emperor's plans. The truth was that before this, Soaring Feather God King had already heard some clues from the dialogue between Lin Ming and the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. However, as she truly read through the contents of the jade slip, she was shocked speechless. At this time she would no longer doubt that Lin Ming was making up a story, because with his strength, he could already control the destiny of humanity and even decide the life and death of the entire saint race. In particular, at some unknown point in the future he would surely step beyond divinity and become a peerless powerhouse like the Azura Road Master, perhaps even surpassing him. If there really wasn't a powerful potential enemy threatening Lin Ming, then Lin Ming could have already stretched back and waited without worries for the day when he could unify the 33 heavens as ruler. The Great War of 10 billion years passed. The Abyssals are returning. Soaring Feather slowly digested this information. In the 33 heavens 10 billion years ago, the primal god race had ruled the world. The primal god race of that era was countless times more powerful than the current combined strength of humanity, saints, and spiritas. Even so, they had to pay a grievous price in order to push back the Abyssals. The current humanity, saints, and spiritas were races on the decline. If they wanted to resist the Abyssal demons, it truly felt like throwing an egg against a boulder. Lin Ming said, "The Dark Abyss is also far weaker than it was 10 billion years ago. In order to complete his plan, the demon god's tomb master has killed a massive number of higher Abyssals. The demon god's tomb master was far too ruthless and cruel. In order to achieve his goals, he was willing to resort to any means." Soaring Feather's heart skipped a beat. "You want me to gather together the saints to join forces with you?" "Yes. It seems that your relationship with Astral Vault God King isn't too bad, and the influences below him should obey you. As for the Good Fortune Saint Palace, I have the life of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign in my hands, so there shouldn't be anyone that would oppose you. The current you can be called the most powerful character amongst the saints, and also the one with the highest level of authority. In terms of strength, Soaring Feather was naturally stronger than Astral Vault was, and thus she was the most appropriate candidate for leader." "Good." Soaring Feather took a deep breath. About the good fortune, Saint Sovereign? What is your plan? Soaring Feather hesitated for a bit as she looked at Lin Ming. Her relationship with the good fortune Saint Sovereign wasn't good at all, and in the past when he suffered she even celebrated it. This was also the reason why Soaring Feather's response had been so cold when he asked her to take action in the past. However, Soaring Feather owed the good fortune Saint Sovereign a favor. And, no matter how it was said, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had shown graciousness to her in the past. In addition to them being from the same race, Soaring Feather also felt sad to see good fortune fall so low. She didn't want to see the saints exterminate humanity, but at the same time she didn't want to see Lin Ming execute good fortune. I will not kill the good fortune Saint Sovereign, but in this upcoming great calamity, I cannot even say I can completely control my own destiny, much less the good fortune Saint Sovereign's. Although I have said I will not kill good fortune, that is only in normal circumstances. If he has even the tiniest thought or indication of betraying the 33 heavens, then I will strike him down without hesitation. Soaring Feather was satisfied with Lin Ming's response. In truth, if good fortune betrayed the 33 heavens, then regardless of the situation, Soaring Feather would have done everything possible to cooperate with Lin Ming and find ways to kill good fortune. But in the current 33 heavens, due to the war between humanity and the saints, both races were horrible to look at. The only race that was fully intact was the Spiritas, but their situation might be even worse because the Soul Emperor's body had been seized so long ago. Only the heavens knew what the current situation of the Spiritas was. Facing this great calamity, Soaring Feather felt a deep powerlessness. The cards in her hand were too weak, so weak that she couldn't summon any confidence. Lin Ming, do you think we can win? Soaring Feather quietly asked, sighing. The reason she asked this question was because of the rising impotence in her heart. She wanted to find some words of comfort from Lin Ming. Lin Ming thought for a moment. Then he said, I am not sure whether we can win or not. The future is not set in stone. We martial artists cultivate the body, cultivate the heavenly Tao, cultivate the divine soul, but in the end, just what are we cultivating for? What are we chasing after? Even I have been left confused by this. For glory? That is only fleeting smoke before the eyes. For strength? I already possess the power to sunder the heavens and shatter the earth, to annihilate stars and the vastness of space. To become immortal? In these years I have also chased after immortality. However, when I was in the Emperor Bone Sea, I looked upon the countless pained remnant souls there, as well as the 100 billion year plot that the Soul Emperor had laid out for the sake of immortality. And suddenly, at that time I felt that chasing after eternal life was meaningless. For we that practice martial arts, we naturally must fight. But in fact, what we are fighting is the chaos of the world, the time when the catastrophe arrives. The extinction of races, lives lost like burning coals, the collapse and destruction of great worlds. This time, the fight has reached the peak. Then, perhaps the peak of martial arts is originally for the common people of the world. As Lin Ming finished speaking, Soaring Feather was stunned. The peak of martial arts was for the common people of the world. These words sounded too pretentious, too empty, and perhaps even a bit fake. However, upon thinking about it, no one was able to separate themselves from the common people. This was also true for martial artists. A race was a person's roots. Without roots, no matter how towering or lofty a tree, that tree would still wither away and die. Without one's race, without the common people, then the so-called everlasting immortality was meaningless. One would be no different from a remnant soul in the Emperor Bone Sea, facing infinite loneliness and sorrow. Thus, the peak of martial arts was for all the people in the world, because every martial artist was originally one of these people. Being for the people of the world was the same as being for oneself. In this moment, Soaring Feather seemed to be becoming aware of something. But then, Lin Ming waved his hand, withdrew the force field and flew away. Whether we can win or not, as martial artists we must fight them with all our strength. Lin Ming's final words echoed in Soaring Feather's ears. Lin Ming passed through space and appeared in front of the human forces. As the human martial artists saw Lin Ming fly towards them, They prepared to cheer and celebrate, and even offer up words of congratulations. But they never thought that Lin Ming, who returned in victory, wouldn't have any sense of high-spiritedness or joy. Rather, his complexion was calm, even somewhat dignified. This caused the words of congratulations to become stuck in the throats of those about to speak them. "Let's go," Lin Ming simply said. Then, he took Xiao Moxian's hands and flew into Primordius' heavenly palace, leaving the crowd of human empyreans and world kings blankly staring at each other. They didn't know what Lin Ming was up to. The great mountain that had pressed down on the chest of humanity for almost 10,000 years had finally been removed, and yet Lin Ming's reaction had been so subdued. At this time, Xiang Mei also quietly followed behind. During the battle between Lin Ming and the good fortune Saint Sovereign, Xiang Mei had stood on the human side. But no one had been able to sense her. The moment that Lin Ming entered Primordius' heavenly palace, Xiang Mei also appeared like a wisp of blue smoke. As Xiao Moxian saw Xiang Mei appear, she was left silently astonished. She couldn't help but admit just how terrifying a character Xiang Mei was. She hadn't sensed Xiang Mei's presence, and yet she was able to easily conceal herself the entire time. From this, one could infer Xiang Mei's strength. "Miss Ji," Xiang Mei greeted Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian nodded in response. For a time, she didn't know what to call Xiang Mei. Whether it was referring to Xiang Mei by her full name or calling her the Soul Empress, neither seemed appropriate. As the two women faced each other, the atmosphere became a little awkward, even with Lin Ming present. "Xiang Mei, 3 days from now I will bring you somewhere." Lin Ming's words were sudden. Xiang Mei was left startled. "Where to?" "The Azura Forbidden Zone, Cold Ice Mirror." The Cold Ice Mirror was where Lin Ming had first seen the past life of Xiang Mei. When Lin Ming first arrived at the Primal God Race, he had tried to obtain one of the spots to enter the Azura Forbidden Zone in order to seek out a method of salvation for humanity. Afterwards, the Primal God Race headquarters had been destroyed by the Saints. But the Azura Forbidden Zone was left behind by the Azura Roadmaster, and the array formations that protected it were extraordinary. With the strength of the Saints, it was impossible for them to break through them. "Cold Ice Mirror?" Xiang Mei asked, puzzled. "You will know once you get there. There, you might find something about your last life." Lin Ming believed that the Cold Ice Mirror contained a wisp of remnant soul from Xiang Mei's previous life. This was because when he faced the past life Xiang Mei in the Cold Ice Mirror, she had been no simple phantom formed by an array formation. Rather, she seemed like a remnant soul with intelligence. Lin Ming also clearly remembered every word and expression that the past life Xiang Mei had said or shown. "What about you?" Xiao Moxian asked. "I plan on going into seclusion to open up the 8th Dao Palace of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. Of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, 7 were bright and 2 were dark. The gap between the 7th Dao Palace and 8th Dao Palace was also a massive leap, one comparable to a large boundary in cultivation. Now that Lin Ming had the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, he could definitely make a breakthrough. A month later, deep within the endless starry skies, Pata, Pata, the Grand Mist Spirit Bead was grasped in Lin Ming's hand. It emitted dull, ringing sounds that reverberated into the heavens and earth. It was like the heart of a divine god, beating in its own strange rhythmic undulations. The galaxies in the skies seemed to dance about it, and starlight gushed out, weaving out into the void. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead was controlled within Lin Ming's hand. And not too far away, there were many human martial artists present. Those that could stand here either had significant connections to Lin Ming or were one of the pillars that supported humanity. For instance, there was Lin Huang, Juror Xiao Moxian, Emperor Sakya, Dark Demon Monarch, Empyrean Vast Universe, Dragon Fong, Hang Qi, and many others, resulting in a total of 20 to 30 people. They stood here to bear witness to Lin Ming refining the Grand Mist Spirit Bead and making a breakthrough in the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. And the most important reason they were here was to take advantage of Lin Ming's breakthrough and gain an even deeper awareness of the heavenly Dao. To them, this was an incredibly great lucky chance. To break into the 8th Dao Palace was to leap past a large boundary in the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. At that time, the heavenly Dao would descend and wash over everyone present, baptizing them. Even if one didn't cultivate the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, they would still obtain considerable advantages. In truth, even essence-gathering system martial artists would be concerned with tempering their mortal bodies. After all, it was impossible for them to allow their bodies to be as frail as those of mortals. The more powerful their mortal bodies, the greater their advantage. Everyone held their breath, quietly looking towards that godlike man in the distance, waiting for him. The starry skies was silent. The spirit bead emitted wisps of blood energy, like the dawn in the early morning, a rosy light blooming in the world. Every wisp of light was as thin as a needle and as sharp as a sword as they shot into all directions. It was like countless peerless vicious beasts hurtling out into the horizon, all of the boundless blood vitality seeming as if it would lift up this world, leaving the heart racing with anticipation. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead had been refined by the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign for many years, and it contained a massive amount of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's strength as well as the flesh and blood essence of the Famine Avatar. After having swallowed up humanity's destiny, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had already refined his avatar of Famine. As a totem-level abyssal, Famine was naturally far more formidable than the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. However, Famine had been wounded billions of years ago and its boundary had plummeted. Following that, Famine's soul was suppressed by Divine Seal and its body divided into 2. With just its incomplete mortal body, it was impossible for it to be the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's match. During the 2,000 years that the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was in seclusion, he used the Grand Mist Spirit Bead to completely swallow up Famine's strength and gather it into his own. At this time, Lin Ming could feel that within the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, Famine's flesh and blood still possessed a single sliver of unwillingness to be swallowed. The current Famine could really only be regarded as a mass of flesh and blood. Beneath the suppression of the spirit bead, it continued to writhe about, struggling and resisting. However, no matter how much it struggled, no matter how much it stirred its blood vitality, Lin Ming's hands would forcefully isolate it from the outside space. Divine chains of order flew across the cosmos and thunder dragons roared out loud as they surrounded the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Lin Ming's 5 fingers were like 5 boundless mountains, stubbornly suppressing it. In the next moment, Lin Ming held the Grand Mist Spirit Bead and soared into the air. In an instant he traveled hundreds of millions of miles away and sank deep into a vast sea of stars. He sat there with legs crossed, like a deity stepping upon the world, imprisoning any fluctuations of power. He opened his left hand. Countless rays of light bloomed from his fingertips, turning into tiny runes that whistled about. Each rune drilled into a star, pulling out beams of brilliance, like endless mountain ranges of starlight. These beams of light wove through the air, turning into a transparent furnace formed of starlight with Lin Ming at its center. This was a method of refining blood vitality that Lin Ming had learned of in the Azura Road's final trial's 7th level, the Galaxy Void Furnace. Lin Ming wanted to thoroughly refine and swallow all the blood vitality contained within the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead contained all the bloodline strengths that the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had accumulated throughout all the years. After so many years of refinement, if he could absorb the blood vitality inside, then this would absolutely be far superior to any heavenly treasure. Bang! The Galaxy Void Furnace emitted a great strength that could burn mountains and boil seas. This strength attacked the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Countless beams of starlight were like innumerable stars that bombarded the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Not just that, but in the center of the furnace, Lin Ming's 7 orifices, his eyes, nose, ears, mouth, everything began to spout flames. These flames were a ghostly purple. Although they didn't seem to contain any heat, this was because the heat of the flames had condensed to the limit and manifested in such a manner. As these flames appeared, they gave off an alarming feeling as if they could burn down the world and disintegrate all of existence. Then, Lin Ming lifted his hands together and formed seals. Rainbow-hued thunder appeared, weaving together in the skies like hued beams of sunlight. This was Lin Ming's power of thunder. It had already been a long time since Lin Ming used the power of thunder and fire. And after Lin Ming stepped into the true divinity boundary and withstood a baptism of the heavenly Tao, Then whether it was controlling the source of fire or the source of thunder, he had reached the pinnacle in these aspects. The great Tao flames, spirituality of starlight, power of thunder. All of it was like a great grinding pan that spun over the grand mist spirit bead, constantly rolling over it. This process of refinement continued for an unknown length of time. Finally, a crystalline drop of something that resembled a bloodstone fell down from the grand mist spirit bead. As this thing appeared, raging blood energy followed it. It was like 10,000 demons howled from within, with countless lives roaring out in unison. As soon as this thing appeared, it possessed its own spiritual wisdom. It rose up in the air, assuming the appearance of a 3-inch tall baby as it tried to escape. Lin Ming's eyes flashed, his heart overjoyed. Without a doubt, this was a drop of blood essence condensed from all the blood energy within the Grand Mist Spirit Bead as well as Famine's flesh and blood essence. This drop of blood essence already possessed enough spiritual wisdom upon birth that it could take on the form of a person. It could be called something that had seized the good fortune of the heavens and earth. Without giving the baby a chance to escape, Lin Ming's thoughts moved. With a thought, a net of runes appeared in the void and descended like falling mountains, completely imprisoning the blood vitality of the baby. After this baby was held by Lin Ming, it suddenly became fierce and vicious. It turned into a demon, roaring with rage as it furiously struggled to escape. However, Lin Ming blocked off the surrounding void with a force field, completely suppressing it. As soon as this baby appeared, the purest strength of blood vitality from the Grand Mist Spirit Bead began to pour out, gathering with the baby as the center. Time passed, day after day. The blood energy within the Grand Mist Spirit Bead slowly diminished. Finally, the last traces of blood energy were all drawn out by Lin Ming. In a single breath, Lin Ming swallowed up all of this blood vitality essence. In that moment he felt as if he had swallowed a sun. Limitless strength bloomed within him like countless sharp blades. Beams of divine light attacked him from within. Even though Lin Ming was as strong as he was and possessed a nearly invincible body, his flesh still cracked and tore apart. One could imagine just how strong the essence of blood energy within the Grand Mist Spirit Bead had been. If an ordinary true divinity were to attempt to withstand this, their body would have exploded already. Lin Ming felt his blood seethe and boil over. His entire figure was shrouded in a chaotic pall of blood energy, making it difficult to see what was happening to him. Wonderful! Although there was pain, Lin Ming's expression was like he was drunk on this pain, enjoying it to its fullest. He suddenly fell to his knees, his eyes shooting into the void like arcs of lighting. Without a doubt, this was the most powerful state his mortal body had ever been in. If he could refine this power, he could rise further in the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and also increase his boundary yet again. At this time, a part of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace was still locked away, and humanity's essence gathering system had been sealed by the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Now Lin Ming would sever these chains. For Lin Ming, who had defeated the good fortune Saint Sovereign and had taken control of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, this wouldn't be difficult at all. With a loud roar, countless deafening thunderclaps rolled out from within Lin Ming's body. His blood galloped and crashed like great rivers, rumbling and exploding. Within Lin Ming's body, a certain place began to turn blazing hot. A mysterious strength started to resonate with some unknown place in the void. Whirl, whirl, whirl. Endless wisps of star brilliance wove through the air. Stars began to appear within the cosmos, scattering inexhaustible starlight through the void. One of these stars was particularly dazzling, as if it appeared from the darkest void in space. However, at this time, dark gray divine chains of order began to appear in the infinite void. These chains were like continuous mountain ranges that sparkled with countless runes. They were like pythons locking in the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, attempting to block Lin Ming's breakthrough. You might as well appear together, so you can be severed together. Lin Ming waved his hand. The power of divinity and demons erupted and blasted the great vault of the heavens. A moment later, another set of divine chains of order appeared in the void. These divine chains of order were deep purple, as if they locked in endless fog. These were the divine chains of order that the good fortune Saint Sovereign had used to seal away humanity's essence gathering system. The divine chains that locked away the essence gathering system were clearly far more formidable than those that caged in the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. This was because these divine chains were complete, and also because the good fortune Saint Sovereign had spent a great deal of time and effort to arrange them. Seeing these divine chains of order appear, the 20 to 30 human martial artists present all held their breaths. In the past, they had all tried several times to attack these divine chains of order. To do this, they overdrew their blood vitality, exhausted their strength, and even burnt their blood essence. But all of them failed to overcome these chains. Many times, they were even left heavily wounded. For the martial artists of humanity, these chains left far too deep an impression. These divine chains of order locked up humanity's destiny. It was like this 3.6 billion years ago and continued until the present, like a great mountain pressing down on humanity. In front of Emperor Xianxia, Xiao Maxian, and everyone else's gaze, Lin Ming walked towards those divine chains of order one step at a time. With every step he took, the stars in the highest heavens trembled. This was a manifestation of Lin Ming's body having reached the peak, where he achieved subconscious resonance with the great Tao of the heavens and earth. When Lin Ming arrived in front of the divine chains of order that bound the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, all sorts of phenomena appeared around him. Celestial dragons weaved through the air, phoenixes cried out, and a land seemed to appear within the chaotic misty of blood, one that had genuine life living upon it. This was a phenomenon that only appeared when the mortal body became sanctified, when the body became a world in itself. Lin Ming started to gather his strength. Before he did anything, the divine chains of order in front of him began to tremble, as if they couldn't withstand Lin Ming's horrifying strength. Bang! Lin Ming punched his fist out. Endless blood vitality gushed out. His blood burned with brilliant flames that lit up the vast skies and burned down those divine chains. Open! With a loud bellow, the faint fog of blood which lingered in the air turned into blood dragons that smashed into the divine chains of order in a violent frenzy. Pong! 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 The divine chains of order finally broke apart and disappeared in the world. In that instant, the 9 Tao palaces released an incomparably dazzling brilliance. Out of the 9 stars, one of them shined like the bright moon at night. Starlight flowed out in rivers, all of it falling down upon Lin Ming's body in torrents. This starlight came from the 8th Tao Palace that Lin Ming desired to break into, the Bright Channel Tao Palace. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace. The 7 bright stars were Ravenous Wolf, Titan Gate, Cherished Kismet, Merciful Song, Ardent Virtue, Martial Song, and Army Breaker. The 2 dark stars were Bright Channel and Hidden Origin. The last 2 Tao Palaces of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace wouldn't grant special abilities to a martial artist. However, they were like 2 sets of chains that linked together the 9 Tao Palaces, causing them to shine ever brighter as they allowed the great Tao to blend into them. To open the last 2 Tao Palaces would bring about an overall increase in strength for a martial artist. Like an Empyrean breaking into true divinity, there would be a comprehensive increase in strength. After the divine chains of order were torn apart, Lin Ming borrowed the endless blood vitality within the Grand Mist Spirit bead to soar upwards. He took the brightest of the 9 stars and directly thrust it into his body. During these years, Lin Ming had accumulated far too much in the body transformation aspect. With the addition of the Grand Mist Spirit bead helping him, even though this was a large boundary in the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, he still made a direct breakthrough. The star was refined by Lin Ming. The Bright Channel Tao Palace began to burn. Wang, hum. At this time, the 7 bright Tao Palaces within Lin Ming's body responded. They emitted sounds of ecstatic joy, as if they took great pleasure in what was occurring. Even the already opened 8 inner hidden gates, the gate of life, the gate of death, the gate of healing, all of those gates, all of that endless life potential burst out from Lin Ming's body once more. This stimulation was even more thorough than before. Even the previously unrefined blood vitality essence that remained in his body began to burn away like snow in an inferno. Lin Ming's mortal body was constantly attacked and regenerated within the billowing blood vitality. His skin surged like waves in a storm, and his entire body emitted an aura that seemed as if he could destroy the heavens and earth. Even some rays of light twisted around him, unable to approach him. He seemed to become a single body with the world, a self-contained system, repelling any strength that approached him. Piki-paka. Blinding bolts of lightning drilled out from Lin Ming's pores. They encircled him like threads of silk, like endless purple hairs that lingered around him. Billions upon trillions of great Tao laws took shape, turning into scales that bloomed on Lin Ming's skin like flowers. More and more blood vitality rushed out, seething with excitement, breaking everything open, forming a furnace that sprayed out without end, illuminating this entire part of the world with divine light so that everything turned translucent. Nearby, Xianxia, Emperor Xianxia, and the others were able to feel this strength. In that moment, their blood vitality seemed stirred by the blood vitality and potential emitted from Lin Ming's body. Most of the starlight from the 9 stars gathered in Lin Ming's body, but a small part of it also dissipated outwards, flowing through the void. If Lin Ming were to make a breakthrough alone, this starlight would dissipate in vain. But now, with so many human martial artists present, they naturally wouldn't allow this starlight to go to waste. This starlight was strength that approached the source of the great Tao. Whether it was Xianxia, Emperor Xianxia, Jura, or anyone else, they began to absorb the power of the 9 stars. However, the one who absorbed the most starlight was actually not Jura, but Lin Huang. Lin Huang also had Lin Ming's bloodline running through his veins, and he experienced no pushback in refining the power of the 9 stars. Moreover, Lin Huang dual cultivated essence and energy. Compared to Jiur, who cultivated energy and divine, he naturally possessed the superiority. This scene continued for several hours. After Lin Ming thoroughly refined the strength of the 9 stars, he seemed to emerge from the darkness of creation, a silent immortal that climbed towards the peak of the human mortal body that had been sealed away for billions of years. At this time, Lin Ming's mortal body emitted an even brighter brilliance. As for light from the universe, as these rays approached Lin Ming, they were crushed by a dark and strange strength. The current Lin Ming's mortal body had reached an incomprehensible degree. Lin Ming's body possessed infinite strength that needed to be vented outwards. His eyes flashed, and he looked not too far away towards the divine chains of order that imprisoned the essence-gathering system. This was the good fortune Saint Sovereign's final arrangement, one that he used to swallow humanity's destiny. Lin Ming roared out loud. He smashed out a fist. Bang! The world shook. The divine chains of order disintegrated. Now, even famine had been completely swallowed by Lin Ming. The good fortune Saint Sovereign had relied on famine's abilities to form these divine chains of order. Now, beneath Lin Ming's potent strength, these divine chains naturally weren't a match for him. Kacha! Kacha! The divine chains of order collapsed at an increasingly fast pace. Not too far away, Emperor Xianxia and the others watched on, speechless. They had paid deep prices and put in so much time and effort, yet they weren't able to break through these divine chains. Yet, these divine chains of order were being so easily torn asunder. This power of divinity and demons could really be called the endless great Tao laws, rolling over and crushing everything. After Lin Ming shattered these divine chains of order, he could feel many pained remnant souls in the energy that scattered outwards. They howled in agony and sorrow as they spread out in space. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He immediately understood that these remnant souls had all been imprisoned by the divine chains of order. Within the divine chains of order, besides the existence of a true divinity's strength, there had also been countless remnant souls supporting them. The good fortune Saint Sovereign had killed countless people in these years, and all of this was done for his great ambitions of swallowing the world. If it weren't for the upcoming apocalyptic calamity, if it weren't for the demon god's tomb master, then the good fortune Saint Sovereign could have been considered an unparalleled character of his era, one filled with an incredible ferocity and ambition. He could have likely ruled over the 33 heavens, and his cultivation might have taken a step further until he reached the boundary of a totem-level abyssal. Unfortunately, if the good fortune Saint Sovereign's current strength was placed in the river of time that had flowed for 100 billion years, then he would simply be a commonplace existence. Compared to the demon god's tomb master, the good fortune Saint Sovereign wasn't any more powerful than those numerous ancient demon emperors sealed in the Emperor Bone Sea. As Lin Ming was breaking into the 8th Dao Palace of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, as he was shattering the divine chains of order, far off in a distant universe, within the Azura Forbidden Land hidden in the ruins of the primal god race, Xiang Mei walked above the wilderness, clothed in black. The key to the Forbidden Land was the Chain of Calamity, and up until now it had been in the hands of the current leader of the primal god race, Daiwahen. Lin Ming borrowed his key, and with his understandings of the Azura laws, it wasn't difficult for him to open the Azura Forbidden Land. Xiang Mei walked into the Azura Forbidden Land alone. She felt as if she had walked into an ancient tomb. The great earth was barren and the sun above her was gloomy and dim, as if the world was shrouded in eternal dusk. Without any surprises, this world would be destroyed before long. Xiang Mei never expected that the Azura Forbidden Land would be such a place. She quietly pressed forwards and found stone tablets buried underground. These stone tablets were mottled with time, many of their inscriptions ruined over the years. Looking up, she could see thick layers of clouds gathered overhead. They were heavy and dark, blocking out the light. Xiang Mei shook her head. She continued forwards. What she searched for was the cold ice mirror that Lin Ming spoke of. According to what Lin Ming said, there seemed to be a wisp of remnant soul from her past life contained within. She wanted to personally look upon her past life and find out some things. Perhaps she would find out why the Soul Emperor had expended so much time and effort to control her and raise her. But at this time, Xiang Mei heard a sudden voice, one that gently summoned her. This sound was a little intimate and a little familiar, as if buried in the depths of her memories so that she couldn't remember who it was. This voice was faint, but Xiang Mei could clearly hear it. It was completely different from her own voice. Who is it? Xiang Mei paused her step. As Xiang Mei's steps came to a halt, that voice disappeared, as if it had never appeared at all. However, Xiang Mei knew that this couldn't have been an illusion. She closed her eyes, quietly sensing the origin of that voice. After a long moment of silence, that summoning call appeared once more. It was still weak, but this time, Xiang Mei was able to keenly sense which direction it came from. With some anticipation, with some unease, with some fear, Xiang Mei silently walked forwards. She passed through a graveyard and finally arrived atop a vast field of ice. The cold energy was rich atop this field of ice, and snow billowed in the wind. This cold energy came from the strength of laws, and Xiang Mei felt that these laws were somewhat familiar. This was because she also cultivated the ice laws, and her laws seemed to be interlinked in many places to the laws in the Azura Forbidden Land, as if they came from the same origins. Xiang Mei remained pensive. Then, atop this field of ice, she saw a giant rift, a valley of ice. And below this rift great waves rolled and tumbled. This was an icy river. Although the river waters hadn't frozen, the freezing chill in the air was countless times colder than the frost of the mortal world. However, Xiang Mei was someone who cultivated the ice laws to the extreme. In such an environment, not only did she not think it was too cold, but she actually felt somewhat comfortable. She walked down this ice rift for a long time. Then, at the end of this rift she could see the smooth, ice-like surface of a giant mirror. This ice mirror towered into the clouds. The light blue surface faced Xiang Mei, reflecting the entire world upon it. It seemed that within this cold ice, there was another world. Xiang Mei understood that this great piece of ice was the cold ice mirror mentioned by Lin Ming, and it seemed that a wisp of remnant soul from her past life was within the cold ice mirror. Xiang Mei used a long period of time to slowly walk in front of the cold ice mirror. As she looked into it, she saw winds and ice obscuring everything. Is it here? Xiang Mei softly thought out loud as she stood before the cold ice mirror for a long time. Her only reply was silence. Xiang Mei patiently waited for several dozen breaths of time. Then, on the surface of the cold ice mirror, light ripples suddenly appeared. A gentle and deep voice, one that had slumbered for unknown billions of years, suddenly woke up and echoed in Xiang Mei's ears. "My child, you've come." Xianxia's heart trembled. This voice had been that faint call which summoned her. Feeling it near, there was an inexplicable kindness and familiarity, as if it came from somewhere in the deepest parts of her soul. This sort of feeling was completely unlike her past life. "You are," Xianxia's voice quivered. "I am your last life's mother." Mother? Xianxia shook, like she had been zapped by lightning. Whether it was a father or mother, these were extremely distant matters to Xianxia. Even when she was in the demon god's tomb where she experienced the memories of her past life, she rarely had memories of her parents. In her childhood, what she knew of were struggles, tribulations, slaughter. There was likely only a single reason for this. That was because when she was a child, she rarely came into contact with her father and mother. But today, the mother of Xianxia's past life had appeared. This was a bloodline connection, a communion that caused her soul to beat. Unknowingly, tears fell down her eyes. Her mother was actually in the Azura Forbidden Land. Xianxia could feel that her mother had already died. All that was left was a wisp of her remnant soul. Xianxia knelt down and silently bowed. Originally, Xianxia had taken the peak of martial arts as the goal she would chase after all her life. She never sought out her own parents, but she didn't think she had a father or mother. In fact, to the Xianxia of that time, kinship, family, those ideals were nothing but floating clouds in her eyes. Moreover, she never had family, so she never knew what that felt like. She didn't even have friends. Those she recognized were only those of the same sect or race, as well as the sole emperor who passed down orders to her. But during the long flow of time, Xianxia's character underwent subtle changes. This was particularly true for when she gave birth to Jur. It was at that time she first realized what it was like to have another person in her life whose life she valued more than her own. It was also at that time she understood the significance of family. But when she finally became aware of this meaning, she discovered that her father and mother had already perished, and all that was left over of them were their remnant souls. "Child, rise!" That gentle voice reverberated in Xianxia's ears once more. Xianxia bowed again before standing up and stepping into the world of the cold ice mirror. In this world, she could slowly sense the existence of her mother. This was a light feeling of blended bloodlines that flowed through all directions of the cold ice mirror's world. She suddenly understood what this was. "Mother, your remnant soul is the artifact spirit of the cold ice mirror?" "Yes, this is a spirit treasure refined by Azura. I have already become used to being in here." This gentle voice was continuously weak and faint. Xianxia realized that her mother's remnant soul would not be like those in the Emperor Bone Sea, remaining in a state of everlasting perpetuity. There would be a day when her mother's remnant soul would become so weak that it would eventually dissipate into the void. This left Xianxia's heart aching. She could guess what had happened. 10 billion years ago, the Azura Road Master couldn't bear to see her mother vanish into nothingness. Thus, he had protected her mother's remnant soul within the cold ice mirror. But this also meant that her mother had withstood 10 billion years of loneliness here. Of course, there might have been some people who accompanied her. Xianxia had a feeling in her heart. She turned and saw that 1,000 feet away, on a glacier, a blue-clothed woman wearing a veil was silently standing. Cold winds swayed about her and her black hair danced in the wind. The feeling she gave off was like that of an ice lotus blooming atop a snowy mountain, untainted by mortal hands. Although this woman wore a veil, Xianxia could instantly confirm something. This was her past self. It was like staring at the mirror, both reflecting each other. Xianxia wasn't sure what to say. Her mind was left in chaos. In truth, Xianxia was a complete self born from her 10th life. But, because of some unknown reasons, she had been severed from her first 9 lives. There were many riddles in her mind as well as many doubts. If possible, Xianxia didn't want to bother with these things. What she wanted the most was to break away from the turmoil of the world with Lin Ming, bringing Jur with them. Although they couldn't experience a life of eternal happiness, it would still be a long, happy, and simple life. However, as for her past life, Xianxia in truth didn't want to fuse back together with her previous personality. She just wanted to remain the pure her that she was. However, there were many things in life that couldn't be just because she hoped for them. Destiny was like a great wheel. Whether or not one was prepared for it, whether or not one could withstand it, it would still come rolling towards you. Just like the present. As Xianxia was lost in thought, she suddenly felt a stabbing pain in her chest. Her face instantly paled. A cold sweat began to fall down from her forehead. An inexplicable racing of her heart left her feeling anxious. It was at this time that Xianxia's mother discovered something strange occurring to Xianxia. She asked with worry, "My child, what is wrong? Have you been injured?" Xianxia gasped for breath. A hand pressed against her chest. I don't know. Suddenly feel anxious, as if I can't catch my breath. This feeling came suddenly and inexplicably. It left dark clouds hovering over Xianxia's heart. Oh! At this time, across unknown layers of time and space, in the vast chaos, there was a sea that extended outwards for countless miles. For there to be a sea in the starry skies was simply inconceivable. And this sea was filthy and yellow, with innumerable bones floating within. Faintly, one could hear the bitter cries of souls in the sea breeze, agonized wails that left one feeling dread and apprehension. At some unknown time, atop the originally calm sea surface, a storm suddenly rose up. The storm grew larger and larger, and the seawater was like two waterfalls rising into the air. Countless skeletons were smashed apart by the turbulent sea waves. And in this raging sea, a youth appeared, stepping through the void as he emerged from the sea waters. He had long hair as white as snow and a face that was paper white. He slowly rose upwards until he flew 100,000 feet into the air. Then, he looked at the sea in the starry skies and casually waved his hand. The vast and limitless sea began to rapidly shrink. From millions of miles to hundreds of thousands of miles to thousands of miles to hundreds of miles to several feet to several inches, and finally it shrank into a single drop of water. This drop of water flew into the pupil of the white-haired youth's eye, moistening it like a single tear. However, after this youth's eye was moistened with this drop of water, it still remained as old and dirty as before, emitting the death energy that only a corpse would have. The great sea that contained endless bones had turned into a single water drop and then fused into a youth's eye. Anyone who saw this would feel their scalp tingle with dread. The youth fell deep into thought. He looked into the distant starry skies, a happy expression on his face. But this happy smile caused one to feel an inexplicable sense of fear. I never thought that there would be some people so impatiently wishing to see me. The youth spoke out loud. He stepped up into the void, as if there were invisible stairs that only he could see. Like this, his figure submerged into the void, sinking in silently and leaving behind only light spatial ripples. Within the wild universe, not only were there many star clusters with complicated terrains, but there were also many areas of space that were twisted up, making them nearly impossible to probe. This was a place deep in the wild universe, in a world isolated from the outside. This world wasn't large. It was only several hundred miles wide and shined as if it were a bright spring day. The sounds of tinkling water from spirit springs filled the air. On the lush green grass, cute little rabbits ran around and mischievous fawns raced about. A girl dressed in flowery clothes rode a winged unicorn. She galloped out from a forest, speeding along the plains, her melodious laugh ringing about like silver bells. "Big brother, teach me the body transformation technique tomorrow," the girl shouted from afar. She was Jewel. As she spoke, she hugged the winged unicorn's neck and leapt off. The big brother she spoke to was Lin Huang. At this time Lin Huang was training his spear. His actions were focused and meticulous. Shua! The winged unicorn reared upwards, its hooves raised high up into the air before being brought crashing back down. Bits of fragrant green grass flew up, some falling on Lin Huang's spear and some falling on his face. But he didn't seem affected at all. Jur flipped over and landed at Lin Huang's side. She could see that Lin Huang wasn't looking at her and couldn't help but smile. She slapped a palm on the shaft of Lin Huang's spear, but the spear shaft had Lin Huang's true essence poured into it. so it remained like an iron statue, motionless. I must say, big brother, even Daddy says that we can relax for a year. So how come you are still training here? This small world was a hidden one that was carefully chosen by Lin Ming. Lin Ming spent a great deal of time and effort to lay down sufficient array formations to completely seal up this entire world. Even if a peak true divinity powerhouse were to probe the surrounding starry skies with their sense, they still wouldn't be able to discover anything. Now, besides Shang Mei, Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, and Xiao Maxian, Lin Ming's 4 children also lived here. They all lived here, in this world that he had arranged, in order to give his family a chance to settle down and stabilize. He knew that in the near future he would have to fight the Soul Emperor, and he wanted to settle his family in order to avoid them being dragged into that great war. This world was supported with stable enchantments that formed a comprehensive system. It absorbed energy from the universe and was extremely durable. Without Lin Ming personally unraveling the array formations, even if an upper true divinity were to spend an entire day attacking it, they still wouldn't be able to break their way in. In truth, Lin Ming had prepared for the worst possible outcome. If an accident occurred and something happened to him, then his family could stay in this hidden world. At least there would be a small chance for them to live on. The great calamity was descending upon them all but had yet to arrive. Lin Ming's original intention was to accompany his family for some time and allow them to enjoy the little bit of peace that there was before catastrophe came. But for this short and comfortable period of time, Lin Huang actually spent most of his time training. Little sister, you are not suited for body transformation. Lin Huang drew a flower in the air before putting away his spear. At this time, one could see energy gathered around him like 2 large snakes that were then sucked into his body. Dual cultivating energy and divine is more than enough for you to walk very far. Even Father still takes 2 great cultivation systems as his primary focus, and the 3rd system as an auxiliary. Aya, brother, you are just so boring. Body transformation just seems so cool. I have decided later that I will also use a spear as my weapon. Wait. No, I will use a lance, an ancient war lance, the type that is over 10 feet long. As Jur spoke, she assumed a straight posture. In her hands, energy of the heavens and earth gathered, forming into the shape of a lance. This energy lance was 10 feet long. As she brought it flat before her body, it seemed quite dazzling when combined with her heroic stance. Lin Huang scratched his head. Sister, training in martial arts is to strengthen yourself, not for playing around. Jur was already left speechless by Lin Huang. She felt that it was just far too difficult to communicate with this big brother Lin Huang, and it was instead easier to get along with her second brother. However, her second brother didn't seem to enjoy practicing martial arts as much. In truth, her second brother was only around 2,000 years of age, and it would be hard for him to play any role in the upcoming calamity. Let alone her second brother, even her eldest brother Lin Huang would find it impossible to help their father fight against the Soul Emperor. Second brother is fishing with Auntie Xian. Let's go and take a look. Daddy is something. Huh? He said that he would accompany us for a few years, but we haven't even seen his shadow these past days. I wonder just what he's been up to. Jur was a particularly talkative child. Perhaps it was because she had grown up in the stuffy and quiet demon god's tomb. But even when faced with this Lin Huang that didn't respond much, she still chattered on non-stop. Lin Huang shook his head. He followed his little sister. They passed through a hillside and came to a small lake that rippled with clear blue water. The waters within this lake were all from spirit springs. If a mortal were to drink a single drop, they could prolong their life for 100 years. All of this had been arranged by Xiao Maxian, and Lin Ming's entire family had lived here in this independent world for 3.5 years already. Lin Ming said that he would live in this small world for 5 years. Then, he would leave to go into seclusion alone, perceiving the laws and impacting towards a higher boundary. To the current Lin Ming, in a situation where he didn't experience a great lucky chance and only bitterly trained, he wouldn't be able to increase his strength much in 5 years. When a bowstring was always strung taut, it would eventually snap. To always be tensed was not necessarily a good thing. To calm down, slow down, and allow oneself to relax before returning to train again, This might allow one to cultivate even better than before. Thus, Lin Ming used this time to accompany his family. And most importantly, he didn't know if he would have the chance to do so in the future. With the great battle looming in the horizon, Lin Ming always felt restless. As they arrived at the lakeside, Zhou called, "Second brother, Auntie Xian, what are we eating for lunch today?" When a martial artist reached the Xiantian realm, they could already ward off hunger. At this time, they could absorb heaven and earth origin energy or take pills to maintain their lives. Lin Ming's entire family was naturally capable of warding off hunger. But when his family came together, they liked to prepare food and eat together. There was a certain harmony and subtle joy in this. Of course, the foods that Lin Ming's family ate were all top spirit foods, not much worse off when compared to transcendent divine pills. And Zhou particularly loved the food that Qin Xingxuan prepared. But, as she shouted out loud, her footsteps came to a pause. She looked at the distant lake with doubt. She could feel a strange aura. This was a light death energy. The death energy entered into the small lake that had been filled with life and overflowing with spiritual power. The lake was polluted, and even the green grass around it began to wither. On the lakeside, a white-clothed youth was sitting on a large stone, his back facing Zhou and Lin Huang. He grasped a fishing pole of green bamboo. As the fishing line fell into the water, it caused a circle of ripples to spread out. Zhou held her breath. From afar, she had not seen this person, but as she approached, he had appeared like ghosts and gods. This sort of feeling was as if he had always been here, but she had simply never discovered him. It was clear that this wasn't the back of her second brother. Zhou's heart tightened. Lin Ming had never revealed the location of this world to anyone. Besides her mother Xiangmei, who could locate this place due to the link between their souls, as well as their auntie Mo Eversnow, who occasionally visited, there was never anyone else who came. And now this person had appeared from nowhere, their entire body overflowing with killing intent. Moreover, their father wasn't here and also seemed to have no knowledge of this. How could Zhou not be panicked? This person didn't seem like any human Empyrean. In fact, he didn't even seem human at all. Beside Zhou, Lin Huang had already taken hold of his spear to face this great enemy. As for Zhou, although she held onto her spatial ring, she never planned to take out her weapon. She could faintly feel that this person had come by themselves. For someone to be able to quietly penetrate past their father's enchantments without notice, how powerful should they be? She didn't dare to imagine, but she knew that this person was someone that neither she nor Lin Huang could deal with. She quietly took out a sound-transmitting talisman and prepared to send Lin Ming a message. Only if Lin Ming arrived here was there a chance to deal with this stranger. Zhou could feel her palms wet with sweat. But when she pulled out the sound-transmitting talisman, that strange back remained as motionless as before. This caused her heart to sink. This other person absolutely realized her own little actions and yet didn't care at all, simply remaining there like a rock. This was proof that he simply didn't fear their father at all. "Zhou, come here." As Zhou was dripping with a cold sweat, unsure of what to do, a deep and dignified voice sounded out from behind her. Zhou trembled. This was her father's voice. Although this unknown person had quietly passed through their enchantments, their father had discovered it afterwards. Or, there was a possibility that this stranger had allowed their father to discover him. No matter what happened, Zhou knew with absolute clarity that this was an extremely critical situation. This was because she could see how tense her father was, how solemn his expression was, and she could even see beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. Zhou's heart skipped a beat. In her eyes, her father was a near omnipotent existence. But now there was sweat forming on his forehead. "Father!" Lin Huang gripped his spear, his breath caught in his throat. "You come too." Lin Ming's tone brooked no disobedience. In this situation, the role Lin Huang could play was nearly negligible. And at this time, from not too far away, two people were walking towards this area. One of them was a gentle-looking woman. She wore a light yellow dress and had a delicate bamboo basket hanging on her arm. This bamboo basket was filled with little mushrooms that had been bred in this small world. By her side was a handsome youth. He had elegant clothes and a charming appearance. The outline of his face was faintly similar to Lin Ming's, but they possessed two completely different styles. They were Qin Xingxuan and Qin Xingxuan's son, the second brother that Jiur spoke of, Lin Xian. The two of them were originally chatting and laughing, but as they saw the scene by the lake, their steps came to a standstill. Qin Xingxuan looked at Lin Ming and the white-clothed youth with wide eyes. Shock flashed in her pupils. She and Lin Xian had just been at the lakeside relaxing, and afterwards had decided to pick some mushrooms to prepare some mushroom soup for later. But now they had returned to this scene before them. Looking at Lin Ming and Lin Huang's actions, they understood that this was an enemy invasion. Xingxuan, come here. Lin Ming's voice was low and deep. Just before he appeared, he had been with Mu Qianyu, Xiao Maxian, and his daughter Lin Yu. He had received them all into the Grand Mist Spirit Bead space. Now, he planned to bring Qin Xingxuan and the others into the space within the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. He was well aware that if the Soul Emperor were to attack at this time, those here would die a horrible and violent death. It was because of this that his forehead was wet with sweat. His sense was completely focused on the Soul Emperor's every action and movement. If his family were to be killed by the Soul Emperor, he couldn't imagine just what the consequences would be. Father, he is. Jiur had already guessed who this stranger was. In this universe, if there was a person that could cause Lin Ming to be so tense and worried, there was only a single one. Before Jiur finished speaking, a flash of light covered her field of vision. She felt a moment of dizziness as she was sucked into a strange space. Lin Ming and the Soul Emperor had vanished. Lin Huang, Qin Xingxuan, and Lin Xian arrived in this strange space with Jiur. This is the Spirit Bead space. Lin Huang dual-cultivated essence and energy. Lin Ming had once brought Lin Huang into the Grand Mist Spirit Bead to cultivate, so he was able to recognize this space. Father has transferred us into the Spirit Bead space, but he remains outside, facing the great enemy. Lin Huang clenched his fists together. At this time, he saw that within the Spirit Bead space, there was also Mu Qianyu, Xiao Maxian, and Lin Yu. Mother! Lin Huang worriedly shouted out. What happened? Xiao Maxian and Mu Qianyu were unclear as to what had occurred outside. They were originally together with Lin Ming, but Lin Ming's complexion suddenly changed and he instantly placed them into the Spirit Bead space. Before much time passed, Lin Huang, Qin Xingxuan, and everyone else also joined them. Xiao Maxian naturally realized that this was most likely because danger had arrived. Soul Emperor. I fear that the Soul Emperor has come. Jiur muttered. Worry etched across her features. Her words caused everyone's hearts to sink. Soul Emperor. How could this be? Isn't there still a long time before he emerges from seclusion? Xiao Maxian recalled that Lin Ming once said the Soul Emperor would have to go into seclusion for tens of thousands of years. But from that point, only 9,000 or so years had passed. This was the reason why Lin Ming was willing to make some time to accompany his family. If the Soul Emperor had already left seclusion, then Lin Ming would never have dared to be together with his family. Otherwise, if the Soul Emperor were to suddenly appear out of nowhere, then his entire family would be sucked into the chaos. I have no idea. Jiur shook her head. She began to worry over her mother Xiangmei. Her mother had entered the Azura Forbidden Land and still hadn't returned. Now that the Soul Emperor had appeared, would her mother be safe? Oh! On the lakeside, the Soul Emperor still sat upon a rock, fishing. His clothes were as white as snow, like a hermit who had secluded himself in the mountains. From the point that Jiur and Lin Huang had discovered the Soul Emperor, to when Lin Ming had appeared, the Soul Emperor still hadn't moved. Lin Ming slowly reached out a hand. The black dragon spear seemed to have a life of its own as it appeared in Lin Ming's grasp. The Soul Emperor's back faced Lin Ming. He gently laid down the fishing pole and stood up. The moment he rose, the life-filled lake seemed to rapidly lose all vitality, with him at the center. The green grass withered, the flowers crumbled. The originally deep blue waters turned muddy and yellow. The corpses of spirit fish floated to the surface of the water as the entire lake turned into a lake of death. Do you find it strange that I didn't do anything to your family? The Soul Emperor turned around and looked at Lin Ming. He still had the appearance of a sickly youth near death. The only difference from before was that the filthiness and death in his eyes had diminished by the tiniest bit. It's because you believe that victory is already in your hands. Lin Ming stared at the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor smiled. The reason I came is not because I want to use your family to force you to do something, nor do I wish to take you as my servant. Thus, there is no need for me to provoke you, because all I wish to do is destroy you. The Soul Emperor casually stated that he would take Lin Ming's life. This sort of tone and feeling was as if he were trading goods with Lin Ming. But you are not the complete form of the demon god's tomb master. Do you think you have the strength to kill me? Killing intent began to surge off of Lin Ming, gradually condensing towards him. Even the power within the force field enchantments that guarded this world was taken back by Lin Ming. You guessed right. My main body is still in the dark abyss, and I cannot recover it. The Soul Emperor said, not denying this. Not only do you not have your complete form, but you haven't finished your seclusion. Your soul is not yet immortal. Lin Ming said, his words sharp and deadly. He guessed that the reason the Soul Emperor left seclusion midway was all in order to strangle him before he could grow further. The Soul Emperor thought little of it. He simply smiled. It seems you have always misunderstood me. My goal is not to refine the eternal soul. Even with the eternal soul, I cannot gain eternal life. The reason I need to go into seclusion for such a long time is in order to have my soul become the heavenly Tao laws of the demon god's tomb and thoroughly control the Emperor Bone Sea. Your eternal soul is merely a primer, an opening act for me to do so. To have his soul become the heavenly Tao laws? Lin Ming's heart shook. A human had essence, energy, and divine. They were equivalent to one's flesh and blood, true essence and soul. Correspondingly, the universe also had its own essence, energy, and divine. They were all creatures and matter in existence, all energy in the universe, and the heavenly Tao laws. The soul of the universe was the heavenly Tao laws. If the Soul Emperor could transform his own soul into the heavenly Tao laws, then he would naturally become immortal. Although I have not completed the final transformation of my soul, I have still completed over half. There is also one final stage remaining, but I can pause this final stage midway to come out and handle some matters that must be completed in advance. For instance, killing you. Lin Ming coldly sneered. It seems you aren't as confident as you think you are. Do you think you won't be my match 10,000 years from now? The Soul Emperor laughed out loud, without any sense of denial. In the great scheme that I have laid out for 100 billion years, I have considered all the people in the world within my calculations, and yet I have actually miscalculated you. In these 100 billion years I have seen countless peerless geniuses, but I never imagined that there would be a genius who could rise to a level that could truly threaten me. And I never would have imagined that on the Sky Spill planet, Shang Mei would guarantee your life with some threats and concessions. And while I was in seclusion, in a situation where you were nothing but a dried-up lamp on the verge of death, you actually managed to survive and become reborn, even cultivating yourself back to the peak. You have indeed given me many surprises. But I no longer wish to be surprised again, so I have personally come to kill you off. While the Soul Emperor spoke, a single teardrop rolled out from one of his filthy eyes. As this teardrop left the Soul Emperor's eye, it crazily expanded, turning into a raging flood that overwhelmed Lin Ming's small world. Everything in the world was sucked into this flood. This water was like acid, corroding the life force of anything it touched. Although I do not have my complete form, I am not someone you can defeat. Now, let me see just how much you've grown these past years. As the Soul Emperor spoke, the waters had already filled up the entire small world. With a loud explosion, the enchantments that Lin Ming had laid down in this world, all of the concealing array formations completely shattered. These were enchantments that not even an upper true divinity could destroy if they put in all their strength. Yet, in front of the Soul Emperor, they were actually so weak and fragile. Who? Souls cried and demons wept. The sea of the Soul Emperor's terror was flooded with countless suffering souls and bones. Lin Ming felt the energy within his body turn stagnant and his strength be suppressed by a great deal. There was even a feeling of tight breathlessness in his chest. It was clear that this sea was the Soul Emperor's force field domain. This is the sea of suffering. Those who enter have no way to leave, and today you will die here. As the Soul Emperor spoke, he lifted a finger and pointed it outwards. His skin was as pale as paper, and one could even see the blood vessels beneath. However, a normal man's blood vessels were blue, but the Soul Emperor's were gray, as if the blood that flowed within them was also filled with death. This finger amplified to infinite proportions in Lin Ming's eyes. He was simply unable to resist, unable to dodge. The spiral fingerprint was clearly visible, each circle like a vortex. Because the Soul Emperor's finger seemed as large as the heavens, each circular fingerprint was like a ring-shaped mountain range. Lin Ming's eyes shot open, and he grasped the black dragon spear in his hands. He felt that, in his entire life, he had never encountered such a terrifying attack before. The finger possessed enough pressure to break down the skies. Lin Ming exploded in a thunderous roar as strength erupted within him to the limits. Around him, 8 Tao palaces opened, and the 2 highest laws also fused into his inner world. The Azura blood began to burn. Lin Ming aimed at the center of that giant finger and thrust out his spear. Spear light as thick as a mountain hurtled forth, like a pillar that lifted the heavens. However, facing that giant finger, even the mighty spear light was nothing but a tiny needle that crashed into it. Kacha! Spear light shattered. However, even though the giant finger was also pierced through, it continued to crush down as before. Bang! With Lin Ming as the center, the entire cosmos seemed to fall down. A massive fingerprint formed in the endless void. Lin Ming coughed out as his joints emitted loud cracking sounds. His bones broke all over, his organs shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying backwards. Like a bag of blood that had been ripped open, blood rained down. So strong. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. This was the first time he experienced the strength of the demon god's tomb master, and this was only his avatar. If the avatar was so horrifying, just what would the complete form of the demon god's tomb master be like? Lin Ming held his breath, revolving the power of divinity and demons in his body. His broken bones and shattered organs began to rapidly repair. A look of faint surprise flashed in the Soul Emperor's eyes. You seem to have opened the 8th Tao Palace of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, attained a higher level and rebirthed your body. In addition, you have absorbed a totem-level abyssal into your body. With the 2 forms fused together, this gave you the body of a heavenly demon. Now, your body's tolerance capacity and recovery abilities far surpass those of any martial artist on the same level. But how many of my attacks do you think you can withstand? The Soul Emperor said with a smile. His smile caused one to feel a chill creep down their back. Lin Ming was aware that what the Soul Emperor said was true. If he hadn't opened the 8th Tao Palace, allowing the 8 inner hidden gates and 9 stars of the Tao Palace to connect and commune at a higher level and giving his body a qualitative leap upwards, then perhaps the Soul Emperor's attack just now would have sundered him in half. Even if he didn't die, he would have lost most of his life and basically been left helpless. But even like this, with his current condition, he wouldn't be able to withstand many of the Soul Emperor's attacks before exhausting all of his strength. This was because no matter how powerful his regenerative abilities were, if he wanted to recover from severe wounds, he would have to consume a massive amount of energy. And the more powerful the body, the more energy that would be used. He couldn't allow the Soul Emperor to freely attack him again. Lin Ming bit down on the tip of his tongue and burnt the gate of life's blood essence. The strength from the burning blood essence caused Lin Ming's blood vitality to seethe within his body. He clenched his teeth, his eyes blazing at the Soul Emperor. However, the Soul Emperor merely curved his lips upwards slightly. Burning your blood essence? You have opened the gate of life, and if you burn a little bit of blood essence you can still restore yourself. But this will only make your strength pass away that much faster, and bring you nearer to death that much quicker. Let me help you along. This time, the Soul Emperor stretched out his entire palm. This palm seemed to hold a great universe as it came crashing down upon Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming's strength had already been gathered to the limit. He cried out into the heavens, his mortal body nearly fusing together with the black dragon spear. Spear and man as one. Wang! Lin Ming's body and the black dragon spear turned into a divine dragon that danced through the air. The divine dragon roared as it shot towards the Soul Emperor's palm. However, no matter how mighty and majestic the divine dragon was, in front of this hand that seemed to command the heavens and earth, it was actually no different from a bug. The divine dragon was about to be pinched by the hand. Lin Ming roared out, burning another 10% of his blood essence. Ha! A loud cry broke through the skies. In this crucial moment, Lin Ming's speed rapidly rose up once more, and he forcefully pushed out from between the fingers of that giant hand. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The heavens and earth collapsed and stars were torn apart. In the surrounding trillion miles, the meteorite belt turned into powder. The countless meteorites and asteroids disintegrated to dust. The explosive shockwaves swept through the entire galaxy. This feeling was as if the galaxy itself had been cut in half. What is that? A trillion miles away, several human world kings saw the apocalyptic scene occurring before them. Is that the supernova of a superstar? A world king mumbled, shocked. They were stationed in this part of the galaxy but didn't know that Lin Ming's hidden world was within their guarding area. No, this is two super existences fighting, a world king said, his complexion grim. Hurry and send the news. Immediately inform Senior Emperor Xianxia. Yes. Oh. You actually managed to escape my palm at the last moment. The Soul Emperor watched as Lin Ming ran about from between the creases of his fingers, hurtling towards him without stop. A flash of surprise appeared in his filthy eyes. My attack seems to have stimulated the potential within your body. Still, nothing has changed. The Soul Emperor wanted to take back his hand and attack once more. But at this time, the rapidly soaring Lin Ming changed his attack trajectory. From hurtling straight towards the Soul Emperor, he forcefully turned himself a sharp 90 degrees. See? The Soul Emperor's sea of suffering force field was torn apart by Lin Ming without end. The sea of suffering didn't hinder the Soul Emperor's strength and attacks, but it would suppress Lin Ming. However, at this time, with Lin Ming fused together with his spear as one, this force field was torn open by him instead. With Lin Ming's body as the center, seawater curled up into a storm as he opened up a whirlpool passage. You want to flee? An intelligent decision. A playful look crossed the Soul Emperor's features. Lin Ming's strike was not aimed to injure him, but to break through the sea of suffering and escape. If one faced an enemy that far exceeded themselves, and knew perfectly well that fighting the enemy meant certain death, then continuing to fight was not bravery but stupidity. Moreover, Lin Ming also had his family with him right now. He didn't want his family to be buried with him. Bang! The boundaries to the sea of suffering were ripped open. Lin Ming overdrew his blood vitality. With the massive backlash of doing so, he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Lin Ming ignored his injuries and flew non-stop into the depths of the universe. He ripped open a space channel and shuttled through the void. In a battle between martial artists, one only needed to be slightly stronger to defeat someone else. But to kill the other party, that was actually far more difficult. In particular, if the other party was attempting to escape with all their might. Since Lin Ming knew he couldn't contend with the Soul Emperor, he chose to temporarily run away. You think you can escape? The moment that Lin Ming broke into the void, an ancient rune flashed out from between the Soul Emperor's eyebrows. This was a spirit mark. It directly fell upon Lin Ming's body. In the past, Lin Ming had already suffered enough losses and experienced enough pain thanks to a true divinity mark. Now, another mark appeared on his body. Lin Ming's thoughts darkened. He could feel the mark that stuck onto his body and knew what he faced now was a great life and death crisis. He seemed to have returned to the time when he was being chased down by soaring feather god king. No matter how much he tore through space and transferred through the void, the Soul Emperor still followed tightly behind. Transferring through the void again and again, the Soul Emperor's true divinity mark was no different from a life-reaping symbol. With Lin Ming's strength, If he were given enough time, then he could erase it. But now the Soul Emperor would never give him this time. Lin Ming didn't know how long he spent racing through the starry skies. From the edges of the wild universe, he flew towards the central region. At this time, just as Lin Ming underwent another great void transfer and left the space channel, he could see that not too far away there was a planet. This planet was filled with life and beautiful scenery. There were some people who lived simple farming lives, and there were also martial artists who had gathered to form small sections. This was a common human planet in the wild universe. 2,000 years ago, the mortals of humanity had already begun to spread out and develop throughout the wild universe. Afterwards, the Saint Sovereign left seclusion, but because there weren't many Saint Empyreans who rejoined the war effort, the Saints no longer had the ability to engage in a large-scale slaughter and encirclement like they did in the past. Because of this, the common people of humanity weren't much affected. Just as Lin Ming saw this planet of the human race, and before he could pass through the void again, he could see that in the skies above, a giant hand came crashing down, rolling over the planet. Lin Ming's heartbeat nearly came to a stop. Without any suspense, the planet blew apart, turning into endless stones. A massive energy storm formed which turned the countless lives on the planet into nothing but space dust. This was the hand of the Soul Emperor. Lin Ming's mind was filled with pure hatred. Just like that, all life on an entire planet had been snuffed out, no different from someone stepping on a crowd of ants. And presently he didn't have the ability to defeat the Soul Emperor. He could only grit his teeth and continue escaping. But at this time, from that crushed planet, endless ghosts and suffering souls flew out. From the summoning powers of the Soul Emperor, these souls weren't destroyed in the energy storm but began to rapidly gather together in a range of tens of thousands of miles. Everything within Lin Ming's field of vision was flooded with a suffocating dark gray. Death energy rose up, fusing into space. The space channel that Lin Ming began to tear open seemed to be caught in a swamp, and he was unable to open it any further. Lin Ming's heart sank. The Soul Emperor had fused this death energy into the void of the universe, changing the nature of space itself so that it was impossible to undergo a great void transfer in this area. If he wanted to continue shuttling through space, he would need to break past this domain. Lin Ming didn't even give it a thought. He no longer tried to transfer through space and instead bit down on the tip of his tongue, erupting with the limit of speed and strength, wanting to rush out from the domain. But at this time, the Soul Emperor's overwhelming pressure came crashing down over Lin Ming. You cannot escape. The Soul Emperor's palm came slapping down, striking Lin Ming as he tried to flee. The slap exploded behind Lin Ming and a shockwave rushed out like landslides and tsunamis. Lin Ming was caught in the waves. Like an arrow shot down by a bird, he began tumbling away. His original speed and savage momentum had been scattered by the Soul Emperor. With it, raging death energy gathered towards Lin Ming, causing him to feel like he fell into a mire. The Soul Emperor thrust out a finger. This finger didn't fall onto Lin Ming, but pointed somewhere in the void. The void began to twist, and beneath the strength of the Soul Emperor, a space gate opened. Woo! 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 Mournful roars echoed from the space gate. 4 black Rakshasas walked out. These 4 Rakshasas were formed from remnant souls. Their bodies overflowed with the ancient aura of kings. This sort of aura wasn't something that could be possessed by ordinarily refined soul puppets, but was an aura that only genuinely supreme powerhouses could have, true rulers of the world. This meant that these 4 Rakshasas weren't made from ordinary remnant souls, but from ancient god kings who emerged from the 33 heavens billions of years ago. After they died, their souls had been refined by the Soul Emperor and they became his soul puppets. Your mortal body is formidable. You've done everything in your power and can even withstand several of my attacks. However, I am done waiting. Explode! The Soul Emperor's gaze was indifferent. He flicked his finger and the 4 Rakshasas hurtled towards Lin Ming. At the same time, the Soul Emperor thrust out a palm at Lin Ming. A black hand appeared, so large so it could hold a planet. This hand emitted infinite death energy as it came smashing down onto Lin Ming. As for those 4 Rakshasas, they revolved their energies to their limits. Their eyes turned red and cracks began to run over their bodies from the terrifying percolation of energy in them. Recalling the word, explode, that the Soul Emperor had just said, Lin Ming understood that these 4 Rakshasas wanted to rush over and explode on him. The Soul Emperor didn't plan on using the Rakshasas to divert his attention, but to blow him up instead. Lin Ming was originally able to rely upon his deep abilities to fight back as he ran away, delaying the Soul Emperor as long as possible. But if the Soul Emperor were to discard these 4 Rakshasa puppets and blow them up and also attack himself at the same time, then it would be impossible for Lin Ming to resist this attack. And to the Soul Emperor, these 4 Rakshasa puppets that were formed from ancient god kings weren't anything at all. The Soul Emperor's attack blocked all directions that Lin Ming could evade in. The Black Hand came crashing down and the 4 Rakshasas blocked all directions. With this, Lin Ming had been placed in a great life and death crisis. In this critical moment, Lin Ming smashed a fist into his own chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence and burned it without hesitation. A black bead appeared in front of him. It completely absorbed all the burning blood essence and emitted a blood-red brilliance. Lin Ming had used the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, and even allowed it to drink its fill of his blood essence. Lin Ming had opened the gate of life, and even if he burned blood essence he could still restore it. But there was actually a limit to burning his blood essence. If he burned over 30% of his blood essence, then he would be left weakened for many days. If he burned over 50% of his blood essence, then it would cause permanent damage to his body. If he were to burn over 70 to 80% of his blood essence, then this might be a fatal wound. But now Lin Ming could no longer care about such things. Facing the Soul Emperor's attack, if he didn't burn his blood essence, then he would undoubtedly die. Lin Ming attacked. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace appeared behind him, and the strength of his demon avatar fused into his true self. Scales enveloped Lin Ming's body and fierce bone spikes drilled out from his elbows. Lin Ming roared out aloud, and together with the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, he hurtled forwards, turning into a meteor that shot towards the Soul Emperor's Black Hand. Lin Ming knew that even the combined force of the 4 exploding Rakshasas couldn't compare to the might of the Soul Emperor's palm. If he were to be struck by this palm, then he would immediately disintegrate into dust and ashes. Bang! With a deep explosion, the Black Hand was forcefully pierced through by Lin Ming. But Lin Ming's recently regenerated body broke down once more. His meridians were torn apart and his joints cracked open. As he held his spear, his arms were twisted at a strange angle and bones jutted out from his flesh and blood. This was a completely disparate battle. Facing the Soul Emperor, even though he was only an avatar of his true form, Lin Ming still wasn't able to resist him. Lin Ming was sent flying backwards. And at this time, the 4 Rakshasas flew towards him. Lin Ming's thoughts sank. He could feel rising despair. If Lin Ming was in his peak state and stimulated his protective power of divinity and demons to the limit, then he could forcefully withstand these 4 exploding Rakshasas. But now his strength was exhausted, his organs broken, and he was wounded all over. He was barely able to pour energy into his shattered meridians, and his crushed skeleton wasn't able to mobilize the power of his mortal body. He was nearly defenseless, and in this completely spent condition, he could only stare helplessly on as these 4 Rakshasas were about to explode around him. This was a strike he absolutely could not withstand. Without a single pause, the 4 Rakshasas revolved their energies to their limits and then exploded together. Bang! It was like 4 suns erupting. A blinding divine light swallowed everything. In that violent storm of energy, Lin Ming blinked as a shield of white energy shrouded his body. A warm feeling covered him, energizing his body that was nearly completely broken down, and seemed to even be accelerating his healing. But such a situation left Lin Ming's mind tensed. Who? Although the 4 Rakshasas exploding together was still inferior to the Soul Emperor's strike, if one had to look throughout the entire 33 heavens, who could withstand it? The light faded away. A white figure hovered in front of Lin Ming, guarding him. She was the one who had forcefully propped up that protective energy shield just now. She was Divine Dream. At this time, Divine Dream's chest was already dyed completely red with blood. The flexible armor formed from her energy had torn apart. Her arms that supported the protective shield fell down, limp, as the bones in them had already been crushed to pieces. Not just that, but blood streamed out from her eyes, nose, and ears. Her originally starbright eyes had dimmed and had lost their luster. Divine Dream was the first human to break into true divinity. When Lin Ming returned, she had long since gone into seclusion for 2,000 years to break into middle true divinity. Besides Lin Ming, she was the greatest powerhouse of humanity. And today was her first battle since stepping into middle true divinity. Or perhaps, this couldn't even be called a battle at all, but a moth flying into the flames. From when Lin Ming first started fighting with the Soul Emperor, the human race headquarters had already obtained news of it. Even though they knew perfectly well that they couldn't play any effective role in Lin Ming's battle, they still couldn't stand idly by and ignore the danger that Lin Ming was in. Even disregarding the fact that Lin Ming had rescued them several times, if Lin Ming died, then humanity would soon follow. Lin Ming and the Soul Emperor did not conceal the location of their battle at all. Wherever they went, the earth would shake and the heavens would crumble. It wasn't difficult for human true divinities to use their sense and lock onto the path that Lin Ming fled in and where the Soul Emperor was chasing him. With this, the high-level figures of humanity started to rush towards Lin Ming, and the first one to arrive was naturally the strongest of them all. Divine Dream, who had just left seclusion. Senior Divine Dream. Lin Ming's body flickered and he arrived at the side of Divine Dream and helped support her. After being heavily wounded by the Soul Emperor, Divine Dream couldn't even stand steady. As he watched Divine Dream bleed from her head and her spiritual sea darkening, Lin Ming bit his lips, rage filling his heart. As his life was hanging by a thread, Divine Dream had overdrawn her life in order to block that catastrophe for him. Now he could feel Divine Dream's life aura rapidly weakening. This left Lin Ming burning with worry. There is actually someone who came to rescue you without a care for their life, and to give you a chance to catch your breath. Since this is the case, let me fulfill your wishes and allow you to die together. As the Soul Emperor spoke, he stretched out his palm. The surface of his palm tore open and a bone staff drilled out from the flesh and blood. The bone staff was 10 feet long and glossy, as if it were made from black agate. This was the Soul Emperor's weapon. The Soul Emperor had the appearance of a youth and wasn't too tall. This bone staff that was hidden in his body was actually a good deal longer than his height. It was genuinely crafted from the bones of the demon god from 100 billion years ago. It had already reached an unimaginably high grade. As the Soul Emperor brandished this bone staff, his aura became far more terrifying. Seeing this weapon and feeling the immense pressure of the Soul Emperor, Divine Dream shivered. This was not a level of strength that a true divinity could contend with. Lin Ming, I will give you the final measure of my strength. Divine Dream struggled to say with a true essence sound transmission. She had already been severely weakened. The difference between her and the Soul Emperor was far too great. In order to block his strike, she had to overdraw her blood vitality, and the injuries she sustained in the process were far too deep. She was almost only managing to support herself with her will alone. Now, it was impossible for the strength she had left remaining to pose any threat to the Soul Emperor. The only thing she could do to play a role in this battle was to burn her blood vitality and divine soul and pass that strength on to Lin Ming. With the strength of her divine soul as the conductor, she could pass the last dregs of her power into Lin Ming's body. Then, combined with Lin Ming's 9 stars of the Tao Palace and true divinity strength, he could reach the peak of essence, energy, and divine. With this, he might have a possibility of blocking the Soul Emperor's next attack. But by this time, Lin Ming's eyes had already turned blood red. He was well aware that if Divine Dream were to burn her blood vitality and divine soul in such a state, she would undoubtedly die. Senior Divine Dream, I know that you want to bet everything in order to preserve my life as well as preserve the future of humanity and the 33 heavens. But I cannot borrow your strength. I do not want others to die for me. Moreover, my body has already been marked by the Soul Emperor's true divinity spirit mark. While I can escape one catastrophe, I cannot escape the second. There is simply no path left for me to retreat. In truth, ever since the first day I stepped onto the road of martial arts, there has never been any retreat for me. In my lifetime I have been defeated, I have fled, I have been schemed against, and once I even fell from the highest mountain peak to the lowest valley and experienced true death. But I never thought of admitting defeat. If the Soul Emperor wants to kill me, then let me face him. As Lin Ming spoke, he burned his blood vitality without reserve. A horrifying strength rushed through him, so intense that his meridians and mortal body were barely able to withstand it. His skin began to crack apart and tear open from the pressure. But at the same time, Lin Ming's martial arts will rose straight up and then rose again. That invisible martial arts will seem to turn into a peerless spear that pierced into the vastness of the universe. The change occurring within Lin Ming left Divine Dream startled. At this time, the heavily wounded her found it hard to resist the pressure created by Lin Ming's eruption of strength. Bang! With the Soul Emperor at the center, a storm of energy erupted, covering Lin Ming and Divine Dream. This energy storm was only the Soul Emperor's opening move, but this opening move was already able to disintegrate any Empyrean-level martial artist. Beneath the tearing strength of the storm, the severely wounded Divine Dream was naturally unable to resist it. Lin Ming opened up a protective shield of the power of divinity and demons, stimulated his strength to the limit. Strength! Give me strength! More strength! Strength beyond strength! Lin Ming roared in his mind. The demon spine buried in Lin Ming's flesh and blood was pulled out by him. With the support of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, it was forcefully swallowed into his body. Such a demon god bone would be difficult to digest if it were fused into his flesh and blood, and it would even have side effects. But at this time, Lin Ming couldn't care about such things. The Soul Emperor's complexion changed for the first time. As Lin Ming wildly combusted his blood essence, he could feel that Lin Ming's divine soul had reached an unprecedented peak. This was a transformation that could only occur on the precipice of life and death. The Soul Emperor's expression became several points more dignified. This child cannot be allowed to remain alive. In this battle, the Soul Emperor was able to feel just how terrifying Lin Ming actually was. He had to take advantage of this time to destroy him. The Soul Emperor attacked. The bone staff shot forwards, crashing towards Lin Ming and Divine Dream like the collapse of the world. At this time, Lin Ming lifted his hands and placed the weakened Divine Dream into the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Lin Ming lifted his arms evenly. A blood-red lotus appeared in his right hand and an azura wheel appeared in his left. These were the two highest laws that Lin Ming cultivated, the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra. Then, Lin Ming brought his hands together. From between his eyebrows, his eternal soul blazed like an inferno, like a blinding sun. With the support of that incredible divine soul, the originally incompatible Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra began to thoroughly fuse together at this moment. Lin Ming had already started the initial steps in fusing together the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra in the demon god's tomb. And in order to completely fuse the two together, what he needed was a turning point. And today, Lin Ming fused together the universe of the world and the universe of the body. At this moment, his mortal body, inner world, and divine soul completely fused together with the universe of the 33 heavens. Lin Ming's body was like a star, like all things in existence. The energy in his body was like the origin energy of the universe, and his soul was like the heavenly Tao laws. The strength of the 33 heavens universe flowed towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's strength climbed at a maddening pace. This was no longer just his strength, but strength that came from all lives and all worlds in the 33 heavens. Lin Ming attacked. He didn't use the black dragon spear again. At this time, his flesh and blood body had turned into a spear. His will was the sharpest spear point. Lin Ming's figure turned into a dazzling beam of light that thrust straight towards the Soul Emperor and collided with that bone staff. With a silent collision, the world lost all color. All that remained was a heaven-destroying divine light that lit up the entire wild universe. Great worlds shattered and rivers of stars were cut apart. In this horrifying impact, Lin Ming's mortal body cracked apart, and his arms were nearly reduced to bones. However, the Soul Emperor's body shook and he was thrown hundreds of thousands of miles away. How is this possible? The Soul Emperor steadied his body and came to a stop, his features completely frozen. He looked at Lin Ming and then lowered his head. With a dazed expression, he could see a shocking hole in his body. His snow-white robes were dyed crimson with fresh blood. This wound nearly passed through his chest. He couldn't remember just how long it had been since he had received such a heavy wound. You actually wounded me? The Soul Emperor felt this unbelievable. He was a beyond divinity existence, and even amongst beyond divinity level powerhouses, he was still an outstanding individual. Now, although he was only an avatar and only had a fraction of his main form strength, it still wasn't a level that a true divinity could contend with. The Soul Emperor covered his chest. His flesh and blood crept about, wriggling as it tried to regrow. However, this wound contained the strength of the Great Tao laws and was equal to a scar created by the Great Tao. It wouldn't regenerate for a short period of time. Not just that, but the Soul Emperor also felt an agonizing pain rack his spiritual sea. Lin Ming's attack had not only pierced through the Soul Emperor's mortal body but also injured his divine soul. The strength of the Soul Emperor's divine soul far surpassed anyone's in the universe. And yet he had actually been wounded by Lin Ming. You have really surprised me. But even so, you cannot change your fate. The Soul Emperor moved forwards one step at a time. At this time, not too far away, Lin Ming had already become a completely blood-drenched person. The arms that held the Grand Mist Spirit Bead had nearly turned into white bones. Lin Ming's injuries were far heavier than the Soul Emperor's. He had truly fused together the highest laws and his will had already reached the highest possible peak. But the problem was that he lacked the strength to display this. Ultimately speaking, in the end, his cultivation was too low and his inner world and mortal body couldn't withstand the burden. That strike just now was only possible with Lin Ming burning his blood vitality and divine soul. But just how many more times could he burn his blood vitality and divine soul? The Soul Emperor before him was different from the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. In the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's life, he would never have been able to take that final step beyond divinity. But the Soul Emperor had already accomplished this. Even if they were at the same boundary, the Soul Emperor's strength would far outstrip the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's countless times over. Lin Ming had been able to easily leap over 3 small boundaries to fight the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. But to leap over several small boundaries to fight the Soul Emperor, that was far, far too difficult. The absolute disparity of boundaries was a gap that couldn't be made up for. It was a flaw that was choking Lin Ming to death. Lin Ming felt his strength fading away and his fires of life beginning to weaken. He didn't plan to run away, because trying to do so was useless. He looked at the Soul Emperor, a humorless smile playing on his lips. Even if you kill me, I will make sure today will be your eternal nightmare. Lin Ming's words were like a curse. The Soul Emperor's eyebrows wrinkled together. A cold light flashed in his filthy eyes. You think you have the ability? The Soul Emperor coldly sneered. But at this time his smile froze. He turned and looked into the distant starry skies. Others had arrived. The Soul Emperor's battle with Lin Ming could be called earth-shaking and heaven-sundering. It had caused the entire wild universe to shake. In the meantime, many people had hurried over to catch up to this location. Those that arrived were Emperor Sakya, Great Limitless Buddha, Dark Demon Monarch, Empyrean Vast Universe, and the other powerhouses of humanity. As they saw Lin Ming and the Soul Emperor, their pupils shrank. The Soul Emperor's wounds had already healed by a good half, but Lin Ming was still dripping with blood, a sight that horrified the mind. Even so, Lin Ming still blazed with a brilliant fighting spirit and blood vitality rushed through his body. His eyes were like those of an Azura from hell, emitting infinite killing intent. The feeling that Lin Ming gave off at this moment was like that of an injured but enraged wild animal. This had been a tragic battle. Emperor Sakya and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. They hadn't known that the one Lin Ming faced was the sole emperor, but as they saw the powerful Lin Ming wounded to such a degree, they had already faintly guessed upon the truth. Perhaps in the entire universe, only that old demon could force Lin Ming into the dirt like this. Where is Divine Dream? Seeing Lin Ming and not Divine Dream, everyone felt their hearts tighten. In particular, Empyrean Vast Universe. He couldn't even find a hint of her shadow, and he felt his heart fill with worry. But at this critical junction, he didn't dare send out a sound transmission and distract Lin Ming. But from beginning to end, the Soul Emperor hadn't even glanced at Emperor Xianxia and the others. His attention had never even drifted over to them. The reason his smile froze seemed completely unrelated to these people. He continued gazing into the void, his lips curving up in a smile. I originally wanted to look for you first, but I encountered Lin Ming before that. Since I found him first, I might as well get rid of him first. HM? It seems you also brought some help with you. One of the Soul Emperor's eyebrows arched up. 100 miles away, space warped and twisted, and a black-clothed woman stepped out from the space channel. Behind this woman were two old men. This black-clothed woman was Xiang Mei. As Xiang Mei saw Lin Ming, she suddenly clenched her jaws tightly. As she looked at the Soul Emperor, her vision was as cold as the Nine Nether Abyss, filled with inexhaustible killing intent and hatred. Xiang Mei. Lin Ming's heart sank as he saw Xiang Mei appear. Although Xiang Mei was strong, she couldn't do anything in front of the Soul Emperor. He didn't want Xiang Mei to be drawn into this mess and be horribly tormented and killed by the Soul Emperor. But, as he saw the two old men behind Xiang Mei, he was even further startled. These two old men were the guardians of the Azura Road, Clear and Ink. Lin Ming had seen Clear and Ink in the 7th level of the Azura Road's final trial. Because they had only vaguely displayed their strength, Lin Ming never knew what their boundary was. He only knew that they lived extremely long lives, because they were both part of the Temple Spirit race and possessed lifespans that far outstripped the other living races of the 33 heavens. Within the races of the Azura Road itself, there were two true divinities. Moreover, in the deepest depths of the Azura Sea, there were true divinity-level ancient beasts. For these two old men to be the guardians of the Azura Road, this meant their strength far surpassed the vast majority of true divinities. Clear and Ink were the servants of the Azura Road Master. When the saints invaded the divine realm in the past, Lin Ming had once sought out help from Clear and Ink. But they didn't help. Their answer was that only when Lin Ming possessed enough strength to become a player in the grand chess game of the world would he have the qualifications to understand the mysteries of the Azura Road and Azura Road Master. In other words, in the eyes of Clear and Ink, the saint race invasion of the divine realm wasn't anything at all. In the upcoming end of the world, a war between two races of the 33 heavens could only be considered an opening act. As guardians of the Azura Road, they had their own life mission. And this life mission was undoubtedly related to the demon god's tomb master. As for the battle between the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign and Lin Ming, that wasn't something they would intervene in. In fact, they would even take the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's invasion of the divine realm as a grinding stone for Lin Ming to hone himself upon. Because if Lin Ming couldn't even defeat the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, then he would never be able to grow to the degree where he could face the demon god's tomb master before the great calamity arrived. You too. The Soul Emperor narrowed his eyes. He didn't recognize Clear or Ink. Although Clear and Ink lived long lives, when compared to the years that the Soul Emperor had existed, they were clearly dwarfed. When Clear and Ink started to protect the Azura Road, the Soul Emperor was still deep in recovery. The injuries from 10 billion years ago had been too heavy. It was only several 100 million years that the Soul Emperor seized this current body and began to slowly refine and build up his own power, conserving his strength. They had never met. That woman and those old men are. The human powerhouses glanced at each other. No one recognized Clear and Ink. And even the vast majority of people couldn't guess what Xiang Mei's origins were. But what they could be sure of was that these three people were extremely strong. Now there were three more powerhouses of unknown origin as well as Lin Ming, someone who was severely wounded but remained like an injured wild beast that still possessed a terrifying combat strength. These four people faced the Soul Emperor together. "You old thing, your end has come," Clear said, his energy-filled voice reverberating through the void. The Soul Emperor looked at these two men. As he sensed their energy and law fluctuations, he suddenly smiled. "I was wondering just who it was. But it looks like nothing but the lackeys of that person. 10 billion years ago, your lord joined together with a mortal to destroy me. But not only could they not do anything to me, but they were instead defeated by me. Now, you two minions still dare to stand here and bray about. If you were in your complete form, then we would be instantly killed by you. But you are now nothing more than an avatar. Your complete form has been divided by the amethyst origin crystal, and the vast majority of your strength is locked in the dark abyss. Although we are not your match, we can still heavily wound you and ruin your plans." Clear and Ink glanced at each other and then took out their weapons. Clear's weapon was an array disk and Ink's was a great furnace. Lin Ming had seen this furnace once before. The phantom that it formed was the elementary version of the Galaxy Void Furnace. Facing these two old men, the Soul Emperor thought little of it. After entering seclusion this time, his strength had risen even further. As a beyond divinity level existence, how could his avatar be something that Clear and Ink could contend with? There was no true divinity capable of threatening him. He lifted the bone staff and gently passed his palms along its shaft. With it, a tear opened between his eyebrows and an eye appeared. This eye had no eyeball, nor did it have a pupil. Rather, it was made from endless nothingness, as if this eye contained a dark universe. As Lin Ming saw this eye, he felt his heart sink. He was very familiar with the aura of the universe contained in it. It was the aura of the demon god's tomb. What the Soul Emperor cultivated was to fuse the superworld of the demon god's tomb into himself, turning it into his own strength. Finally, his body would become one with the world, and if the world was indestructible, then he would also be immortal. Now the Soul Emperor had opened up an eye between his eyebrows, and the endless starry skies contained within that eye was the world of the demon god's tomb. This meant that the Soul Emperor was already putting his full effort into this battle. This technique was also one that the Soul Emperor had yet to fully control because he hadn't finished his seclusion. After all, he had yet to thoroughly refine the demon god's tomb. "Be careful. This old bastard is ready to go all out. Lin Ming, eat this pill." Ink and Clear nearly spoke at the same time. A round pill suddenly appeared in Lin Ming's hand. Lin Ming glanced down. This pill was a deep green, and it was unknown how it was refined. Seemed a bit soft, but it was as hard as jade. The surface of this jade bead was covered in circular traces, making it seem particularly special. Although he was puzzled, now was not the time to speak. He immediately swallowed down the pill and felt it melt within him, turning into a warm strength that revitalized his body. Lin Ming burning his own blood essence had originally caused permanent damage to his body. However, after eating up this pill, Lin Ming felt his own blood vitality surge through his body once more. Although it was impossible to completely cure the side effects created from overdrawing upon his life, it would increase his combat strength and extend it for that much longer. This sort of pill could immediately display effects after eating it and wouldn't need one to meditate and digest it. Moreover, it could help someone whose strength far surpassed most peak true divinity powerhouses. It could be imagined how precious it was. "You rest first. Clear, let's attack." Ink and Clear look at each other. Both of them had lived for a long, long time and had already formed a tacit understanding with each other. If they joined forces, then their combat strength would rise to another level. The two people stood in the void, and a golden array diagram appeared beneath their feet. Ink and Clear were positioned in the two eyes of this array diagram. This array diagram was Clear's array disk. At the same time, a giant furnace floated above their heads, constantly revolving and emitting beams of light. With a loud roar, two Azura phantoms appeared behind both Clear and Ink. These Azuras seethed with killing intent and gradually fused with Ink and Clear's mortal bodies. The Azura phantoms were sucked into their bodies. Seeing this, Lin Ming was startled. Ink and Clear obviously cultivated the Azura Heavenly Tao, but their combat method in utilizing it was completely different from his own. After the two of them displayed their arcane techniques, their combat strength rose to an all-new peak. With it, their old and wizened appearance began to change. Their bodies rose and their expressions became grim and resolute. Their wrinkles vanished and their hair turned pitch black. They had rejuvenated themselves from their old age, restoring the appearance of their youths. Their muscles grew and their blood vitality rushed through their bodies. They had been reborn. Neither of them remembered when the last time they used this secret technique was. There were far too many limits on it, and for them it would exhaust a tremendous amount of their energies and even cause their lifespans to plummet. However, facing the Soul Emperor, they could no longer worry about such things. Attack! Ink and Clear shouted out together. The golden array disk and galaxy void furnace that swirled above and below also shot out, ruthlessly smashing down towards the Soul Emperor. Ink and Clear and struck out with all their strength. Seeing this, the Soul Emperor merely chuckled. From between his eyebrows, the void within that third eye rapidly expanded. The world of the demon god's tomb turned into a visible wave that rushed out and swallowed all. For a time, the Soul Emperor seemed to stand in a separate space-time dimension. As for Ink and Clear, their attacks were all sucked into this different space-time dimension. Bang! Bang! Energy exploded, an explosion with enough power to compare to a supernova. A storm of energy swept out. However, that separate space-time remained stable to an unbelievable degree. Everything else was crushed by the storm of energy, but that space-time remained undamaged. Like this, Ink and Clear's all-out attack had inexplicably vanished. All that remained were the golden array disk and giant furnace that slowly flew back into their hands. However, the array disk and furnace had lost a great deal of their spirituality by now. As the two of them saw their own respective weapons return, their bodies froze. From the start, their enemy the Soul Emperor had only stood not too far away in the void, not even taking a single step forwards. How is this possible? Ink and Clear were bewildered. Their joint attack was enough to instantly and overwhelmingly kill the vast majority of true divinities. Even though it would be impossible to kill the Soul Emperor like that, their attack still shouldn't be so weak and pathetic that they couldn't even touch the hem of his robes. He shifted away Senior's attacks. Lin Ming suddenly said, a dignified expression on his face. He was clearly aware of what cultivation method the Soul Emperor trained in and what that technique was just now. The problem was in the third eye that appeared between the Soul Emperor's eyebrows. Just now, the space of the demon god's tomb had expanded to an infinite degree from between his eyebrows and swallowed up Ink and Clear's joint attack. Shifted. After listening to Lin Ming's words, Ink and Clear gradually realized a possibility, and this possibility caused their complexions to change. What is withstanding your attack is not the Soul Emperor himself, but the world of the demon god's tomb, Lin Ming said, his words confirming Ink and Clear's guess. As they realized this, their hearts sank and despair surged in their mind. To use a world to withstand their attacks. They could heavily wound the mortal body of the Soul Emperor, but what about destroying a world? Although it was said that a true divinity possessed the ability to destroy worlds, that was only true for low-level worlds. When it came to worlds like the 33 Heavens or Dark Abyss, these super-universes were worlds that true divinities simply didn't possess the ability to destroy. And the demon god's tomb was equivalent to a compressed super-universe. It had even managed to withstand the great shattering of the previous universal era. How could the power of man possibly destroy such a world? If the Soul Emperor could freely shift their attacks into the world of the demon god's tomb, then how could they continue fighting with him? He was already standing in an invincible position. Without a doubt, the space of the demon god's tomb was the most perfect and most indestructible defense in existence. Could this move have no limit? Ink asked, unwilling to admit defeat like this. The more powerful a technique, the more restrictions it had. This was true for all abilities. But this might not be true for the Soul Emperor because the demon god's tomb was part of his body and what he did just now was equal to using a part of his body to resist their attack. Lin Ming said with a sound transmission, Seniors, the Soul Emperor had already started the initial fusion with the world of the demon god's tomb. This move shouldn't have a limit in what it can shift away, but perhaps there is a limit in how long the Soul Emperor can maintain this state. Lin Ming speculated. The basis of this conjecture was that the Soul Emperor hadn't completed his seclusion and hadn't thoroughly fused with the demon god's tomb. Moreover, when he fought with him, the Soul Emperor hadn't used this technique, and he even managed to wound the Soul Emperor because of it. This shouldn't be because the Soul Emperor underestimated him, but because there was some sort of limit. The Soul Emperor wasn't willing to use the space of the demon god's tomb from the start. So Lin Ming believed there must be some price involved in order to maintain this space. As long as there is a limit, then we just have to last until the end. Clear said, gritting his teeth. He also had some cards left hidden in his hands. Lin Ming said, I remember that in the demon god's tomb, Senior Immortal Sovereign advised me to never fight with the Soul Emperor in the demon god's tomb unless I possessed the ability to tear apart the world of the demon god's tomb. We naturally don't have this ability. And just now, the Soul Emperor used the space of the demon god's tomb to absorb your attacks, and I don't know whether or not he can also suck us into the space of the demon god's tomb. Lin Ming's words were like a cold gale drifting up from the nine nether abyss, causing a chill to creep up Ink and Clear's back. To suck everyone into the space of the demon god's tomb? This was the same as being a turtle in a jar. Anyone who was drawn in would undoubtedly die. What should they do? Ink and Clear were at a loss, and all they faced was the Soul Emperor, an avatar of his true form. If this were the complete form of the Soul Emperor, then he would have an even deeper level of control of the world of the demon god's tomb. If so, just how formidable would he be? Form the array, Ink said, his complexion solemn. He didn't know whether or not the eye between the Soul Emperor's eyebrows could suck them in, as Lin Ming said. But if he did use such an ability, the consequences would be unimaginable. You think this can stop me? Then, it should be my turn to attack. As the Soul Emperor spoke, his strength began to climb without limit. The eye between his eyebrows expanded to an infinite degree. A black vortex appeared, swallowing in the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy. At the same time, Ink, Clear, Lin Ming, and Xianxia all felt a massive suction force pull upon their bodies. A horrifying force field fell over them, blocking out their surroundings. This suction force made them feel as if they would soon be drawn into the space of the demon god's tomb. Their complexions changed. If the Soul Emperor truly possessed the ability to draw them all into the space of the demon god's tomb, then there was no need to continue this battle. All of them would surely die. This was the only outcome. The suction force of the vortex became increasingly terrifying. The Soul Emperor's body seemed to have turned into a giant black hole, and even the surrounding space began to collapse, forming an absolute enchantment that covered everyone. Caught within this enchantment, Lin Ming, Ink, Clear, and Xianxia felt their strength suppressed and their power greatly reduced. Not just that, but Lin Ming discovered that the space surrounding them experienced strange qualitative changes. It became increasingly compact, simply indestructible. The Soul Emperor has formed a projection of the world of the demon god's tomb. Lin Ming suddenly realized. Perhaps the Soul Emperor might not have the ability to suck them into the demon god's tomb, but he could form a world projection and create an absolute domain. This world projection might not be as powerful as the true world of the demon god's tomb, but if it were only used to deal with them, then it was more than enough. It's over. All of you will die here. The Soul Emperor attacked. The dark and cruel bone staff in his hand began to gather the power within the surrounding space, turning that bone staff into a lance which shined with cold brilliance. The space of the demon god's tomb was incomparably stable, and the lance formed by this space was also incomparably sharp, capable of destroying the mightiest defenses. Fight! Clear and Ink simultaneously burnt their blood essence. They had already solidified their will to die here. Even if they had to give everything they had, today they would heavily wound the Soul Emperor no matter what. And at this time, from behind Clear and Ink, Xianxia also attacked. During these years, Xianxia had gone to the Azura Forbidden Land by herself and had only just returned when Lin Ming began his fierce battle with the Soul Emperor. He didn't have any idea what she had done during this time. Ha-dash! Cold wind blew. From within the space that the Soul Emperor had blocked in, a river of cold ice emerged from thin air. This river of ice flowed through space. The river waters were endless and smoky, the waves vast and monstrous, limitless and without bounds. Seeing this, Lin Ming was shocked. Within the world projection of the demon god's tomb that the Soul Emperor formed, any laws or energy would be suppressed by the world strength of the demon god's tomb. Yet, Xiang Mei was able to use such a move in this environment. This left Lin Ming surprised. Xiang Mei, when did she become so strong? Rumble, rumble, rumble. The waters of the ice river parted and a giant ice plane soared up, camouflaging the void for 1,000 miles. The Azura Forbidden Land's cold ice mirror. Lin Ming was dumbfounded. Xiang Mei had refined the cold ice mirror? This cold ice mirror was the supreme treasure of the Azura Forbidden Land. It could be called its foundation. Seniors, let's attack together. As Xiang Mei spoke, she moved the cold ice mirror before them. Clear and Ink were extremely quick to react. They didn't ask why the cold ice mirror was here, but simply took advantage of this time to pour all their energies into it. Lin Ming also flew forth. He placed his hands atop the cold ice mirror and recklessly poured out the power of divinity and demons within him. Bang! The lance formed by the Soul Emperor violently clashed with the cold ice mirror. Energy surged out in monstrous waves and beams of rainbow-hued energies blasted outwards. Even the world projection of the demon god's tomb trembled, as if it would collapse. Ink, Clear, Xiang Mei, and Lin Ming violently shook. The impact of the strike passed through to them from the cold ice mirror, crashing into their limbs and causing their blood vitality to tumble and their meridians to be damaged. Puff! The four of them spat out a mouthful of blood. With the Soul Emperor's strength alone, he had brutally struck them back. You also have such a technique left. This spirit treasure is interesting. How interesting. The Soul Emperor clearly recognized this cold ice mirror. The appearance of it caused a playful smile to play upon his lips. By relying on this spirit treasure, you gathered your strength together to withstand my attack. But how many times you can do this? As the Soul Emperor spoke, layers of killing intent flashed within his dirty eyes. He reached out his arms and laid them flat. At this time, the surrounding space seemed to meld into his body. Then, strength was whipped up into a frenzy. Lin Ming grimaced. He was far too familiar with this strength. During the 1,500 years that he had been in that period of deep seclusion, he had been refining this strength. This was the world strength of the demon god's tomb. But now, in the domain that the Soul Emperor had formed, this world strength had become the most terrifying weapon. Within this sealed space, the Soul Emperor was the ruler. The Soul Emperor raised his hands and a storm of world strength rose up in the world, recklessly swirling about. This storm was like a flurry of sharp knives that constantly cut apart at the group of four's protective barriers. A terrifying pressure shrouded their bodies. Everyone could feel the space around them tighten and contract. The world strength had turned into a cage that crashed down from them on all directions. The cold ice mirror could easily block a frontal attack, but to block an attack that came from all directions was far more difficult. Everyone, help me! Seeing the storm of world strength about to swallow the four of them, Xiang Mei once again brought forth the cold ice mirror. Without hesitation, she bit down on the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Hum dash! Hum dash! Hum dash! The cold ice mirror fiercely trembled. A great energy began to condense from its smooth surface. Clear, Ink, and Lin Ming glanced at each other. Without a second thought, they poured their strength into the cold ice mirror. A dark gray wave shot out from it. This wave looked unremarkable and was only the thickness of a bucket. But it tore through the storm of world strength and shot towards the Soul Emperor like an arrow. Seeing this wave hurtle towards him, the Soul Emperor's complexion slightly changed. This strength is... The Soul Emperor instantly realized that this was the strength sealed within the cold ice mirror and not Xiang Mei's own. Xiang Mei had only used her blood essence as the catalyst to unseal it. The Soul Emperor hastily drew backwards. At the same time, the vortex from the eye between his eyebrows reappeared once more. The world of the demon god's tomb expanded and completely swallowed this strength. The Soul Emperor had used this same move of summoning the world of the demon god's tomb to block off the cold ice mirror's attack. See, as this strength entered the world of the demon god's tomb, it didn't explode at all. Rather, it tore through the void, continuing until the end. The Soul Emperor's complexion paled a little bit. This strength is from immortal. The Soul Emperor's eyebrow twitched. As this strength flew into the world of the demon god's tomb, it disappeared without a trace. And from the Soul Emperor's response, one couldn't see that this attack had any effect just now. Xianxia's heart sank. Although the cold ice mirror was the Azura Roadmaster's spirit treasure, the sealed strength she shot out just now was from her father. This was power of an incarnation that the immortal sovereign had forged in the past to protect and shelter her mother. And now it had been used by Xianxia. Perhaps because far too long a time had passed, or perhaps because the Soul Emperor's ability of using the world of the demon god's tomb to block attacks was too heaven-defying. But no matter what the reason was, nothing seemed to have happened to the Soul Emperor. Even the strength that father left behind cannot do anything to him, not even wound him. Helplessness surged in Xianxia's heart. Although that attack just now had torn through the storm of world strength, it hadn't been able to wound the Soul Emperor. Like this, it would be difficult to withstand the Soul Emperor's next attack. After all, every time she used the strength sealed within the cold ice mirror, it would be permanently weakened. That might not be true, Lin Ming suddenly said. His eyes blazed as he looked at the distant Soul Emperor. He said with a sound transmission, "It might not have been easy for him to block that attack." Lin Ming's words caused the hearts of the three others to shake. In the starry skies, the Soul Emperor frowned. Xianxia, Ink, Clear, and Lin Ming all held their breath. They didn't know what the Soul Emperor's situation was like, and the Soul Emperor seemed to be momentarily lost in thought. With a calm gaze, he looked upon Lin Ming and the others, not immediately attacking. The Soul Emperor remained motionless, as did Lin Ming and the others. After all, whether it was Lin Ming, Clear, Ink, or Xianxia, the four of them had all received varying degrees of injuries and had consumed a great deal of their blood essence. If the Soul Emperor continued his storm-like assault on them, then they wouldn't be able to last much longer. Now that the Soul Emperor's attacks had slowed down, they naturally had to take advantage of this time to recover. Ink and Clear each swallowed pills and also passed 2 to Lin Ming and Xianxia. But these pills were clearly not as precious as the one Lin Ming had just eaten. After eating them up, a period of digestion and absorption was required for them to play a role. Lin Ming thought for a moment. He said with a sound transmission, "Let's make one more bet." Clear and Ink were startled. Join together to attack the Soul Emperor. Lin Ming's wounds caused the hearts of the others to skip a beat. Are you saying that the Soul Emperor has already been injured, and he requires even more time than us to suppress his injuries? Xianxia suddenly realized this possibility. Originally, the Soul Emperor had grasped the initiative in the offensive, and he also knew that they were wounded and had consumed a great deal of their energy. But in this situation, the Soul Emperor still hadn't moved first to strike at them. Perhaps this meant that the Soul Emperor needed some time to adjust his condition. Could this be a trap? It was only a strike from the cold ice mirror. According to any logic, it shouldn't have been able to cause too great an effect. And from the looks of things, there isn't anything different with the Soul Emperor. Clear and Ink hesitated for a moment. The might and power of the Soul Emperor was already deeply engraved within their hearts. For him to be severely wounded by Xianxia's last strike seemed truly incomprehensible. Lin Ming said, "I think there may be some other reason, but we still have to make this bet. Even if it is a trap, we still must rush into it, because if he recovers and attacks us again, we will all undoubtedly die." Lin Ming and the three others weren't a match for the Soul Emperor. If the battle dragged on, then their deaths were assured. Since this was the case, they might as well make one final desperate bet, since the result of that couldn't be any worse than waiting. As Lin Ming spoke, energy began to bubble up within his body, and he burnt his blood essence once more. This was truly Lin Ming's limit. Even after eating up that last pill, this attack would completely exhaust his strength. Even if Lin Ming were to survive this battle, he would still have to suffer the consequences of overdrawing his blood essence. Since this was a life-or-death struggle, Shang Mei, Ink, and Clear also desperately fought. They each erupted with their fullest potential, revolving their energies to the limit for this final strike. And not too far away, the Soul Emperor still had a gloomy expression. It was unknown just what he was doing. Lin Ming didn't hesitate. Attack! With a loud shout, Lin Ming fused the two highest laws within his hands. Although the Holy Scripture laws hadn't reached perfection as he only had the 7 Revolution Red Lotus, these flaws were able to be made up for by Shang Mei. At the same time, Ink and Clear fused the Azura Phantoms into their bodies once more, displaying their greatest strength. Lin Ming and Shang Mei's attack merged together as one and joined with Clear and Ink's attacks. The 4 people attacked together and the energies gathered into 2 raging currents, hurtling towards the Soul Emperor like 2 wild dragons. Facing this overwhelming attack, the Soul Emperor fiercely grit his teeth. A sharp light flashed out from his filthy eyes. The world of the demon god's tomb erupted from between his eyebrows once more. Like a great vicious beast that swallowed all, it devoured every attack. Whoosh! The currents of energy smashed into the void. The Soul Emperor shook and he was forced backwards before barely managing to stabilize himself. On his originally pale white face, an abnormal red luster began to spread. At this time, as the Soul Emperor looked at Lin Ming and the others, his eyes held a reckless killing intent. But although this killing intent surged in his eyes, he still didn't counterattack. This left Lin Ming and the others startled. Without a doubt, the Soul Emperor had been injured somehow or some hidden wounds had suddenly broken out, making it so that he had no choice but to stop and suppress them. Although they didn't understand what was happening with the Soul Emperor, no one would let go of this opportunity that had arrived in front of them. Lin Ming and the others were already in desperate straits. They had each burnt their blood essence several times already and couldn't possibly continue burning it. With their strength exhausted, their striking power was also limited. Thus, Shang Mei summoned the Cold Ice Mirror once more. The Cold Ice Mirror still held a mortal's remnant strength. It was more than enough to attack the Soul Emperor with. As the Cold Ice Mirror appeared, the Soul Emperor's expression turned fierce and diabolical. Lin Ming, Shang Mei, and the others didn't know what the Soul Emperor's problem was at the moment. And in truth, it wasn't the Soul Emperor's mortal body that was the problem, but something occurring in the world of the demon god's tomb. It was better to say that there were great changes occurring in the demon god's tomb's Emperor Bone Sea. As for what these specific changes were, the Soul Emperor didn't have time to fully investigate. But he could guess that these changes were related to the ancient demon emperors that had been sealed away for all those billions of years. And it was also likely related to Immortal Sovereign and the Demon Lord. These 2 existences were the greatest powerhouses within the Emperor Bone Sea. While they were suppressed within, they naturally shouldn't have been able to cause any trouble. But now the Soul Emperor had left his seclusion early and also fought with Lin Ming and the others, not hesitating to use the world strength of the demon god's tomb that he had yet to fully refine. With the instability within the world of the demon god's tomb, the overdrawing of energy, as well as the invasion of Immortal's energy from the Cold Ice Mirror, all of these factors combined together provided an opportunity for change within the Emperor Bone Sea. The Soul Emperor could even imagine that Immortal Sovereign had been lying in ambush within the Emperor Bone Sea all this time. Immortal Sovereign must have been waiting for this moment when his control over the demon god's tomb was at its lowest to suddenly burst out at this crucial junction point and give him a fatal strike. You all deserve death. The Soul Emperor's expression became increasingly fierce. The demon god's tomb force field also turned increasingly unstable. Black flames seemed to light up in his eyes. Ha-dash! From within the Soul Emperor's body, the roar of a great dragon seemed to suddenly burst out. The Soul Emperor's body started to tear open. Cracks appeared in his pale skin and black flames blazed out from these cracks, brilliantly gushing into the air. Before Lin Ming and the others attacked once more, the Soul Emperor moved first. In that moment, the Soul Emperor also spat out a mouthful of blood. Be careful! Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He realized that the Soul Emperor was disregarding any backlash or wounds for this one strike. He wanted to take them all out here. The Soul Emperor's body burned with black flames, and his target was also extremely obvious. It was Lin Ming. He wanted to kill Lin Ming. For him, this might even be his final chance. Once Lin Ming was allowed to escape, the consequences would be inconceivable. Within the void, the world strength of the demon god's tomb all gathered towards the Soul Emperor. Like a meteor that trailed with black flames, the Soul Emperor hurtled towards Lin Ming. With this sort of momentum, Lin Ming even thought that the Soul Emperor wanted to use this avatar to perish together with him. Block it! Fight! Clear and Ink's eyes turned red. They realized that this might be the Soul Emperor's last attack. If they could survive this, then they would win. Hum! The cold ice mirror trembled as it shielded Lin Ming's front. Xianxia's body began to burn with icy blue flames. All of her accumulations ever since reaching true divinity completely erupted in this moment. As for Clear and Ink, they stood on each side of Xianxia. They gathered their hands together and burnt their blood essence one more time. Their mortal bodies began to wither and turn old with speed visible to the eyes. This scene left Lin Ming's heart aching. With the battle having reached this stage, there was no longer a path to retreat, for him or for anybody else. They could only risk everything they had. Lin Ming suppressed the hate and sorrow that simmered in his heart. He poured out his final strength, attacking together with Xianxia, Clear, and Ink. The two sides brutally collided. The sounds of shattering filled with air, following with waves of energy that fired off in all directions. The surface of the cold ice mirror shattered. Xianxia bore the brunt of the attack. As the controller of the cold ice mirror, she had poured all of her strength into it, including even her divine soul. In this final collision with the Soul Emperor, she withstood the greatest burden. Puff! Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. Her field of vision began to blur. The impact against her soul nearly split apart her spiritual sea and almost caused her to lose consciousness. She desperately tried to suppress the agonizing pain spreading through her soul. With her having overdrawn her energy and with this last attack, she really couldn't withstand anything more. Lin Ming, Clear, and Ink were all shaken away by the energy. The Soul Emperor's hair was scattered about him, and his body was bathed in blood. In this final strike, the Soul Emperor had paid a heavy price. This was because he overdrew on the energy needed to control the demon god's tomb, and the Emperor Bone Sea had almost collapsed. But Lin Ming still didn't die. An overwhelming inferno of rage surged in the Soul Emperor's heart. He hated Lin Ming, hated Xianxia, hated Immortal Sovereign. Even with that last strike he had still failed, and now it would be incredibly difficult to kill Lin Ming. Lin Ming's life force had reached unbelievable heights. His 9 stars of the Tao Palace were open to the 8th Tao Palace. His acupoints and meridians were thoroughly connected and linked, and with him having swallowed a totem-level abyssal and dual cultivating divinity and demons, as well as comprehending 2 of the highest laws, whether it was his body, inner world, or divine soul, they had reached mind-boggling levels. Everyone knew that Lin Ming had contributed the most strength to this battle. He had consumed the most blood vitality and had fought for the longest time. And as the fight continued on, Lin Ming still had strength left. Rather, it was more accurate to say that Lin Ming had already overdrawn his strength, but his powerful mortal body allowed him to recover some energy in a short period of time. As for Clear and Ink, they had already returned to their old and wizened appearance, and their strength had precipitously weakened. They might have even dropped boundaries. As for Xianxia, her spiritual sea had split open and her consciousness was blurred. She had lost any power to resist. The Soul Emperor gripped his fists. With his face torn open by the black flames from within, he looked fierce and hideous. With the near collapse of the Emperor Bone Sea, he no longer dared to transfer any of his own strength. But at this time, from far off in the void, rainbow-hued energy beams soared towards him. This was an energy attack condensed from a multitude of laws. What? Feeling this energy hurtle towards him, the Soul Emperor glanced over. He saw that the many human Empyreans had gathered into an array formation under Emperor Sakya's leadership and had actually attacked him. Just a bunch of ants that have no idea of death or danger. The Soul Emperor fumed. In his most glorious state, Empyrean-level attacks were no different from scratching an itch. With a thought, he could have tuned all these Empyreans into ashes. But now, after being severely wounded and facing a situation in which the Emperor Bone Sea had almost collapsed, the great attack formed from the human Empyreans was now actually a threat to him. If the chain reaction of energy were to rush into the world of the demon god's tomb, then it might become the final straw that broke the camel's back and caused the Emperor Bone Sea to utterly collapse. "All of you remember me," the Soul Emperor said, so angry his eyes nearly popped out of his head. He grabbed the bone staff and poured in energy one more time before firing it towards Lin Ming. Hum-dash! The bone staff was like a meteor that contained the world strength of the demon god's tomb. It pierced through the energy wave sent out by the numerous Empyreans and thrust towards Lin Ming's chest. "Protect Lin Ming!" Emperor Sakya roared out. Many Empyreans immediately shifted their target. For a time, all sorts of different weapons and law lights shot towards the bone staff shot out by the Soul Emperor. If there were enough ants, even an elephant could be bitten to death. Moreover, the bone staff shot out by the Soul Emperor didn't have much strength behind it to begin with. In the mighty waves of energy, the bone staff was like a fish caught in a swamp, rapidly forced to a slow crawl. But at this time, the Soul Emperor had turned around and was rapidly flying towards Xianxia. Damn! Lin Ming was panic-stricken. At this time, everyone's attention was turned towards Lin Ming. They were well aware that the Soul Emperor's goal was Lin Ming, and he was the greatest threat to the Soul Emperor. As everyone was guarding Lin Ming, they never thought that the Soul Emperor would also change targets, instead focusing on Xianxia. In the final moments, in order to help Lin Ming block the Soul Emperor's all-out attack, she had risked her life and had now fallen into a half-unconscious state. She was powerless to resist the Soul Emperor. A black vortex swirled and Xianxia was sucked into a black space by the Soul Emperor. "Let her go!" Lin Ming's eyes turned red with rage. He didn't have much strength remaining, barely enough to protect himself, much less attack the Soul Emperor. "Die!" Lin Ming recklessly attacked. He lifted the black dragon spear and threw it with all his recently restored strength. However, the might of Lin Ming's current attack couldn't even compare to the attack formed from the condensed power of Emperor Sakya and the numerous Empyreans. Bang! With a loud ring, the black dragon spear crashed into the Soul Emperor's protective energy. It was only able to pierce halfway through the energy shield before being drained of all energy and no longer able to pierce in. The Soul Emperor turned towards Lin Ming. What dwelled in his eyes was a hint of contempt, a hint of hatred, and a hint of sinister ruthlessness. "I will make sure you always remember today. Since this bitch is so desperately willing to rescue you, then I will have her die for you." As the Soul Emperor spoke, he ripped open the void and stepped into a space channel. "All of you will die." The Soul Emperor's final words were like a demonic curse that reverberated through space. Lin Ming rushed forwards as if he had gone crazy. Even the many human Empyreans moved at this time. However, they were too slow. They could only stare blankly on as the space channel ripped open by the Soul Emperor sealed itself up. "Ah!" Lin Ming roared out in unwillingness. In the final moment, he shot out a true divinity mark onto the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor only coldly sneered, allowing the mark to fall onto his body. "Damn it all!" Lin Ming's fist smashed into the void. His arms shivered with rage and his eyes were red with anger. His blood nearly frozen in his body. He never thought that, at the end, Xianxia would be captured by the Soul Emperor. Without Xianxia risking everything to defend against the Soul Emperor's last strike, he feared he would have already perished. And if Xianxia hadn't tried to save him, then her spiritual sea wouldn't have been torn apart and she wouldn't have fallen into a stupor, thus being captured by the Soul Emperor without any resistance at all. "It's all my fault. What do I say to Joer?" Lin Ming clenched his fists together and fell to his knees. Because of anger and worry, his nails had already dug into his flesh and blood. Lin Ming knew of Xiang Mei's past and also knew of how sad her fate and life experiences had been. Because of these things, Lin Ming had always felt a sense of pity for Xiang Mei. After their relationship had been clarified, Lin Ming had resolved that he would protect Xiang Mei. But he never imagined that today it would be her protecting him instead. She had overdrawn her life in order to block that final strike, and in the end was captured by the Soul Emperor, her life or death unknown. What he felt was hate. The Soul Emperor took away Xiang Mei, but his final goal is still me. He captured Xiang Mei because he is waiting for me to rescue her. Lin Ming had already guessed the Soul Emperor's goal. Since the Soul Emperor wouldn't be able to kill him for some time, then he would simply wait for Lin Ming to personally deliver himself to his door. To keep Xiang Mei hostage was the same as holding on to his fatal weakness. He needed to restore his wounds as quickly as possible and rescue Xiang Mei. Lin Ming, Emperor Xianxia spoke up. He could feel how turbulent Lin Ming's mood was. His tone was hesitant and somewhat remorseful. During this battle, he hadn't been able to play any role. Divine Dream, Clear, Ink, Xiang Mei, they had paid a great price in order to preserve Lin Ming's life. But Emperor Xianxia had only managed to lead a crowd of Empyreans here and send out a not-too-powerful attack at the end. In the end, they hadn't even been able to save Xiang Mei, causing the situation to deteriorate even further. Lin Ming, do you plan on going to rescue her? Emperor Xianxia didn't know who Xiang Mei was, but he could see that she was extremely important to Lin Ming. If I don't... Lin Ming gripped his fists together. He understood that this was a trap, but even though he knew it was a trap, he still had to jump in. Emperor Xianxia opened his mouth to speak but hesitated. He didn't want Lin Ming to go, but he also felt that he didn't have the qualifications to persuade Lin Ming to do anything. You will die. An old voice sounded out. The one who spoke was clear. Lin Ming turned, all sorts of complex emotions on his features. Thousands of years ago, when Lin Ming first saw Clear and Ink at the Azura Road's final trial, they had both been overflowing with life, glowing with boisterous health. But today, their beards and hair had gone white and their eyes had become as filthy as the Soul Emperor's, overflowing with a faint death aura. Seeing Clear's appearance, Lin Ming felt an inexplicable pain clutch at his heart. Clear and Ink had become like this because of him. Before, he had said to Divine Dream that he didn't want anyone to die for him. But he never imagined that even after he stopped Divine Dream from burning away her life, Xiang Mei would also fall into a crisis for him and Clear and Ink would exhaust their lives. That old demon has certainly set up a trap to wait for you. In our home ground, all of us are here and yet we were beaten into such a state by just an avatar. If you were to fight in a place that he set up instead, you would surely die. Ink also said. How could Lin Ming not understand his words? If he were to try and rescue Xiang Mei, it couldn't even be described as a slim chance of survival. Senior, I know this, but As Lin Ming spoke to hear, he fell silent. No matter what, he couldn't finish those final words of, I must go. In particular, as he looked at Clear and Ink who had lost a great deal of their life force, who had placed all their hopes in him, he couldn't bear to face their dirted eyes. Lin Ming's mind trembled. He clenched his fists. He knew that his life was no longer entirely his own. His was a life that Divine Dream, Clear, Ink, and Immortal Sovereign had desperately risked themselves to save from the clutches of the Soul Emperor. Not just that, but on Lin Ming's road of growth, he had encountered many teachers and benefactors. They had pushed him forwards, pouring of all their hopes into him so that he could inherit their legacies. If he were to risk his life to Xiang Mei and was ultimately killed by the Soul Emperor, then how could he answer to them? Realizing this, Ink said, We aren't only saving you, but also saving ourselves. Without you, there is no one else capable of stopping that old demon. When the great catastrophe descends upon this world, I fear that there might no longer be any lives left existing in the 33 heavens. In truth, I don't have any qualifications to ask you to do anything. Your choice is your own to make. However, I don't wish for you to send yourself to die. The key question here is, if you die, can you exchange your life for hers? Clear sighed. These words caused Lin Ming's thoughts to darken. Indeed, if he went to rescue Xiang Mei, then not to mention the disparity in strength between them, if the Soul Emperor were to be a little bit despicable and threaten him with Xiang Mei, then he would have no choice but to be cautious around him in fear of hurting her. In such a situation, how could he possibly win? His chances of defeating the Soul Emperor could be called near impossible. And if he didn't kill the Soul Emperor, how could he rescue Xiang Mei? Even if he offered his own life, would the Soul Emperor even consider this and be gracious enough to release Xiang Mei? The Soul Emperor's hatred towards Xiang Mei was enough for him to refine her soul and marrow 1,000 times over. But if he didn't try to rescue her, as Lin Ming thought of Xiang Mei's fate having fallen into the Soul Emperor's hands, he felt as if his heart was being pulled out. It was almost unbearable to breathe. He was lost. On one side, he was the hope of humanity and perhaps even the hope of all life in the 33 heavens. On the other side was a woman who had been through life and death with him, who had risked herself to save him. On one side was the great cause of his race, the legacy of his seniors. On the other side was what his heart wanted, as well as the love between a man and a woman. To Lin Ming, this was an extremely agonizing choice. Lin Ming took out the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. In a daze, he released Divine Dream, Xiao Maxian, Mu Qianyu, and the others. Divine Dream was also incomparably weak. Within the Spirit Bead space, Xiao Maxian had exhausted every method at her disposal to stabilize Divine Dream's weakening fires of life. Divine Dream. Seeing Divine Dream appear, Empyrean vast universe was immediately moved and thrilled. Out of those here, he had the deepest feelings for Divine Dream. Divine Dream's body was stained with blood. Her face was pale and her life force was constantly draining from her. Seniors, do you have a pill that can make up for blood vitality? Lin Ming asked, finding it a bit difficult to say. He could guess that Clear and Ink likely didn't have too many precious pills with them. We do, but the grade is inferior to the one we gave you. Ink took out a pill bottle from his spatial ring. With a faint movement, a green medicinal pill tumbled out from the pill bottle. Seniors, you won't take any? Lin Ming asked with worry. He could sense Clear and Ink's weakened life force. Clear shook his head. These are pills from our master's pill furnace. These pills are suited to the races of the 33 heavens. As temple spirits, the strength of our blood vitality is different from yours, and eating these pills would be useless. Master, Lin Ming's heart shook. He remembered that Clear and Ink had said that the Azura Roadmaster had yet to die. But he simply didn't know where the Azura Roadmaster had gone. When he asked Clear and Ink about this, their reply had been that once Lin Ming possessed the strength to become a chess player instead of a chess piece, then that was when he would be informed of the Azura Roadmaster's whereabouts. And now, Lin Ming believed he had this strength. But now was not the time to ask such questions. Lin Ming quickly passed the pill to Divine Dream. No matter how precious this pill was, it could only hasten Divine Dream's ability to restore her blood vitality. To completely make up for all the side effects that Divine Dream suffered was actually incredibly difficult. After Divine Dream swallowed the pill, a hint of red finally appeared on her face. Lin Ming let out a sigh of relief. He looked towards Clear and Ink. Seniors. Clear and Ink glanced at each other. They already guessed what Lin Ming was about to say. Clear said, "It is time that we lead you to see our master." "See Senior Azura?" Lin Ming asked, his thoughts shaken. He found it difficult to compose himself. For the majority of his life, he had been hearing of the legends related to the Azura Roadmaster. This was the greatest powerhouse to exist in the history of all races in the 33 heavens, an existence that surpassed a mortal sovereign. He was formidable and mysterious. However, what Lin Ming didn't understand was why hadn't he made his move yet? Could the wounds he suffered in the past truly be so severe that not even 10 billion years was enough time to recover? Some wounds could be restored after a period of rest or by eating up a pill. But there were some wounds that couldn't be recovered from. For instance, if one's body were cut in half and that cut-off half was destroyed. Or for instance, if one's soul or inner world was divided and destroyed. The mortal body, inner world, and soul were the three most important parts of a life. When a martial artist practiced martial arts, It was to enhance and temper these three parts. This was the ultimate manifestation of a martial artist's cultivation. If the body or soul was split in half and destroyed, then although one could reform themselves, that would be equivalent to reducing one's cultivation by half. One's talent and potential would suffer injury, and this sort of wound would also cause one's cultivation to drop. From that point on, one's cultivation would come to a standstill, and it would be difficult to recover from this. This was particularly true for a beyond divinity existence like the Azura Roadmaster. There might not be any true divinity spirit treasure in existence that could help restore his wounds. Or, it could be like when Lin Ming was at the Sky Spill planet and his soul source was sucked out of him without anything left remaining. Such wounds were even more serious. They were similar to someone burning all of their blood essence or soul essence, and eventually their life force would run dry and they would die. You also come, as well as the rest of you. We will meditate for a time to restore our wounds and then leave. Ink said to Divine Dream as well as Lin Ming's family members. Divine Dream had recovered a great deal by this time, and Xiao Moxian and the others had just emerged from the Grand Miss Spirit Bead. They were all startled to hear this. They never thought that Clear and Ink would call on them. Clear and Ink meditated for a period of time. Then, Ink took out an Azura command. Joining together with Clear, they opened up a space channel leading to the Azura Road. The wild universe was a long distance from the Azura Road, and it would take some time to open the space channel. During this time, Xiao Moxian, Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, as well as Lin Ming's children, flew to his side and held his hands. Big brother Lin, Lin Ming, father, daddy. The calls of his family echoed in Lin Ming's ears, touching his heart. When a person was in their most helpless moments, the care of their family could dispel this helplessness and confusion. Lin Ming looked at his family. At this time, they already learned what happened to Shang Mei and how it happened. Zhou'er. Lin Ming traced Zhou'er's face, unsure as to what he could say. Zhou'er tightly gripped Lin Ming's hand. Mother will be all right. Zhou'er bit her lips and spoke in a slow and clear tone, as if she were not only telling Lin Ming this, but also herself. Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian, Mu Qianyu, and Qin Xingxuan held onto Lin Ming's hand. They could naturally feel the pain in his heart. There was nothing they could do to help him with this burden. They could only hold his hands and transmit their comfort to him. Xiao Moxian said with a sound transmission, "If you have decided on something, then go and do it. There is no need to consider us." Lin Ming's heart warmed. He knew that his decision was likely to mean that he would fall into further danger in the future. If anything happened to him, it was hard to imagine what his family would experience. Xiao Moxian didn't want to distract Lin Ming, but how could he completely ignore his family's thoughts? The situation he faced was far too difficult. I will return safely. I promise this to you all. Lin Ming grit his teeth and said. After that period of impulsiveness, Lin Ming had finally calmed down. If he rashly rushed out to look for the Soul Emperor, then not only would he not be able to save Shang Mei, but he would also die in vain. There would be no meaning to this. He wanted to rescue Shang Mei not just so he could live with a clear heart and mind, but also because he wanted to truly save her. At this time, the space channel to the Azura Road opened. Let's go, Ink and Clear said. They flew towards the Azura Road together. Lin Ming, Divine Dream, and Lin Ming's family followed close behind. After flying through the space channel for an unknown period of time, the scenery around them changed and they arrived upon a wild plain. This was the Azura Road's Great Desolate. Seeing this scene before him, Lin Ming was filled with a myriad of emotions. He had returned to the Azura Road once again. This world had accompanied Lin Ming for the majority of his life. Senior Azura, is he in the Azura Road? Lin Ming originally had many guesses as to just where the Azura Roadmaster was. He even thought that the Azura Roadmaster might be in the Dark Abyss, perhaps even the Demon God's tomb. It was only now that he learned the Azura Roadmaster had never left the world he created. Ink nodded. Master dwells here. He has been waiting all this time, waiting for a full 10 billion years. Once you see the Master, you will know the whole story and the doubts in your heart will also be explained. As Clear and Ink spoke, they began to fly towards the Azura Sea. They didn't pass through a transmission array but directly tore through the void and crossed towards the Great Desolate. The Azura Road had an extremely strange shape. It was very narrow and very long, just like a road, thus the reason for its name. The two ends of this road were the outer Azura Road and the inner Azura Road, with the Great Desolate acting as the dividing line. Even an Empyrean-level martial artist couldn't cross safely. But for Clear and Ink, crossing through the Great Desolate was actually easy. As the two of them continuously opened space channels, the group only required half a day to reach the Azura Sea. The Azura Sea was the entrance of the final trial. During every opening of the final trial, all the heroes from the various influences across the Azura Road would gather here at the Azura Sea. This sea was unfathomably deep. Even a star could be submerged within it. The rumors said that deep in the Azura Sea, there were many space labyrinths and turbulent whirlpools. There were even true divinity-level vicious beasts dwelling there. Thus, the martial artists of the Azura Road had never dared to enter the Azura Sea. As for how deep the sea was, no one knew. But today Lin Ming realized that he would have to go to the very bottom of the Azura Sea. In front of him, Ink and Clear revolved their energies, forming a channel in the Azura Sea. Lin Ming passed through this channel, flying down with the group. Their speed was incredibly fast. Lin Ming had no idea how deep down he dived. It seemed as if this sea was bottomless. "Senior Azura is at the bottom of the Azura Sea?" Lin Ming asked. Clear shook his head. "That isn't completely accurate. But you will soon know, we've almost arrived." Clear and Ink slowed down. At this time, within the thick and heavy darkness and the highly pressured seawater, Lin Ming finally saw the seabed of the Azura Sea. The dark gray seabed was without any life at all. A massive mountain range that extended for 1,000 miles lay at the bottom. Seeing this giant mountain range, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. With his sharp senses, he found that there was something unusual about this seabed. Although it was quiet, it actually possessed faint life fluctuations. This wasn't a mountain range but a giant snake covered in dust. A true divinity-level vicious beast. Lin Ming's eyes flashed. Yes, its name is Darkness. It is the guardian of this part of the Azura Sea, and if a martial artist from the Azura Road really comes down, it is responsible for chasing them away. Let's continue forwards. As Ink spoke, he lightly stabbed his finger towards somewhere deep in the sea. In front of them, the quiet seawater began to roll with undercurrents. A distorted space stretched and grew, forming an underwater whirlpool that sucked in Lin Ming. Then the seawater vanished. The pressure deep within the Azura Sea was originally at a terrifying level. Now, Lin Ming felt his body lighten as he arrived in a strange space. This space wasn't too large. It was only several hundred feet in width and length. As Lin Ming saw what was around him, his heart shook. This space. This is. Lin Ming looked around him. Everything was carved from purple crystal. Crystal furniture, crystal ground, crystal bed. This sort of crystal shimmered with translucent light, similar to quartz. Lin Ming had never seen anything like it before. Just by gently touching it, he could feel a vast sea of energy within, as if the purest energy in existence was gathered in these crystals. Amethyst. This thought inexplicably appeared in Lin Ming's mind. More than purple crystal, it was more appropriate to call this amethyst. Amethyst, amethyst origin crystal. Could this be? As Lin Ming was deep in thought, a faint voice reverberated within this amethyst space. The place you are in is a cave dwelling that I refined in the past using the amethyst origin crystal as the foundation. I named this place the Amethyst Heavenly Palace, but because the energy and heavenly materials required to refine it were far too much, I had to repeatedly shrink it in size. At the end, the final refined product was only several hundred feet in size. This sudden voice possessed an ancient majesty, making one feel something inexplicable within them. Listening to this voice, Lin Ming felt his own soul faintly resonate with it. He knew that this came from a sympathetic echoing of the Azura laws. This voice could cause the Azura laws in his body to vibrate. Lin Ming took a deep breath and fell to his knees, deeply bowing. He knew that the one who spoke was the person he came to see today. Junior Lin Ming greets Senior Azura, Lin Ming said, excited. This legendary character would finally appear before him. He was the leader of the ancient races from 10 billion years ago, and 10 billion years ago he was already the #1 character of the 33 heavens. Lin Ming bowed for several breaths of time before lifting his head up. What he saw before him was simply emptiness. Within this cave dwelling forged from amethyst, he still didn't see the Azura Roadmaster, not even his shadow. There is no need to look. The majority of my body has already integrated into the Azura Road itself. This amethyst heavenly palace is the cornerstone of the Azura Road. Thus I had you come here. This ancient and majestic voice echoed in Lin Ming's ears once more. The body had merged with the Azura Road? Lin Ming was bewildered. The Azura Roadmaster had actually fused together with the Azura Road. Senior, since your body has fused with the Azura Road, then does this mean you cannot leave the Azura Road? If this was the reason, then it could be explained why the Azura Roadmaster had yet to move against the Soul Emperor. But why would the Azura Roadmaster do this? I know you have many questions in your heart. I also know that the reason you came here today is not just to ask these questions, but to ask me to help you in saving a woman. The Azura Roadmaster's words caused Lin Ming's mind to shake. Lin Ming deeply bowed once more. Senior Azura, Junior's beloved wife, has been captured by the Soul Emperor. I ask for Senior to guide this Junior onto the correct path. Lin Ming was well aware that no matter what he tried to do, it would be difficult for him to save Xianxia. All that lay in front of him was a dead end, and only the Azura Roadmaster had a slight chance of being able to give him a guiding light. However, Lin Ming's question caused that majestic voice to fall silent. Lin Ming grit his teeth, quietly waiting on. After a long time, the Azura Roadmaster sighed deeply. He said, "Perhaps the situation is different than how you think it is. The Soul Emperor may have captured your wife, but it isn't to threaten you and have you walk into a trap. Instead, there are other reasons." Other reasons? Lin Ming was startled. Could the Soul Emperor have captured Xianxia just for the sake of revenge? The Soul Emperor should know that if he killed Xianxia, then besides enraging Lin Ming, it wouldn't help his great cause at all. With the Soul Emperor's temperament, he wouldn't waste even a single breath for something so insignificant. I ask Senior to clarify the matter. Lin Ming asked, his voice a bit anxious. The Azura Roadmaster replied, I can now sense vibrations of the amethyst origin crystal. It is likely that the Soul Emperor already stands atop the eternal wall. From what I sense of the amethyst origin crystal, it makes me think of a possibility. Perhaps the Soul Emperor trained your wife because he had a goal in his mind all along. If what I think is true, then you are doomed to be unable to save her. The Azura Roadmaster's words caused Lin Ming's heart to fall. His hands couldn't help but tremble. The Soul Emperor's goal, eternal wall, amethyst origin crystal. When the Soul Emperor first captured Xianxia, Lin Ming's first thought was that he had done so to threaten him. But now, he realized that his thoughts might have been wrong from the very start. The Soul Emperor had trained Xianxia with a goal in mind. A goal that even Xianxia didn't know about. The Soul Emperor had left seclusion not just to kill him, but also to find Xianxia. He had misunderstood everything from the start, and he simply couldn't save Xianxia. Couldn't save. Lin Ming was left in a daze. He had come with hopes that the Azura Roadmaster would be able to guide him in the right direction, but the answer he obtained actually left him wallowing in despair. Oh! At this time, across layers of space, the dark abyss, this was a vast and endless earth, one that extended beyond the horizon. The ground was covered with countless shattered bones, dark gray ashes, and deathly stillness. These bones were left behind by the Great War 10 billion years ago between powerful abyssals and overlords of the 33 heavens. Even though they had been eroded by the passing of time, they still shined with the light of laws. Darkness, killing intent, death. This was the atmosphere of this land. This was the dark abyss's eternal wall. The Soul Emperor stood atop the eternal wall, feeling the surging power of this world, deep in thought. After a number of days, his appearance had become even more aged. The sudden changes in the Emperor Bone Sea had caused him heavy losses. Originally, only the Soul Emperor's eyes were old and dirty and his eyes overflowing with death. However, his face remained as fine and beautiful as that of a youth, except just slightly more pale. But now, due to the changes in the Emperor Bone Sea, his face was mottled with wrinkles and the skin on his neck had withered and cracked. He seemed like someone on the verge of death. Behind the Soul Emperor stood a black-clothed woman. This woman was Xianxia. She had been captured by the Soul Emperor. Xianxia's face was pale. Her blood vitality, true essence, and laws had all been sealed away. She was completely powerless to resist. The Soul Emperor's back faced Xianxia. He looked at this ancient battlefield from 10 billion years ago and sighed with emotion. This land hasn't changed even after 10 billion years. He turned his head and looked at Xianxia, a smile curving up his lips. Do you know why I trained you in the past? The Soul Emperor continued to say, I already knew that you wanted to rebel against me in your heart, and I also knew of your last life. You were the daughter of my blood enemy from 10 billion years past. Even so, I only planted my spirit mark in your spiritual sea to track you, and didn't place a slave seal within you. I controlled your freedom, but I didn't control your thoughts. I allowed you to hate me, disrespect me, and I tolerated it all. I wanted your heart and mind to be unhindered. Even in the past, when you wanted to save Lin Ming's life and allow him to live the rest of his years as a mortal, I allowed you to do so. And all of these things, have you never considered why I did so? The Soul Emperor's words caused Xianxia's eyebrows to press together. She had a foreboding premonition in her heart. Ever since she entered the Azura Forbidden Land, these feelings had been there. Because Lin Ming had suffered an accident, Xianxia thought that this foreboding premonition had come from him. But now it seemed that this premonition was because of herself and was completely unrelated to Lin Ming. It was also the reason why she was captured by the Soul Emperor. As she stood atop the Eternal Wall, Xianxia was able to gradually guess what the Soul Emperor's true goal was. What was placed before her was a great scheme. A scheme where she would surely die. 10 billion years. The Eternal Wall has sealed this land for 10 billion years. Not only has it sealed away the dark abyss, but it has also divided my body. The land of the dark abyss is far too small and the resources are too barren. The abyssals in the dark abyss are like a black dragon locked in by chains. No matter how glorious your martial arts civilization of 100 billion years is, no matter how wonderful your inheritance is, no matter how much you screen out your talent and bloodline over time, these are heavy chains that are impossible to break free from. Without powerful abyssals, where would I obtain rich sacrifices to have the world of the demon god's tomb become ever more perfect? This eternal wall has become a knife in my heart, and I must pull it out no matter what. But unfortunately, the eternal wall is formed from the amethyst origin crystal. If it were just the amethyst origin crystal, then there wouldn't be much to fear. But there is also a great array formation left behind by Azura. 10 billion years ago, your previous life offered herself in a blood sacrifice, pouring her source strength and source divine soul into the eternal wall in order to become the final lock that bound this place. For the last 10 billion years, I have attempted countless methods but have been unable to break apart the eternal wall. Then I took a step backwards. If I cannot shatter it, then I will simply unravel it. As long as the eternal wall is undone, then it will return into the amethyst origin crystal. If this happened, not only would I pull out the knife in my heart, but I would also gain a divine tool. Wouldn't this just be wonderful? However, to unravel this seal isn't easy. I deeply delved into studying this seal for numerous years and finally managed to just barely find a method that would work. In order to end this trouble, I needed the one who started it. In the past, you were the one who sealed this land with your final blood sacrifice. And now, in order to unravel this seal, I also need your blood. Originally, your previous life died. But luckily for me, she wasn't resigned to fading into ashes and nothingness. She left behind her 10th reincarnation, and this allowed me to find you. When I did, I also found a ray of hope to unseal the eternal wall. The reason I trained you has never been because I need another helper. I have never been lacking for helpers, and I have always required my followers to be absolutely loyal to me, just like Deep Child. Compared to Deep Child, where do you think you have the qualifications to become my right hand? To train you is no different from raising a tiger to bring about disaster. How can I not understand this truth? But I still put my full effort forwards in order to strengthen you, so that you could become a peerless genius. This was because I needed you to reach the true divinity realm, and even possess strength that far surpassed others at your level. Only like this would your source blood essence be strong enough to act as the key to open the eternal wall. As the Soul Emperor spoke, Xianxia's mind quaked. She finally understood what was happening. In order to display her talent to the fullest, the Soul Emperor wasn't able to control an independent personality. Only like this would she be able to dig out the limits of her potential. If she were only a puppet that was controlled by others, how could she reach the highest boundaries of martial arts? Thus, even if the Soul Emperor knew she had thoughts of rebelling, he still didn't suppress her. Instead, he made use of her ambitions. He even deliberately condoned and cultivated her hatred towards him, making her treat him as an enemy so that she would push herself even further, stimulating all of her potential to defy him. The Soul Emperor continued, "You thought you had the bloodline of the Dark Angel race, and were even an orphan of the Dark Angels. In truth, I implanted this bloodline within you. I completely exterminated the Dark Angel race and took the essence of their bloodline to implant into you. Do you know just how much I've done for you? You don't know. You only thought that I destroyed the Dark Angel race as well as eliminated all the enemies of your people. But this was also information that I intentionally allowed you to know. I even opened the demon god's tomb ahead of time so that you could carry out the abyssal ritual and accept the totem abyssal level inheritance, directly increasing your strength to that of a true divinity, and perhaps even higher than that. If you had obediently accepted the inheritance at that time, then I wouldn't have controlled you. I wanted you to become stronger, continuously stronger. However, what happened in the demon god's tomb left me surprised. Not only did you not accept the totem abyssal level inheritance, but you even managed to accidentally break through the spirit mark and energy mark that I left within you. Although the process was completely unlike what I thought it was, if I only look at the results, then you have indeed broken into true divinity and have met my most basic requirements. I had to leave seclusion early, even if this hindered my cultivation and caused me heavy losses so that Immortal found a chance to harm me. I still had no choice but to do so. There were two matters I needed to complete. The first was to kill Lin Ming and the second was to regain control over you. I wasn't able to kill Lin Ming, and that is something I deeply regret. But I still managed to take back control of you. I have raised you for such a long time, and now, it is time to make use of you in particular. At this moment your previous life's father has taken control of half the Emperor Bone Sea and wishes to perish together with me. I must return and fuse with my other two avatars, turning our three bodies into one. I need to refine Immortal's remnant soul and truly merge together with the demon god's tomb, so that I can obtain everlasting and undying life. I do not have much time left. Come, my child. I have raised you for such a long time, and it was all for this moment. As the Soul Emperor spoke, his gaze became fierce and hideous. With his scattered air and withered old skin, he looked like a blood-sucking ghost. You can keep dreaming. Xianxia clenched her teeth and wildly struggled. However, her energies and laws were all imprisoned by the Soul Emperor. She wasn't afraid of death. But she didn't want her death and blood to help the Soul Emperor and cause Lin Ming and Jiu'er to suffer disaster. Don't waste your time. I caught you after so much trouble, so how could I allow you a chance to sever your meridians and commit suicide? Just become my sacrifice. As the Soul Emperor spoke, death energy gushed out from his body. Dark winds howled all around him. Atop the dark eternal wall, bones shattered and flew upwards, as if countless suffering souls were dancing in the skies. The Soul Emperor walked towards Xianxia, one step at a time. He stretched out his skeleton-like hand to grasp at her neck. Death was so close. At this moment, despair rose up in Xianxia's heart. The Soul Emperor's seal was far too powerful. She couldn't even resist. Was this the end of her destiny? Upon birth, she was raised as a sacrifice. She didn't know her past and she didn't know her future. All that existed in her life was cultivating and cultivating even more. She didn't have love. She didn't have friends. She didn't have anything at all. But then, she had Jur. She learned of her past life and she confirmed her feelings with Lin Ming. She now had a goal in life. She had something she needed to protect, and with this she understood the significance of life. But after understanding all of this, what she faced was death. If it were only dying, then that wasn't scary. Before death there were at least many beautiful memories she could recall. At the very least, in the 1,500 years she spent in the demon god's tomb, although she had been cultivating all that time, she had Jur and Lin Ming accompanying her. She had felt nothing but incomparable satisfaction. However, she now knew that not only would she die, but her death would bring about destruction to everything she loved and wanted to protect. Was this the entirety of her life? She was raised in sorrow and she would die in tragedy. When she was alive, she had suffered by herself. But when she died, she would instead bring suffering upon the world. Was there anything more painful than this? Xianxia felt as if she had been swallowed alive. This was a fate that she could not avoid or resist. Space locked up and slowly came drawing in. World strength surged outwards, completely covering Xianxia. Facing the Soul Emperor's strength, Xianxia didn't even know how to begin resisting him. She closed her eyes in pain. The sounds of bones cracking from beneath the Soul Emperor's feet echoed in her ears like the pained howls of lost souls. The Soul Emperor's hand drew close. His deathly pale palm was withered and dry, a horrible sight to behold. Yet, those 10 nails were sharp and cruel, shining with a cold luminescence. Xianxia couldn't even revolve her true essence right now. From half a foot away, just the cold wind coming from the Soul Emperor's nails were enough to cut Xianxia's skin. Blood flowed out. On top of Xianxia's snow-white neck, it was like a red plum had fallen into the snow. What a beautiful color! The Soul Emperor's eyes lit up with a feverishly frantic light. As long as the eternal wall was open then, he could gather together his 3 bodies, and his strength would rise even further. At that time the Soul Emperor could fully control the Emperor Bone Sea and complete his incomplete seclusion. Then, he would thoroughly fuse together with the world of the demon god's tomb. This was the final goal that he had plotted for 100 billion years. Now, it would finally be realized. Pata! Pata! Xianxia's blood dripped onto the black earth and was slowly absorbed. Meanwhile, the Soul Emperor reached out his other hand towards his own decrepit, firewood-like chest. Puff! He forcefully dug his claw into the pit of his chest. Pitch-black blood, thick and viscous, slowly flowed out. Even though his mortal body felt pain, the Soul Emperor didn't seem to sense this at all. He continued to diabolically grin as he reached in to break off a rib and then pull it out. Blood flowed out from the corners of the Soul Emperor's lips, and his eyes glowed with an increasingly strong death aura. If he wished to open the eternal wall and unravel the great array formation within, not only did he need Xianxia's blood sacrifice, but he also needed to pay a certain price. The Soul Emperor crumbled his own rib. The half-foot-long rib turned into shards of inch-long bone that resembled broken glass. The shards flew into the skies, forming a great array formation in the world. World strength gathered, the flow becoming ever stronger. The grand feast has been prepared. Now, give me your life. The Soul Emperor reached out to grasp Xianxia. But at this time, from behind the Soul Emperor, light ripples appeared in the space behind him. Although this was the most important ritual that the Soul Emperor had carried out in his life, his senses remained incredibly sharp. He immediately sensed these strange spatial fluctuations. Who is it? The Soul Emperor's first thought was that someone wanted to sneak attack him and ruin his ritual. In this critical point, if someone were to sneak attack him, then although the Soul Emperor could deal with it, the event would still bring about many troubles and unknown variables. The Soul Emperor did not like unknown variables, particularly after his failed attempt to kill Lin Ming. With spatial fluctuations, the greatest possibility was that someone would appear from a spatial channel and launch attacks against him. The space on the surface of the eternal wall was inferior to the stability of the demon god's tomb. But, Because of the energy storm here, wanting to find accurate spatial coordinates and appear behind him wasn't easy at all. This was proof that this new opponent was incredibly strong. No matter who you are, since you have appeared here, then die. The Soul Emperor stepped forwards, slamming his palm at that blurry space channel. Kacha! The space channel exploded. Beneath the Soul Emperor's attack, no one would have escaped unscathed. Even an outstanding true divinity like Lin Ming would have been wounded. However, as this palm struck out, the Soul Emperor was left startled. The space channel was only a space channel. There was no one inside. But if no one was inside, why would a space channel suddenly appear? As these doubts flashed through the Soul Emperor's mind, the power of turbulent space began to stir behind him once more. Another space channel had appeared. The Soul Emperor turned and saw that the powerless Xianxia was being sucked towards that suddenly produced space channel vortex. What? The Soul Emperor was sent into a furious rage. What angered him was that whether it was in training Xianxia or seizing her from the 33 heavens, he had paid a great price in order to do this. Now, just as he was about to offer Xianxia in a blood sacrifice and complete the final necessary step, someone decided to use this key moment to save her. And what was shocking was that he had locked his sense onto his surroundings all this time and had sensed no one. Just who had such great abilities that they could locate him and then open 2 space channels without him knowing, using one to divert his attention and then opening another beneath Xianxia's feet to take her away. You are seeking death. The space channel was drawing in Xianxia at an incredible speed. However, the Soul Emperor's reaction was even faster. He thrust out his palm, world strength surging around him. In this moment, the Soul Emperor could have killed Xianxia 10 times over already. However, there were too many complex steps required in the blood sacrifice ritual, and if he didn't complete them before killing Xianxia, then that would cause all his plans to fail. Thus, the Soul Emperor didn't aim at Xianxia, his goal was the space channel. Whoosh! Xianxia was drawn into the space channel. But, as the space channel was attempting to close, the boundless world strength of the Soul Emperor blocked it from doing so, keeping it from closing. I want to take a good look at who has such great abilities. The Soul Emperor wanted to pursue Xianxia. He had branded her with his true divinity mark and he could near instantly reach her side. However, just as he was about to enter the space channel, he felt a massive amount of pressure emerge from it. This pressure squeezed out his world strength, wanting to crush it and forcibly close the space channel. What? The Soul Emperor was bewildered. Someone existed who could resist his world strength. No, this is wrong. This strength comes from the Eternal Wall's great array formation itself. Could the Eternal Wall be coming to save Xianxia? How is this possible? The Soul Emperor was left shocked. In this world, there was no one who possessed the ability to contend with him directly. However, the Eternal Wall was different. This was something which possessed an array formation that the Azura Roadmaster had poured his source energy into. In addition, Xianxia's previous life had offered herself in a blood sacrifice, fusing all of her life essence and even pouring in the inherited strength that a mortal sovereign had passed down to her. Moreover, the main body of the Eternal Wall was also one of the 3 divine tools, the Amethyst Origin Crystal. With these 3 factors combined together, the Eternal Wall had a strength that even the Soul Emperor feared. As he felt his own world strength being squeezed out, the Soul Emperor was enraged. He used his hands and forcefully grabbed at the edges of the space channel, wanting to tear it apart. In his heart, he knew that no matter what, he couldn't allow this space channel to close. He had already confirmed that this space channel originated from the inner space of the Eternal Wall. The Eternal Wall was a wholly complete self, and the Soul Emperor wasn't sure why it would open a channel to suddenly rescue Xianxia. However, he knew that once the channel opened, it was equal to tearing an opening within an originally complete wall. With this opening, the Eternal Wall was no longer perfect. As long as he could continue to rip open this tear, then he could surely completely open it. With this in mind, the Soul Emperor poured more and more strength into the space channel to resist the Eternal Wall's pressure. And at this time, within the space channel, Xianxia had arrived in a purple space. This place is Xianxia was shocked. She thought her death was assured, but the moment she was about to be turned into a blood sacrifice by the Soul Emperor, she had been sucked into this space. And what stood in front of her was a little girl that seemed to be 13 to 14 years of age. You saved me? Xianxia felt this all inconceivable. A little girl like this had the ability to save her? She could not see through the little girl's cultivation at all. This was strange, because she was sure that this little girl wasn't too strong herself. So how could she possibly save her from the Soul Emperor? Who are you? Xianxia asked, puzzled. At the moment before her death, a little girl she had never seen before with such a low level of strength had managed to transmit her into this space. It was no different from a dream. My name is Yen Little Fish, you can call me Fishy. Do you know Big Brother Lin Ming? Fishy timidly asked. When she listened in on the conversation between the Soul Emperor and Xianxia, she had heard the Soul Emperor mention Lin Ming's name. It seemed as if this mysterious big sister had some sort of relationship with her big brother Lin Ming. Lin Ming? You called him your big brother? Xianxia was lost. A strange little girl had used completely inconceivable methods to rescue her and also knew of Lin Ming? Just who was this little girl and what was her background? Fishy. How did you meet your big brother Lin Ming? Xianxia asked Fishy. Fishy related her experiences about how she met him in True Martial City, and also told Xianxia how she ended up here. When Mo Evers now tried to cross into the dark abyss in the past, she had been sucked into this place. From that point on she had stayed in here. She didn't know how many years she had been here for, but she slowly discovered that she had completely merged with the amethyst space around her. She was able to control this space, as if doing so was a part of her most natural instincts. Fishy's words startled Xianxia. She realized that this amethyst space was the inner space of the eternal wall. In other words, the inner space of the amethyst origin crystal. The little girl in front of her could control the amethyst origin crystal. Just how was she related to the amethyst origin crystal? As Xianxia was left confused by all of this, she suddenly felt this amethyst space tremble around her. The fierce trembling continued, leaving Xianxia and Fishy shaken. Immediately, a violent and evil strength came pouring down onto them. Soul Emperor. Xianxia's complexion paled. Fishy opening and closing a space channel into the amethyst space had all been done in front of the Soul Emperor. Although the three divine tools were powerful, they were by no means invincible. Upon reaching the level of the Soul Emperor, one already possessed the ability to resist the strength of a great world. As the amethyst space wished to seal itself again, the Soul Emperor poured his strength within to forcibly prevent it from doing so. Not just that, but the Soul Emperor was trying to slowly rip open the space channel a bit at a time. This is bad. Xianxia's heart sank. Once the Soul Emperor tore open the space channel and entered the amethyst space, the consequences would be inconceivable. The Soul Emperor continued to pour in his strength, becoming increasingly formidable. But his actions also aroused the resistance of the Eternal Wall. Xianxia sensed that the Eternal Wall's energy started to gather from all around. It wanted to push out the Soul Emperor's energy. In a moment, both sides reached a mutual balance, neither side able to take an advantage. However, Xianxia was increasingly worried as she saw this. It had to be known that the energy of a great array formation tended to be self-circulating and insulated. Although it could absorb energy from the outside, in normal situations the energy it absorbed was only sufficient to continue revolving the array formation. For a grand array formation to achieve perfect energy balance, this was a splendidly amazing array formation. Such an array formation could continue for billions of years without fear of lacking energy. The Eternal Wall was one such grand array formation. It had a balanced level of energy and even had a little bit extra. In addition to a divine tool as its foundation, this grand array formation could stand tall for 10 billion years without breaking. But no matter how perfect a grand array formation was, once a flaw appeared, then it was no longer perfect. It was like a bag of air with a small hole stabbed in it, slowly deflating. Time passed, a minute and a second at a time. The energy within the Eternal Wall was like a vast sea smashing forwards again and again. However, The Soul Emperor's evil energy within the space channel was incomparably tenacious and refused to disappear. This process continued for many days. The Soul Emperor's energy was slowly compressed into an energy mark within the amethyst space. At this time, the space channel finally sealed itself back up. The amethyst space fell quiet once more, its calm restored. However, Xianxia didn't feel any joy at all. She could faintly feel that the Soul Emperor's energy mark had already melted into the Eternal Wall's grand array formation and was blending into its energy structure. It was like a malignant tumor, slowly absorbing energy and growing stronger. The Soul Emperor had finally found a breaking point through the Eternal Wall. The Eternal Wall had already existed for 10 billion years. The Soul Emperor had studied it for an incredibly long period of time and likely understood the energy structure behind it. An array formation was inanimate, but the Soul Emperor was alive. Sooner or later, the Eternal Wall would be broken through by him. But the Soul Emperor didn't want to wait. What he needed was one final straw to crush the camel's back. His original choice had been Xianxia. Even though his plan had failed, the result would not change. In the past, when the Azura Road Master and Xianxia's previous life laid down the Eternal Wall, they had already expected that it would be impossible for this Eternal Wall to block the steps of the Abyssal Race for eternity. There would come a day when the Eternal Wall was torn down and the 33 heavens would face the invasion of the Dark Abyss once more. This was the destined flow of history. Although it might be delayed or hastened by one or two accidental events, the final result would still move towards an established direction. It was an accident that Fishy rescued Xianxia, and it was this accident that allowed the Soul Emperor to plant a seed within the Eternal Wall. With a flaw in the Eternal Wall, it was no longer indestructible. This was just like an adult male being unable to crush a complete egg in his hand. But once there was a crack in this egg, even if it were a small crack that one couldn't even see, then the integrity of the egg would be compromised and even a small child could crush it then. Fishy. Xianxia looked at Fishy, her gaze filled with guilt. Fishy had rescued her, yet all she brought to Fishy was nothing but bad luck. Oh! Azura Road, Amethyst Heavenly Palace. Lin Ming sat in meditation for several days within this space. His injuries had already healed by a great deal. Normally, when a martial artist overdraw their life force like Lin Ming did, then they would have already dropped boundaries. Yet, Lin Ming actually didn't suffer many losses. This terrifying resilience and regenerative ability was all thanks to the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. In his battle with the Soul Emperor, it was unavoidable for his cultivation to be reduced. But in the final moments, he had fused together his inner and outer universes, becoming one with the heavens. He had made great strides in his laws, and these harvests surpassed the losses to his blood vitality and cultivation. During these days, Lin Ming worried over Xianxia. He had a faint spiritual connection with her and could sense that she had yet to die. Lin Ming didn't know what was occurring, but he was left impatient and anxious. But he also knew that trying to rescue Xianxia in his current state was impossible. Lin Ming, I can feel the amethyst origin crystal's energy weakening. The demon god's tomb master should be attempting to break through the Eternal Wall. Your wife has not died. But as for what happened specifically, I do now know. Azura's voice suddenly echoed in the void. Senior, what should this junior do? Lin Ming knew that once the Eternal Wall opened, then the Soul Emperor, Deep, and Flood would fuse together as one, perhaps even finally thoroughly refining the demon god's tomb. At this time, it was unimaginable how strong the demon god's tomb master would become. That moment would be the apocalypse for all life in the 33 heavens. The Azura Road Master fell silent for a long time. Then, he slowly said, "It is time to start the arrangements that I've planned for all these years. It is only that the day came far sooner than I thought it would." "The arrangements you've planned in these years?" Lin Ming asked, stunned. 10 billion years ago, when I and the previous life of Xianxia joined together to lay down the Eternal Wall, I had already been considering this day. My Azura Road and Immortal's Akashic Dream Universe had both been prepared for this day. I split apart my body, divine soul, and inner world, and fused together with the Azura Road and Akashic Dream Universe. And the reason I did all of this was in order to protect these two lands. For all these years, under my protection, the demon god's tomb master was not able to destroy the Azura Road or Akashic Dream universe. But at the same time, I was also unable to prevent the demon god's tomb master from slowly restoring his strength. All I could do was quietly wait. Listening to the Azura Road master's words, Lin Ming was left stunned. Azura Road, Akashic Dream universe. When Lin Ming first stepped into the Azura Road, he had already been speculating about the reasons for why the Azura Roadmaster had spent so much effort and energy to create the Azura Road. If this great world was merely created so that the Azura Roadmaster could choose his descendants, then it seemed a little bit overdone. This world formed a complete system, and there were also many unique laws that existed here. There were guardians that tended to this world, as well as the final trial that was wrapped in mysteries. All of these things were planned so that the Azura Roadmaster could resist the demon god's tomb master's schemes. As for the Akashic Dream universe, Lin Ming had once entered that place too. He knew that after the demon god's tomb master had seized the body of the Soul Emperor, he had slowly obtained the complete Holy Scripture from the Akashic Dream universe. This was also an inevitable matter. After all, for the last 10 billion years, all parts of the Holy Scripture had been slowly searched for and collected by Spirita's martial artists. With the Soul Emperor's time and energy, it wouldn't be difficult for him to piece together the complete Holy Scripture. But Lin Ming also knew that many trials in the Akashic Dream universe had corresponding rewards that were various golden pages of the Holy Scripture. But when he went into the Akashic Dream universe, many of these golden pages had yet to be taken by others. When Lin Ming had learned of the Soul Emperor's true identity and his plans, he had also been left a bit puzzled. With the Soul Emperor's absolute strength, it shouldn't have been difficult for him to forcibly seize these golden pages. But now he understood that all of this was prevented by the protection of the Azura Roadmaster. 10 billion years ago, the two peerless characters of the past had created two great worlds in order to resist the demon god's tomb. Of the two of them, one had perished with nothing left but a remnant soul. Even then, he had waited in silence within the Emperor Bone Sea to give the Soul Emperor one final heavy strike. As for the other person, he still lived and had been quietly protecting these two great worlds for 10 billion years, waiting for the final battle to arrive. Lin Ming's heart was shaken beyond words. He didn't know what he could say or what expressions he could make to describe what Immortal and Azura had done. All he could do was inherit their legacies and face this final great calamity. Lin Ming. When the Soul Emperor re-enters the demon god's tomb, the three avatars of the demon god's tomb master will fuse back together, and he will begin his final period of seclusion. This is also the last bit of time we have left remaining. The Azura Roadmaster's faint voice sounded in the void. Lin Ming never forgot that when his eternal soul was taken away by Xianxia at the Sky Spill planet, Xianxia had said that the Soul Emperor would have to go into seclusion, and this period would go on for 10,000 years to 100,000 years. And at this time, because of Immortal Sovereign, the Emperor Bone Sea within the demon god's tomb had nearly collapsed. The Soul Emperor's first task would be to repair the Emperor Bone Sea and then go into seclusion to fuse with the demon god's tomb. Then, in terms of time, the Soul Emperor's period of seclusion would surely be longer than the 10,000 years that Xianxia predicted. In the past, the Soul Emperor had already gone into seclusion for 9,000 years, and he must have already refined the eternal soul. All that was left over was to repair the Emperor Bone Sea and thoroughly refine the demon god's tomb. As for how much time this would take, Lin Ming didn't know. Lin Ming, the demon god's tomb master, fused together with the world of the demon god's tomb, gathering heaven and man into one and dual, cultivating the inner self and outer self. In terms of the laws, the heights he reached have surpassed the past glories of both me and Immortal. This is also the reason why Immortal and I were defeated by him. Due to the idealistic conflicts in cultivating the inner and outer universes me and Immortal shared, we battled many times. Yet in the end, we were defeated by the demon god's tomb master who had managed to gather heaven and man into one. That was truly the greatest joke of all time. Unfortunately, by the time we both realized that we had been wrong all along, it was no longer possible for us to turn back. Our laws, our foundation, everything had already been finalized and set in stone, and it would be impossible for us to return to a road that we had never walked down and reach the end of this road in a short period of time. We cannot, but that does not mean that the children of the 33 heavens cannot. Immortal and I created our own worlds all in order to wait for a person to appear who could completely refine these worlds into their body and truly achieve the realm of fusing heaven and man, reaching a peak of martial arts that no one else has ever stepped upon. Only like this is there a chance of contending with the demon god's tomb master. And you are without a doubt the most suitable candidate for doing so. Refine the Azura Road and Akashic Dream Universe. Lin Ming took a deep breath, repeating these words to himself. He was clear just what these words meant. These were two super worlds. Although they were slightly worse than the world of the demon god's tomb, they were undoubtedly both at the level beyond divinity. And these two worlds were the polar opposite of each other, just like yin and yang sides of a primal chaos diagram. Fully fusing these two super worlds together within himself was easier said than done. I know what your concerns are. You think your boundary is too low. In fact, when Immortal and I created our own worlds, we also believed that we needed a genius that was at the peak of true divinity, and only such a character would be able to simultaneously refine both these great worlds and take hold of that opportunity to step beyond divinity. If there was someone with a lower cultivation, then that would be too difficult. But you are different. Not to mention that your strength, foundation, and mortal bodily have reached an inconceivable degree of formidability. But what is most important is that before refining the Azura Road and Akashic Dream Universe, you have already fused together the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra, even managing to wound the avatar of the demon god's tomb master with this. This is a boundary that Immortal and I yearned for in the past but were never able to reach. With your foundation and me putting in my full effort to help you, it is by no means impossible for you to jump ranks and refine the Azura Road and Akashic Dream Universe. Lin Ming, you should know that the Azura Road and Akashic Dream Universe contain not just the inheritances that Immortal and I left behind with all of our hearts and minds, but moreover, in the last 10 billion years, in the law system that composes the Azura Road and Akashic Dream Universe, countless peerless talents of the 33 heavens have ventured within. Their comprehensions, cultivation methods, inheritances, experiences, and even their destinies were more or less recorded in the laws systems of these two great worlds and accumulated for all this time. For 10 billion years this strength has been slowly gathering and had already reached an immeasurable degree. All of this has been prepared just for you. The Azura Roadmaster's words shocked the heart and mind. Lin Ming was left stunned. He knew that in these years, the Azura Road and Akashic Dream Universe had drawn in countless geniuses to enter their smelting trials. The Azura Road's numerous mystic realms, trial missions, final tests, the Akashic Dream Universe's golden pages, emperor carving, shrine platforms, various battlefields. There was simply an innumerable number of smelting trial lands. And it was for this reason that these two great worlds established a variety of rewards for those that participated. This was the reason why so many peerless geniuses within the 33 heavens chased these trials, and also the reason why many great influences took the completion percentage within the Azura Road and Akashic Dream Universe as their ultimate standard in judging the potential and talent of a genius. All of these things were plans that were long since prepared by the Azura Roadmaster and Immortal Sovereign. Not only did they do this to lift up and train their talented descendants within the 33 heavens, but they also wanted to choose a descendant that possessed the ability to simultaneously refine these two great worlds. Moreover, they also planned to accumulate the laws, destiny, and experiences of countless peerless geniuses to have the strength of the Azura Road and Akashic Dream Universe reach the peak. All of these plans were ultimately created to resist the demon god's tomb master. This chess game spanned the heavens and earth, and now it was reaching its grand finale. On one side stood the demon god's tomb master, and on the other side stood Lin Ming. And behind Lin Ming also stood the Azura Roadmaster and Immortal Sovereign. For 10 billion years it was unknown how many generations had put in their full efforts. It was unknown how many masters of the 33 heavens died in various battlefields. It was unknown how many geniuses entered the Azura Road and Akashic Dream Universe, and perhaps they perished, and perhaps they also became outstanding existences that achieved great things. These people all had their own legends and stories, but the passing of years was ruthless and callous. These people eventually died, and even the jade slips that recorded their histories shattered to pieces. In the end, these people all became nothing but grains of sand in the endless flow of time. However, it was exactly this endless sand that composed the history of the 33 heavens. This history might be glorious, it might be humiliating, it might be righteous, it might be filled with blood, but no matter what, this history carried with it the will of all their ancestors. And that was to carry onwards. Slowly, ever so slowly, Lin Ming clenched his fists. This final fate all had to be shouldered by him. Every wisp of destiny that was marked in the Azura Road and Akashic Dream universe, every single law, everything contained the will and wishes of the countless ancestors that had preceded him, and this was something that would be carried forth by him. He already sat in front of the chess game. There was no route to escape. All he could do was desperately fight and fight again. Lin Ming, it is time to begin. This period of seclusion will continue for a long, long time. At the start, I will be able to act as your protector, but in the final critical phase, I will have no choice but to put all my effort into helping you refine the two great worlds. At that time, I will not be able to divert much strength into protecting the Azura Road and Akashic Dream universe. We must grasp the time before us and complete this before the demon god's tomb master finishes his own period of seclusion. First, you must perfect your 9 revolutions of reincarnation, as well as open the last Tao Palace of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. After Lin Ming fused together the Heavenly Sutra and Holy Scripture, his comprehensions in the Holy Scripture laws had reached heights no less than Shang Mei's. Now all he lacked was time. As long as he had time, then with his current boundary he could complete his 9th reincarnation, passing through 9 deaths and 9 lives. However, even though Lin Ming had these lofty goals and ideals in his heart, there were still gloomy clouds that muddled his thoughts. The Azura Road Master sighed. Lin Ming, I know you are worried about your wife, however, I am unable to leave the Azura Road, and your strength is insufficient to save her. All you can do is believe in her destiny and believe in her, and hope that she has another fortuitous encounter. The Azura Road Master understood what Lin Ming was thinking. However, this was the final step of a plan that had been laid out 10 billion years ago, and also involved a final war that would involve all life in the 33 heavens. In this situation, Lin Ming had no choice he could make. I understand. Lin Ming grit his teeth as he spoke. Perhaps Shang Mei really might have her own destiny. At the very least, she was still alive right now. The Azura Roadmaster said, this seclusion will continue for a long time. Refining 2 great worlds is not easy, and isn't any simpler than the demon god's tomb master fusing together with the demon god's tomb. So, this period of seclusion will far surpass anything you have ever experienced. Because this will continue for such a long time, there are some matters I will resolve for you. I will help you subdue the good fortune Saint Sovereign that you have sealed away so that he will faithfully follow your orders and protect your family. However, after I subdue him, his boundary will drop a great deal. There is also the remnant soul of an Empyrean deeply slumbering within your inner world. I will awaken and restore him, and will consider this as having completed the karmic ties between you two. The black dragon within your inner world, your children, your wives, the human leader divine dream, as well as all other overlords of the 33 heavens with potential can enter the space of the final trial and undergo the final trial. They may even accept some of the inheritances left behind from ancient times within the heavenly Tao rules of the 2 great worlds. To them, this will be a great lucky chance. The Azura Road and Akashic Dream universe had been laid out for 10 billion years, and now it was time for these 2 great worlds to display their true value. All the geniuses of the 33 heavens, all of Lin Ming's family and friends, they would all be able to obtain massive advantages. It had to be known that 10 billion years ago, there were numerous true divinities in the 33 heavens. But in the current 33 heavens, the level of talent was withered and weak. However, the Azura Road and Akashic Dream universe gathered the destinies and accumulations of innumerable geniuses for the last 10 billion years. For the next several thousand years or even tens of thousands of years, all of these accumulations would be released so that the lives of the 33 heavens would be able to soar to all new heights. At that time, It wouldn't be strange if crowds of true divinities were to appear once again. Time passed. At the entrance of the dark abyss, Xianxia and Fishy had stayed together in the amethyst origin crystal's inner space for 30 years already. Every now and then during these 30 years, Xianxia could feel energy passing from the eternal wall. After the Soul Emperor left his energy within the eternal wall's inner energy structure, it took root and began to germinate, tenaciously growing. Xianxia didn't know what method the Soul Emperor used, but the energy mark he planted actually wasn't able to be recognized by the eternal wall. It grew like a malignant cancer spreading outwards. If this continued, then a small part of the eternal wall's energy structure would fall under the control of the Soul Emperor. At that time, by joining forces within and without, the eternal wall would sooner or later fall. After another 5 years, the Soul Emperor's energy mark exploded for the first time. This matter occurred suddenly and without any hint at all. At the time, Xianxia was closed up in Cultivation and Fishy was lackadaisically eating the energy crystals condensed in the amethyst space. But then, a sudden shaking within the amethyst space caused Xianxia to awaken from her meditation. These vibrations were far more violent than when the Soul Emperor first attempted to tear open the space channel. Xianxia blanched. She reached out her sense to probe the eternal wall's situation, and her complexion became increasingly solemn. During these years, Xianxia had managed to slowly flush out the various seals that the Soul Emperor had placed within her. After all, most of these seals only had short-term effects, and with her strength she could always push them out of her body as long as she slowly erased them with her energy. Now her strength had been restored to its peak state, and she could clearly feel the internal state of the eternal wall's grand array formation. The Soul Emperor had allowed his energy mark to grow for 30 years. What the Soul Emperor should have done just now was lay down a great array formation outside, and combined with this energy to explode it, blowing up a part of the eternal wall's energy structure. After the explosion, there was still a part of the Soul Emperor's energy left within that would survive in the eternal wall's array formation. This should be an attempt by the Soul Emperor to study the energy he left behind and how he could use it to completely break open the eternal wall. Fishy, the eternal wall cannot stop the Soul Emperor. He has studied the eternal wall for innumerable years, and now because of me, a flaw has appeared in this originally perfect wall. At the least we have 1,000 years, and at the most we have several thousand years. But the eternal wall will most certainly be shattered open by the Soul Emperor. Xianxia sighed. Even with Fishy's sudden appearance, she still wasn't able to change her fate. Fishy tilted her head, unsure of what to do. For these past 30 years, the two of them had spent their time within the amethyst origin crystal together, and they had extremely good sentiments towards each other. Since Fishy couldn't figure out what to do, she simply held Xianxia's hand to comfort her. Holding Fishy's hand, Xianxia wasn't sure what she felt in her heart. She gently traced Fishy's cheek and said with sadness, "Fishy, you tried to rescue Big Sister, but Big Sister only managed to drag you into this mess." Fishy grabbed Xianxia's hand, saying, "It's fine. Didn't Big Sister say that we have several thousand years left? Perhaps there is still something we can do. If Big Sister can make another breakthrough, then we might be able to escape. And even if all our efforts come to nothing, that doesn't matter anyways." Fishy earnestly said. "Breakthrough?" Xianxia shook her head. In the Azura Forbidden Land, she had fused with the remnant soul of her past life and had awakened the majority of her past memories. With it, she obtained many precious experiences, laws, and cultivation methods. These comprehensions and experiences needed time to be digested. If she were to go into seclusion for several thousand years, then her strength would surely rise up to a whole new level. If there wasn't an accident, she could easily reach the peak of middle true divinity and even the upper true divinity boundary. Even so, she wouldn't be a match for the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor was simply too formidable. He was absolutely invincible amongst true divinities. "Fishy, are you afraid of dying?" Xianxia softly asked, looking into Fishy's eyes. Fishy shook her head. In truth, she had already lived for a long, long time, and there were many matters she couldn't remember from her glorious past. She didn't fear death. What she feared was loneliness and slowly forgetting the past. Then listen to Big Sister. From this point on, Big Sister will go into seclusion to try and break through to the next boundary. As for you, you can begin saving your energy so that the amethyst origin crystal is in its most powerful state. The Soul Emperor still needs a long period of time before he can open the Eternal Wall. We will have enough time to make preparations. And when the Soul Emperor opens the Eternal Wall, the truth is that this will be the Soul Emperor's weakest moment. Xianxia knew that two of the demon god's Tomb Master's avatars, Deep and Flood, should be staying in the Emperor Bone Sea to suppress the changes that were occurring there. Thus, they shouldn't be facing them. As long as she faced the Soul Emperor alone, then she was fine. If the Soul Emperor was in his peak state, Xianxia was naturally far from being his match. But the moment that the Eternal Wall broke open, the Soul Emperor would surely have consumed a tremendous amount of energy. When the Soul Emperor tried to open the Eternal Wall in the past, he had captured her as a blood sacrifice. And when he was carrying out the final ritual, he had dug out one of his ribs. Combining his bone's blood essence with the array formation, he laid down to complete the last steps. Now the Soul Emperor didn't have Xianxia to use as a blood sacrifice and could only depend on the energy mark that he had planted in the amethyst origin crystal. If he wanted to open the Eternal Wall using that, then he might need to pay an even greater price. If so, then this would be her only chance. She would nurture her strength while biding her time. When she reached the peak of middle true divinity, she would face the exhausted Soul Emperor and even have Fishy and the amethyst origin crystal supporting her. With the amethyst origin crystal, she could give the Soul Emperor a disastrous blow. This was Xianxia's plan, but she also knew that the chances of her plan succeeding were near zero. But no matter how unlikely her chances were, she still had to attempt it and put forth her full effort in doing so, because this was her last chance. Although she might not be able to avoid her own death in the end, before she died she would tear off a chunk of meat from the Soul Emperor and heavily wound him once more. She might be able to delay his fusion with the demon god's tomb and give Lin Ming and Jor a long period of time to grow stronger. Oh! Time flew forwards like an arrow, ruthless shooting towards one direction. Sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow, but it would never turn back. Within the Azure Sea's amethyst heavenly palace, the flow of time was sped up. 1 year outside was equivalent to 10 years within the amethyst heavenly palace. Upon reaching the boundary of the Azure Roadmaster, one could definitely create a perfect time enchantment where the laws within weren't twisted and was still suitable for cultivating. Tragic Death Valley was one such example. However, this increased pace of time didn't work for everything. Lin Ming's cultivation of his reincarnations, his breakthrough in the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, these things could be done within a time enchantment. But to simultaneously refine the Azure Road and Akashic Dream universe, this could not. This was because fusing together the Azure Road and Akashic Dream universe required a height of laws that even surpassed the comprehensions of the Azure Roadmaster. In this situation, if the Azure Roadmaster wished to create a time enchantment and have its laws continue in their originally perfect and complete state, that was just impossible. Thus, when the time truly came for Lin Ming to refine the Azure Road and Akashic Dream universe, time would pass at an equal speed to the outside world. He would be placed in a race against time with the Soul Emperor. At this time, in the Amethyst Heavenly Palace, Lin Ming had already experienced 5,000 years. But only 500 years passed in the outside world. For these 500 years, the human Empyreans and true divinities did not idly waste their time away. They had established a new base in the skies above the Azure Sea. All important figures of humanity had moved to the Azure Sea. The outstanding individuals amongst them were able to enter the final trial. The end times were approaching. Ink and Clear opened up all resources within the Azure Road's final trial, and how much one could obtain would depend on their respective abilities. Afterwards, even the elites of the saints came to the Azure Sea. Beneath the guidance of the current leader of the saints, Soaring Feather God King, many saint influences began to establish themselves in the Azure Sea. They created large array formations, opened their own minor worlds, and brought in their heavenly palaces. The geniuses of the saints, Fairy Blue Lotus, High Sun, Dark Moon, all entered the final trial to seek out their own lucky chances. Everyone who entered the final trial was able to obtain their own corresponding completion percentage. These geniuses were all incredible individuals that possessed their own pride and arrogance. In particular, with two races living together, they all chased towards the highest completion percentage, pushing each other further up through competition. Slowly, the Azure Sea became the core focal point of the children of the 33 heavens. However, the humans and saints knew that these prosperous times couldn't continue forever. Probably in 10,000 years or less, the great calamity would arrive. Whether or not they could continue onwards or be annihilated here, everything would depend on the man deep in seclusion within the amethyst heavenly palace. He was the final bet of the 33 heavens, and what he faced was a gamble he could not afford to lose. Whoosh! A giant space gate appeared in the skies above the Azure Sea. It constantly expanded before finally fully opening. As this space gate appeared, the waters of the Azure Sea began to rise in fierce and turbulent waves. The elites of the saints and humanity flew out amongst the great waves. Although each one was wounded, they were all in good spirits and beamed with smiles. Another crowd of elites had completed their final trial. They obtained treasures and inheritances from the final trial space. Compared to their original backgrounds, the rank of these new inheritances was completely disproportional, a gap as great as the heavens and earth. What is your completion percentage? A young elite excitedly asked after just having left the final trial. Mine is 76%. What about you? 78%. How fierce! I passed 75% this time and thought that was already amazing, but I never thought that Brother Zhou would have 78%. I'm really sweating with shame here. Several youths congratulated and flattered each other. Because they had all grown stronger, they were all in good moods. Even if others had surpassed them, they still sincerely praised them. That's Senior Apprentice Sister Blue Lotus. A sharp-eyed youth saw a blue figure flash through the rising waves of the Azure Sea. That's right, Senior Apprentice Sister Blue Lotus also re-entered the final trial this time. This should be her third time entering the final trial. I have no idea what result Senior Apprentice Sister Blue Lotus has. The last two times she underwent the final trial, her completion percentages were 87 and 88. Perhaps this time she was able to reach 90. Senior Apprentice Sister Blue Lotus is amazing. Several youths discussed together. As they did, several other surrounding individuals also began to chime in. When it came to the saints, Fairy Blue Lotus had an extremely high level of fame and prestige. Originally, the slightly older Good Fortune Saint's son had been able to suppress Fairy Blue Lotus, but now that the Good Fortune Saint's son had died, Fairy Blue Lotus naturally became the elder senior sister to every Saint Race Jr. As these words of praise fell into Fairy Blue Lotus's ears, they actually felt incomparably grating. She stopped in her steps and turned towards that group of youths. Just what nonsense are you speaking? Hurry up and go train. Do you think that it is amazing if you just entered the final trial and obtained a completion percentage in the 70s? Compared to 10,000 years ago, the difficulty of the final trial has already dropped by a great deal, and yet with such an easy difficulty you still cannot obtain at least 80. Fairy Blue Lotus's voice was cold like ice, causing these boisterously chattering youths to shrink back. All of them didn't dare to speak anymore. Indeed, in order to help the human and saint elites obtain a higher completion percentage, Ink and Clear had deliberately lowered the difficulty of the final trial by a little bit. Even so, Fairy Blue Lotus wasn't able to obtain a 90% completion. During this final trial, her completion percent was 89, just 1% off from reaching 90. But to overcome this 1% was not easy at all. Fairy Blue Lotus also knew that when Lin Ming first entered the final trial, his completion percent was 92. In the past, Lin Ming was also only at the Divine Lord realm. The Divine Lord realm was not a suitable realm for participating in the final trial. Afterwards, Lin Ming completed his grand reincarnation art and came to the final trial again. Due to the Emperor Jades, he perfectly completed the final trial and reached 100%. Fairy Blue Lotus didn't possess the Emperor Jades, so it was naturally impossible for her to achieve 100%. But in a situation where the difficulty had already been suppressed, it left her saddened that she still couldn't achieve 90%. She estimated that if she were to come to the final trial 10,000 years ago, then with the difficulty of that time her own completion percentage would be several points lower. Lin Huang's completion percent has reached 92. He has set a new record. A deep and sonorous voice echoed out near Fairy Blue Lotus's ears. She turned to see a large fellow flying towards her with a petite girl sitting on his shoulders. They were the brother and sister pair, High Sun and Dark Moon. These two individuals had a completion percent that was 5 points lower than Fairy Blue Lotus's. 92%. Fairy Blue Lotus wasn't surprised. The first one to break past 90% was Lin Huang. Fairy Blue Lotus had watched Lin Huang's training these past years. People said that Lin Huang was the son of Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian and simultaneously possessed the rare Azura bloodline and God-Beast bloodlines. There was no need to speak of his talent. He also had an incredible amount of resources to freely utilize as well as the ability to study any peak inheritances he so desired. With such strength, a high completion percentage was what he should have achieved. If he were to be surpassed by others, then he really would be seen as a joke. However, Fairy Blue Lotus knew that Lin Huang's progress relied on not just his talent but also his own hard work. He had always maintained the title of being the #1 figure of the younger generation, and people would always praise him from behind, saying that he was worthy of being Lin Ming's son. But these results were all due to his unceasing training from childhood to adulthood, and had been exchanged with innumerable life and death battles. To withstand such pressure wasn't easy even for Lin Huang. Fairy Blue Lotus turned to see Lin Huang flying away from the turbulent waves. She couldn't help but sympathize with him. "Big brother, I'm going to the Great Desolate. Do you want to go?" At this time, a giant black dragon flew into the skies above the Azura Sea. With its 2 wings extended outwards, it nearly blocked out the sun and skies. A black-clothed young girl rode atop the black dragon's neck, waving towards Lin Huang. She was Lin Ming and Shang Mei's daughter Jur. Seeing Jur, Fairy Blue Lotus sighed with emotion. When Jur first entered the final trial, her completion rate was only 80%. This result couldn't be considered too high. Jur was different from Lin Huang. She had been accompanied by Lin Ming and Shang Mei growing up and had obtained the best guidance from them. When Lin Ming and Shang Mei broke into true divinity, she had also been baptized with their laws. However, what Jur lacked was actual combat experience. Although her perception was astonishingly high and her cultivation progressed rapidly, her strength was actually somewhat lacking. Like flowers grown in a greenhouse, although they were beautiful when they bloomed within, they weren't able to withstand the harsh winds and rains of the outside. The originally mischievous and lazy Jur saw her own completion percentage and silently departed for the Great Desolate. She trained in the Great Desolate, fighting desperately with the vicious beasts there. No one knew what Jur experienced in the Great Desolate. All they knew was that after a short 100 years she returned, and when she re-entered the final trial once more, her completion percent had reached 87. Such a rate of growth was astonishing. Fairy Blue Lotus knew that even though Jur often smiled and appeared happy, the truth was that her burdens were no less than Lin Huang's. Jur originally had a playful personality, but that changed when her mother was captured by the Soul Emperor so many years ago. Although it was said that her mother is still alive, she feared that her situation wasn't too optimistic, otherwise she would have returned already. Jur's silent efforts were all for her mother. "Jur, I have no need to go. As the Great Desolate stands, there is nothing there that can challenge me. You go by yourself and be careful. Don't try to show off." "Jur, what is your completion percent this time?" "I just reached 90, Jur said, a bit depressed. But as this voice fell into the ears of others, including Fairy Blue Lotus, it left them feeling somewhat depressed. From 80 to 87, then from 87 to 90, Jur's speed of progression was too terrifying. After all, the final trial was not a test of one's strength but of one's talent and potential. If a martial artist grew stronger, their completion percentage wouldn't necessarily become higher. Instead, because of one's increased age, their completion percentage might fall instead. But for Jur, because she was growing stronger far beyond her age, This was the reason why her completion percentage would rise by 10 whole points. If it were anyone else, they would already be thanking the heavens and earth for an increase of 1 to 2 percentage points in 1,000 years. And it seemed that Jior's potential had yet to be fully unearthed. Later on, it would be possible for Jior to obtain a 95% completion. Big brother, I'm leaving first then. Jior slapped the black dragon's back. The black dragon flapped its wings and shot up into the skies. Even the clouds above were blown away by the violent winds. Lin Huang looked at Jior's back and a faint smile appeared on his lips. He watched as Jior left and then turned to fly into the Azure Sea. During this venture into the final trial, he had gained some enlightenments and needed to go to the Amethyst Heavenly Palace. The Amethyst Heavenly Palace was also where Lin Ming had gone into seclusion. Lin Ming's cultivation could not be disturbed and no one was allowed to take a step into the Amethyst Heavenly Palace. They could only cultivate around it. If one cultivated here, they would fall under the 110-time enchantment and save a great deal of time. Divine Dream, Emperor Xianxia, Astral Vault, Soaring Feather, as well as numerous human and saint Empyreans all cultivated here. The truth was that 10,000 years ago, before the great catastrophe arrived, whether it was humans or saints, they slacked on their cultivation after reaching the Empyrean realm. The first reason was because the Empyrean realm was far too distant from the true divinity realm. Even if they cultivated diligently, their efforts were likely to come to nothing. The second reason was because their resources and inheritances were lacking. 10 billion years ago, when the martial arts civilization of the 33 heavens was at its most glorious and prosperous times, it was far less difficult for an Empyrean to reach true divinity, and many true divinity influences would help those with potential complete this final step as long as they put in their due diligence. But afterwards, when the various races of the 33 heavens fell into steep decline, the total number of true divinities within the 33 heavens could be counted on 2 hands, and this was divided amongst the different races. In this situation, if an Empyrean wished to cultivate to true divinity, they would basically have to rely on themselves, and no matter how much effort they put in, their work wouldn't come to fruition. But the present was different. Around the Amethyst Heavenly Palace, there was the personal teachings of Ink and Clear. Moreover, in these past years, all of the Azura Roadmasters accumulated resources. Everything that the previous guardians of the Azura Road had collected, it was all taken out without reserve for the many Empyreans and true divinities to use. There was no need to speak of cultivation method inheritances. Not to mention the vast accumulation of inheritances gathered in the Azura Road. The various human and saint influences also put forth their own inheritances so that everyone could share and exchange. Inheritances were indeed precious. If one's race didn't even exist, what was the point of defending these inheritances so fastidiously? With all of these factors added together, the martial artists of humanity and the saints began to cultivate with an unprecedented level of heated enthusiasm. Naturally, their cultivation speed also rose by a great deal. There were even some outstanding individuals who had high hopes of breaking into true divinity. This was the true divinity boundary. Once, it had been nothing but a wistful dream that could only look on from afar. But now that they realized they could break through these shackles and attain it themselves, how could they not be excited? As the human and saint race Empyreans put forth their full hearts and minds into cultivation, Jior had already ridden the great black dragon into the skies above the great desolate. Jior held onto the black dragon's neck. Facing the howling desert winds, her long black hair flew about her like strands of silk. The blood-red glow from the sun covered her skin like an intoxicating blush. But beneath that blush, her delicate face was filled with a grim and hardened determination. "Little black, fly into the deeps," Jior shouted out loud. "Ao dash!" The black dragon roared. Its 2 wings stretched out as it cut through the skyline. One girl, one dragon. The 2 of them soared through the fire-red clouds, slowly blending into the crimson setting sun and disappearing from sight. All that was left over was the distant howl of the dragon, echoing into the horizon for a long time. Oh! Time passed, marching forwards without pause. Ever since Lin Ming began his seclusion, 2,800 years had passed. No one knew what Lin Ming's situation was, but they didn't dare to waste time in their cultivation. And at this time, a great change was occurring within the Spiritas. Overnight, the entire Spiritas race descended into chaos. 2 Spiritas true divinities led 10 peak Empyreans to go to the dark abyss. As this news spread out, the human and saint martial artists felt their hearts sink. In the past, the leader of the Spiritas had his body seized. Then, the demon god's tomb master appeared with the identity of the sole emperor to rule over the Spiritas. The several strongest masters of the Spiritas race were controlled by the sole emperor, and if it wasn't for the sole emperor being limited in the number of people that he could control, then he likely would have taken control of every Empyrean amongst the Spiritas. The changes occurring amongst the Spiritas left a dark cloud of gloom hovering over their hearts. This was especially true for the Spiritas martial artists. For instance, Empyrean Divine Mist. Empyrean Divine Mist had awoken around the time that Lin Ming went into seclusion. Then, he began restoring his soul around the heavenly amethyst palace, and now his soul had become increasingly stable. He came from the Azura Road, but when he learned of the changes occurring within the Spiritas of the 33 heavens, he still sighed deeply with emotion. In these chaotic times, what would the future of the Spiritas be? Divine Mist. In these past years your soul has become stable enough with the aid of appropriate soul recovery items. At the time, young master had instructed us that after your soul has stabilized, we should give you an appropriate body and also help you seize it. After Lin Ming went into seclusion to refine 2 great worlds, Ink and Clear had already changed the way they called Lin Ming to young master. Empyrean Divine Mist had shown graciousness to Lin Ming in the past. And since it was impossible for Lin Ming to reform Divine Mist's mortal body, he could only help him seize a similar one. After seizing a body there would be many drawbacks, but it was still much better than remaining a soul form. You have 2 choices. One is Soul Emperor Divine Void, and the other is the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. Ink and Clear's words caused Empyrean Divine Mist's heart to shake. These 2 bodies were both at the true divinity level. In particular the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, he had reached the peak of true divinity. Soul Emperor Divine Void was Divine Mist's enemy. 100 years ago, Ink and Clear had captured Soul Emperor Divine Void and had sealed up his spiritual sea and cultivation. As for the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, there was even less to mention. After his great battle with Lin Ming, he had suffered severe losses and also had his avatar of famine and Grand Mist Spirit Bead taken away. His cultivation boundary had dropped 1 level, and after being controlled by the Azura Roadmaster, his cultivation dropped even further. Now, he was somewhere between an upper and middle true divinity. Originally, it would have been impossible for Divine Mist to seize the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's body. But, because the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's soul had been controlled, it was not possible for Divine Mist to slowly refine the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's spiritual sea. After listening to Ink and Clear's words, Divine Mist sighed. He said, I will choose to seize the body of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. As for Divine Void, let him go. After so many years passed, the hatred in Divine Mist's heart had already faded away, becoming a shadow of what it had been. With the great calamity imminent, Divine Mist didn't want to sentence a master who was on the side of the 33 heavens to death, just because of some past enmity. In fact, this was also hard for Ink and Clear. Good. Ink and Clear faintly smiled. Then we will assist you in seizing the body. After you seize his body, it will require you a great deal of time to thoroughly refine the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's divine soul. Even when you manage to do so, it will be impossible to further increase your boundary in the future. Do you understand all of this? Divine Mist calmly said. To be able to obtain a mortal body and also one that was so formidable, he no longer had any wild dreams. If it weren't for him luckily meeting Lin Ming in the past within tragic Death Valley, he feared he would have long since exhausted himself and died. 3 years later, some Spiritas martial artists also arrived at the Azura Sea. Ink and Clear welcomed all of these new arrivals. Slowly, 3,000 years passed from when Lin Ming entered seclusion. From this point on, beneath the planning of Ink and Clear, the mortals and low-level martial artists of the Azura Road began to evacuate. Everything was being done in preparation for the final war that would occur once Lin Ming left seclusion. And in the dark abyss, Xianxia and Fishy were also preparing for their final stand. 3,000 years ago, the eternal wall had already started to break apart. Horrifying cracks appeared in the boundless black earth. These cracks were like the maws of wild beasts, capable of swallowing everything into the endless abyss. The Soul Emperor stood above the devastated and cracked earth, his hair scattered and his filthy eyes overflowing with killing intent. The eternal wall had already sealed away the dark abyss for 10 billion years, like a peerless, vicious beast that was chained down with heavy chains. Because of these chains, the Soul Emperor's avatar had been separated from reuniting with the other avatars. For all these years, the eternal wall was a great stone that pressed down on the Soul Emperor, leaving him gasping for breath. Today, this great stone would finally be broken. Once that occurred, the 33 heavens would link back together with the dark abyss, and all lives in existence would be within his control. He would rule the world for 100 billion years, 1,000,000,000,000 years. The Soul Emperor wanted to fuse with the demon god's tomb, and the demon god's tomb was like an ancient great beast with an incomparably greedy and horrifying appetite. In order to make the demon god's tomb an eternal existence that would grow ever stronger, able to resist the great shattering of the universe several times over, then the Soul Emperor needed to give the demon god's tomb enough nourishment. And just the dark abyss was not enough. With the bountiful 33 heavens, the abyssals could grow stronger and produce more and more descendants. And the native peoples of the 33 heavens could be taken as captives and reared to become alternative nourishment. 3,000 years had passed, and the energy storms in the skies above the eternal wall had already come to a stop. After destroying a part of the eternal wall's energy structure, the Soul Emperor was able to set up a large array formation to sever the connection between the world's energy and the eternal wall. Let it begin. The Soul Emperor revealed a maniacal laugh. He smashed his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Then, with his blood as the ink, he began to draw a totem upon the cracked earth of the eternal wall. The land was already marked with vicious and fierce cracks. As the Soul Emperor's blood essence passed through these cracks, it floated upwards, as if it were a drawing within the void. As the Soul Emperor started to draw this grand array, his complexion became increasingly pale. 3,000 years ago, in his battle against Lin Ming, the Soul Emperor had gone from the appearance of a youth to that of a withered man in the fading years of his life. It was clear that this battle had done a considerable amount of damage to the Soul Emperor. So many years had passed, and the Soul Emperor still hadn't recovered. His body was as thin and gaunt as firewood, and his eyes were like dying embers. Now, as he was using his blood essence as ink to draw up this great array diagram, it made him look like a terminally ill old man, about to die at any moment. Fishy. It's begun. Within the eternal wall, Xianxia awakened from her meditation. Her eyes shimmered in the dark, seeming to see through the layers of amethyst walls and seeing the array diagram that the Soul Emperor was drawing up. The energy has started to become chaotic. The Soul Emperor is burning his blood essence to make the final preparations. The eternal wall was already riddled with cracks and flaws. The Soul Emperor's strength could easily seep through the ground into the nearby amethyst origin crystal. Thus Xianxia could clearly feel him. Fishy nodded. For these last 3,000 years, she hadn't been idling about either. Although she wasn't suited for cultivating the martial arts laws of the 33 heavens, she still continued to train herself so that her divine soul would fuse together more perfectly with the amethyst origin crystal. This made it easier for her to control the amethyst origin crystal, making it nearly her instinct. Whether it was Fishy or Xianxia, they had spent these million days and nights constantly preparing for this last struggle. Success or failure, life or death, all would come down to this final bet. Are you afraid? Xianxia gently smoothed Fishy's bangs, her heart aching. She didn't want this naive and kind-hearted Fishy to be involved in this sort of life or death battle. And she also knew that in this struggle against the Soul Emperor, their chances of winning were nearly zero. The best-case situation was that they would be able to flee with their lives. But as Xianxia recalled all of the Soul Emperor's innumerable methods, she felt her heart sink. To merely escape from this old demon would be a task fraught with countless sufferings and dangers. Xianxia had already prepared for the worst possible scenario. When she determined she was unable to escape, She would leave the amethyst space and burn her life in its entirety, completely exploding. With her peak middle true divinity cultivation and her combat efficiency that would allow her to kill a peak true divinity master. Then if she were to explode herself in front of the Soul Emperor, she could surely cause heavy losses to him. Xianxia didn't think she would be able to kill the Soul Emperor, but she might be able to win a slim chance of survival for Fishy. In these past years, Xianxia had learned of Fishy and Lin Ming's experiences together. She sincerely felt love and affection for this little girl and her bizarre upbringing. She didn't want her to die because of her own troubles. Bang! The amethyst space suddenly shook. The energy structure began to fracture and burst apart. Cracks spread throughout the eternal wall like a spider's web. It would soon break apart. Xianxia remained calm, as if she didn't feel anything at all, since she had already firmed her determination. Then even if the Soul Emperor were to directly enter the amethyst space and stand before her, she still wouldn't fear anything. Bang! The space suddenly shook again. Violent explosions seethed and surged outside the amethyst space. Even if Xianxia didn't use her sense, she could still imagine how terrifying the waves of energy were outside. This was a grand array formation that the Soul Emperor had formed using his blood essence. By gathering the strength of the world of the demon god's tomb, as well as the heaven and earth origin energy of the dark abyss, he was launching his final strike against the eternal wall. The sounds of explosions became increasingly loud and dense. From above, the array formation that the Soul Emperor created was like a giant and evil eye that floated above the blackened earth. This eyes constantly eroded away at the land, as if it would swallow it all. The waves of energy became increasingly fierce. Xianxia sensed that an irresistible strength was slowly tearing open the eternal wall. It wanted to forcefully pull out the core of the eternal wall, the amethyst origin crystal. The connection between the amethyst origin crystal and eternal wall was being forcibly drawn apart. At this moment, Xianxia's sense of time became incredibly slow. In the turbulent chaos all around her, she had to grasp hold of that fleeting opportunity. Xianxia had already fused together with the memories of her previous life, and the eternal wall was also laid down with the joint efforts of the Azura Roadmaster and her previous life. Because of this, Xianxia had a clear understanding into the energy structure of the eternal wall, and she could also make use of this energy. Otherwise, by relying on just her and Fishy, it would be difficult to cause heavy damage to the Soul Emperor. As the eternal wall broke apart more and more, violent currents of energy gushed out towards Xianxia and Fishy. The amethyst origin crystal was like a boat that was being smashed by giant waves in the sea, and had completely lost its anchoring with the eternal wall. Now is the time I attack. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a cold brilliance. All of her strength erupted at once. Fishy didn't hesitate as she went all out. Joining together with Xianxia, the two of them took control of the amethyst origin crystal and attacked the Soul Emperor. With Xianxia's strength and Fishy as the medium, the two joined with the amethyst origin crystal, allowing its speed to reach the peak. The void between Xianxia and the Soul Emperor was flooded with a horrifying pressure and wild waves of energy. But this pressure couldn't stop the path of the amethyst origin crystal. Surrounded by this pressure, if one was familiar with the eternal wall's energy structure and could make full use of the laws, they could even use this pressure to increase their strength and enhance the impact force of the amethyst origin crystal. This was like a person using strength to grab hold of a slippery bar of soap. The more strength they used, the greater the pressure would be, and the faster the soap would fly out of their hands. And the current Xianxia and Fishy were like this. Not only did they pour in all of their strength, but they also borrowed the world's strength that gushed out from the torn eternal wall, all in order to initiate this final fatal strike against the Soul Emperor. Seeing the amethyst origin crystal hurtle towards him, the Soul Emperor wasn't surprised at all. He sneered, "You are someone I raised myself. How could I not know your thoughts?" The Soul Emperor knew that Xianxia wouldn't idly sit around and wait for death in her final moments. He had already sealed away a portion of his strength in his body. The reason he did so was to deal with Xianxia's desperate counterattack after he drew his grand array formation and fell to his weakest state. Pong! Energy erupted from within the Soul Emperor's body. The Soul Emperor's palm came crashing down upon the amethyst origin crystal. In that moment, the strength locked within the Soul Emperor's body was unsealed. From the Soul Emperor's hand, a black vortex appeared. The world's strength of the demon god's tomb came roaring out. Bang! The energy flow violently collided with the amethyst origin crystal and exploded. It was like giant blood-red lotuses were blooming atop the eternal wall. The eternal wall was thoroughly torn apart, turned into countless fragments. And in this titanic wave of energy, the amethyst origin crystal was sent flying away. Within the amethyst space, Xianxia bore the brunt of the energy impact and spat out a mouthful of blood. Beside her, Fishy also paled. The Soul Emperor had already been prepared for their final desperate strike. And although it had been difficult for the Soul Emperor to withstand this blow, the damage to Xianxia and Fishy was even greater. One's fighting spirit was aroused by the first call, faded by the second, and then exhausted by the third. If the first strike wasn't able to heavily wound the Soul Emperor, then the following battle would become far more difficult. You have really left me surprised. In the distant void, the Soul Emperor's hair was scattered all about him. A macabre smile spread across his features. In these years of seclusion, Xianxia's strength had risen by an astronomical degree. In addition to Fishy and the purple card, when they gathered all of their potential to attack together, even though the Soul Emperor was prepared, he had still been injured. The arm he used to block the purple card had already broken and was now hanging limp at a strange angle. But although the Soul Emperor had been wounded, a happy expression spread wildly across his face. I expected you to take advantage of my weakest moment to risk your life in a desperate attack, but I didn't expect your strike to be so powerful. You have progressed far too quickly. In the past, I only wanted to train you to open the eternal wall, but I never imagined I would create such a perfect work of art. If you didn't betray me, just how wonderful would that have been? The Soul Emperor's voice overflowed with killing intent. Although he thought it was a pity that he would have to destroy Xianxia, he didn't have any intention of showing mercy or forgiveness. And ruining the most perfect thing could also bring him pleasure. Ka. The Soul Emperor's broken arm was rapidly regenerating. At the same time, beneath the Soul Emperor, the eternal wall continued to break down and explode. Violent flows of energy smashed into his body, but the Soul Emperor seemed mindless of it all. His gaze and sense were still completely locked onto the amethyst origin crystal that was not too far away. He knew that Xianxia still had strength remaining and wouldn't give up here. She would continue attacking, but her attacks wouldn't have any great effect on him. This was the disparity between their boundaries. The Soul Emperor moved towards the amethyst origin crystal one step at a time. With the Soul Emperor as the center, a force field projection of the demon god's tomb shot out, blocking the surrounding void. Bang! The explosions all around the Soul Emperor became increasingly fierce and crazy. Beneath his feet, the eternal wall was falling downwards. Without the support of the force field, the dark earth collapsed beneath its own weight. It began to fall into the dark abyss in massive chunks. This apocalyptic sight was as if the end of times had come. A terrifying energy erupted from the eternal wall. Originally, the eternal wall was linked together with the void. And now, because the eternal wall had collapsed, a massive chunk of space was torn apart and an unexpected scene occurred. A spatial fissure over 1,000 miles long appeared after the space tour. And within this spatial fissure, the aura of the world was hazy and ethereal, as if it were a completely different world. Seeing this massive spatial fissure, the Soul Emperor was stunned. This world was clearly different from the world of the demon god's tomb, and the Soul Emperor also felt that this wasn't the 33 heavens. Such a world was hiding within the dark abyss. How could this be possible? But at the same time, as Xianxia saw this within the amethyst space, tumultuous waves rose up in her heart. She had seen this piece of world before. She didn't know what this world was or where it had come from, but over 10,000 years ago, she had discovered the entrance to this world by accident. Within this world, all rules were different. These rules seemed completely independent from the system that constituted the 33 heavens and dark abyss. In truth, the dark abyss and 33 heavens came from the same roots. The Dark Abyss was the predecessor of the 33 Heavens, the remains of the previous universal era. From this aspect, the two worlds were originally one body. But this other world was actually completely different. Xianxia didn't know why the entrance to such a world would appear in the Dark Abyss, nor did she know what it was. After she accidentally discovered this world, she hid away this secret. This world's mysterious laws caused Xianxia to have a foreboding feeling the first time she saw it. That was, she felt that the entrance to this world only went one way, and after leaving to enter this world, there was no coming back. Xianxia's original plan was to use this world as her escape route. If her contradictions with the Soul Emperor truly rose to an irreconcilable level, then she would simply leave. At that time, Xianxia hadn't known of her dark and dire fate, nor did she know what the Soul Emperor was planning to do with her. Although she and the Soul Emperor were like water and fire, that wasn't a good enough reason for her to flee to a different world which she wouldn't be able to return from. But afterwards, Xianxia discovered that the entrance to this world was slowly closing. It wouldn't be long before it completely disappeared. Thus, she mentioned this world to someone, and that person was Lin Ming. 12,000 years ago, Lin Ming was at the Holy Lord realm. He had just defeated the good fortune Saint's son, and humanity would soon face a great war with the saints. In order to save humanity, Lin Ming ventured out in all directions in search of all possibilities. He even held onto the faintest glimmer of hope that he could come to the soul world to look for Xianxia and negotiate with her. If possible, humanity could ally with the Spiritas to deal with a common enemy, in the saints. At that time, Xianxia already knew the truth that the Soul Emperor was an abyssal. In her eyes, humanity's war with the saints was basically meaningless, and even weak. And as she saw Lin Ming toiling so hard for a race that didn't have any ability to resist the great calamity they were about to suffer, she simply sighed. She sympathized greatly with Lin Ming and even felt pity. Lin Ming asked why Xianxia sighed, and her reply was, "Sighing for your destiny." Lin Ming was puzzled. However, Xianxia didn't fully explain anything to him. Instead, she simply asked him whether or not he wanted to follow her to some place. They wouldn't go to the divine realm, nor would they go to the soul world. Once they left, they would go for 100 million years. The so-called 100 million years was in truth a lifetime. They would go far away from the great vortex of the great calamity, leaving everything behind so that they could pursue the road of martial arts with all their hearts. At that time, Xianxia still had her own ambitions. She hoped that one day she would be able to step beyond divinity and create her own world. She thought that Lin Ming was a suitable companion as he had enough talent to grow to such heights. If they could cultivate to the peak of martial arts together, then they could imitate the immortal sovereign and his wife from 10 billion years ago, stepping beyond divinity together. Moreover, once they went to that mysterious world that was about to be sealed up, they could rid themselves of the Soul Emperor's control just like that, completing everything in a single swoop. Of course, going to a completely unknown world already meant tremendous risks. These risks didn't come from the original dangers of that world, but whether or not that world was suitable for them to cultivate. But when Xianxia asked Lin Ming, his reply had actually been refusal. Xianxia wasn't surprised. She believed that her and Lin Ming's fate would end there, and if they met in the future, it would only be as enemies. She never thought that all sorts of things would happen between her and Lin Ming in the future, and the two of them would even have a daughter. Life was like a dream, and perhaps fate was already an established road. But for those that continued to look forwards into the future, everything still seemed too inconceivable and incredible. All of these thoughts instantly flashed through Xianxia's mind. In the next moment, she instantly sent Fishy a sound transmission. "We're rushing over. Give everything we have and fly into that world." Hearing Xianxia's shout in her ears, Fishy didn't hesitate. She immediately poured the entirety of her strength into the amethyst origin crystal. Chi-dash! The amethyst origin crystal flared up with a blazing divine light. It flew straight towards that other world. The Soul Emperor's eyes flashed with a cold light. Just now he had been immersed in surprise at the appearance of such a mysterious world. Why would such a strange world be in the dark abyss? But as he saw Xianxia about to escape, How could he allow them to do as they wished? Bang! The Soul Emperor's world strength transformed into a giant black hand that grasped towards the amethyst origin crystal. At this time, Xianxia was already in desperate straits, recklessly pushing forwards. This was her last chance. To defeat the Soul Emperor in a frontal battle was naturally impossible, and trying to flee from his grasp was also a mission with innumerable difficulties and risks. But if it were only to fly into a space crack that was 10,000 feet away, that was far easier. Hold! The Soul Emperor's palm thrust outwards. All around him, the demon god's tune force field tightened up. The black hand grasped onto the amethyst origin crystal. The energy collision caused the amethyst origin crystal to wildly tremble. The impact force that spread through caused Xianxia to shake and spit out a mouthful of blood. However, at this moment, she didn't care about this at all. Disregarding all consequences, she overdrew her blood vitality, overdrew her life, and continued to hurtle towards the entrance to that other world. Chi. The amethyst origin crystal began to spin. Its edges were as sharp as knives as it split open the black hand of world strength created by the Soul Emperor. Although the Soul Emperor's world strength was formidable, the amethyst origin crystal was actually the ultimate nemesis for all forms of energy. At this time, the amethyst origin crystal was cutting through that black hand with unstoppable force. What? The Soul Emperor was shocked. He disregarded his exhaustion and consumed a massive amount of world strength to send a palm reaching out for the amethyst origin crystal. But this attack was still cut apart. It was like the amethyst origin crystal was a heated blade of iron and his attack was a chunk of fat. Directly pierced through, impossible to block. Whoosh! The amethyst origin crystal sank into the entrance to that different world. It rapidly flew into the space storms that roiled within and vanished from sight. The Soul Emperor was stunned. He thought that the might of the amethyst origin crystal had slightly exceeded his expectations. 10 billion years ago, the Soul Emperor had fought with the Azura Roadmaster and had encountered the amethyst origin crystal. At that time, the amethyst origin crystal hadn't seemed too terrifying. Was it possible that in the 10 billion years that the amethyst origin crystal had been the incarnation of the eternal wall, there had been some sort of change to it due to the massive accumulation of energy? Or could it be that 10 billion years ago when the past life of Xianxia sacrificed herself and poured her strength into the amethyst origin crystal, her actions had served as a catalyst to hasten this change? All sorts of theories passed through the Soul Emperor's heart. He could feel that the amethyst origin crystal had likely evolved somehow. If Xianxia hid in the amethyst origin crystal and tried to flee with all her might, it would indeed not be easy to keep her here. If it were the dark abyss, then he would have a much greater assurance. But in this different world, the Soul Emperor looked at that gradually shrinking entrance that seemed as if it would soon disappear. He hesitated for a moment and finally chose not to chase after them. This different world caused the Soul Emperor to feel particularly strange. The space storms within were far fiercer than those in the dark abyss, and the entrance seemed as if it would vanish at any time. Going to this different world would be easy, but to capture Xianxia and return safely before the entrance vanished might not be possible. The Soul Emperor estimated that if he wanted to capture Xianxia, he would need to expend a considerable amount of effort. If things went smoothly, it would take an hour, and if things didn't go smoothly, then no one knew how long it would take. If he were to enter this different world and the entrance vanished before he captured Xianxia, then could he return? The Soul Emperor wasn't confident he could do this. Whether it was the 33 heavens or dark abyss, the Soul Emperor was fully confident he could freely wander about as he wished. But to go into a completely different world that had never been discovered before, there were just too many uncertainties involved. He might lose track of the space coordinates in this different world and be unable to find his way back. I never thought that something like this would occur. It seems that the heavens haven't yet abandoned you. The Soul Emperor took a deep breath. Although he was filled with unwillingness, he decided to give up his pursuit of Xianxia. The appearance of this different world should have happened because of the shattering the eternal wall. The energy that had accumulated for 10 billion years erupted all at once, piercing through space and making this entrance visible. However, the Soul Emperor thought that this might be Xianxia's destiny. If fate truly existed, then with Xianxia's destiny her life shouldn't come to an end. In this situation where he had to go to a completely unknown different world to chase down Xianxia who had such a great destiny upon her, this wouldn't be the wise action to take, especially since the Soul Emperor had so many other matters to attend to. Slowly, that giant space fissure that spread out for over 1,000 miles shrank to several miles in length. Then, after a mere 10 breaths of time, it completely vanished. From beginning to end, Xianxia and the amethyst origin crystal didn't reappear. The Soul Emperor sensed that after the entrance to this different world was sealed up, it wouldn't be easy for Xianxia to return. She might be forever trapped in this different world. Although his heart was filled with simmering resentment, he didn't delay any further. He flew directly into the depths of the dark abyss. Besides the Soul Emperor, his other two avatars were still in the dark abyss. Now that the Eternal Wall had disappeared after so many years of effort, he had to take advantage of this time to fuse together with the demon god's tomb and also deal with the nearly collapsed Emperor Bone Sea. With so many matters to deal with, he couldn't afford to delay. Just the Eternal Wall had taken him 3,000 years to deal with. This was equal to allowing Lin Ming to grow for another 3,000 years. In addition to the Soul Emperor's future seclusion, everything might add up to over 10,000 years. The Soul Emperor didn't know what heights Lin Ming had grown to, but he knew that he absolutely could not allow Lin Ming to continue growing. Every year that the Soul Emperor was delayed meant that Lin Ming would grow that much stronger. In the Soul Emperor's mind, the danger that Lin Ming represented was far greater than the Azura Roadmaster and Immortal Sovereign from 10 billion years past. When Azura and Immortal encountered the Soul Emperor, they had already cultivated for countless years. They were existences that could be described as old monsters. Their ages were too great. Even though they were strong, their potential had shrunk to almost nothing. The Soul Emperor wasn't afraid of them because of this. Whether it was Azura or Immortal, the Soul Emperor could allow them to freely cultivate as they wished without any worries. But Lin Ming was different. He had only cultivated for a small number of years. Compared to Azura and Immortal, this time period was simply negligible. But in such a short period of time, he managed to attain a true divinity level cultivation and have strength equal to a peak true divinity master. Moreover, he still managed to make another breakthrough. He could be said to have reached the limits of true divinity. In just 10,000 some years, with an initial true divinity cultivation, Lin Ming possessed strength at the limits of true divinity. This was something that the Soul Emperor could hardly believe. 10 billion years ago, whether it was Azura or Immortal, neither of them had managed to reach such heights. If the Soul Emperor were to allow such an enemy to freely grow, then this enemy would surely surpass Azura and Immortal in the future, perhaps even surpassing himself. Sooner or later, this enemy would send him to hell. The Soul Emperor naturally had to prevent such things occurring. The Soul Emperor quickly flew deep into the depths of the dark abyss. At the same time, in the 17th level of the dark abyss, in Deep King Road Demon Palace, a low and sonorous voice reverberated throughout the entire palace. "All elders of Deep King Road, come see me at once." This voice carried with it a great majesty and imposing aura. It rang through the ears of every true divinity level abyssal. As these abyssals of the dark abyss heard this voice, they felt the blood quicken in their veins and their hearts begin to race, as if resonating with this sound. Many higher abyssals directly fell to their knees. "We obey." With the summoning of this voice, all true divinity abyssals of Deep King Road hurried deep into the demon palace. At this place there was an independent world. This was Deep King Road's forbidden land. Without express permission, no one was allowed in. But now this forbidden land was opened and the true divinities of Deep King Road began to enter, one after another. The moment they entered this forbidden land, they felt a terrifying pressure fall down upon them. All the true divinity level abyssal knelt down. Before them, not too far away, there was a giant demon head. This demon head seemed forged from metal. It floated in the skies, over 1,000 miles large, hanging above like a small star. This demon head was deep. In front of deep, these abyssal overlords didn't dare to take a single breath. They absolutely did not dare to look up into Deep's face. They respectfully knelt on the ground, their heads touching the floor as they waited for Deep's orders. Deep was silent. All abyssals awaited his command. And something similar was occurring in the Great Flood Demon Kingdom. In the Great Flood Demon Kingdom's capital city, a 1,000-mile-long life form, similar to a python, was perched atop a divine mountain. Its amber pupils flashed with icy light as it stared at the countless abyssals kneeling at the base of the divine mountain. This giant snake had a pair of wings on its back and 4 claws. There was also a single horn jutting from its head. It resembled a flood dragon a little, and was also the true ruler of the Great Flood Demon Kingdom. Flood. The Great Flood Demon Kingdom had existed for 2 billion years already. Very few abyssals ever saw Flood. Most of the time, no one even knew where Flood was. In fact, for the last several hundred million years, Flood seemed to have completely vanished, and some abyssals even suspected that Flood had died. But today Flood had appeared. Moreover, Flood appeared on the Great Flood Demon Kingdom's divine mountain, in the presence of the trillions upon quadrillions of subjects that lived in the capital city. All the abyssals within hundreds of thousands of miles were able to see this scene. Their expressions were filled with excitement and awe. Flood, their heart's demon god, had actually appeared. All abyssals had a premonition that something important was about to occur in the dark abyss. The moment Xianxia disappeared into this different world, within the amethyst heavenly palace, Lin Ming felt his heart tremble. He could feel his faint connection with Xianxia weakening. If he didn't carefully try to sense this, it was almost impossible to notice. Moreover, even such a sensation was slowly fading. At this time Lin Ming had already been in seclusion within the amethyst heavenly palace for 3,000 years. But because he had spent 1,500 years within a time enchantment, the truth was that he had been cultivating for 18,000 years already. Before this, Lin Ming had never spent such a long time cultivating in a single period. In fact, going into seclusion for a long time wouldn't necessarily increase one's strength. Going into seclusion to cultivate was something that never managed to catch up to the speed of actual combat and experiencing the battlefield for oneself. In terms of foundation, the former would never be as solid as the latter. But now with Lin Ming's current level of strength, there was nowhere he could temper himself in the entire 33 heavens. As for actual combat, the only one that Lin Ming could fight was the Soul Emperor, and that would have disastrous results because as things stood, Lin Ming was not a match for him. Thus, going into seclusion to cultivate was Lin Ming's best choice at the moment. In these 18,000 years, Lin Ming first had his 9 revolutions of reincarnations reach perfection. Then he slowly combed through all the laws and cultivation methods he learned in his life. Lin Ming had undergone endless slaughters, but he had never spent such a period like these 18,000 years to slowly sift through his laws and consolidate his foundation. In these 18,000 years, Lin Ming's cultivation system became increasingly mature and sublime. Everything was being carried along a straight path and Lin Ming's strength was also subtly increasing. But now, because the spiritual connection between Lin Ming and Xianxia vanished, his cultivation was also interrupted. Lin Ming. The eternal wall has been torn open. The Azura Road Masterside. Hearing this, Lin Ming's heart tightened. The Azura Roadmaster's original speculation was that the Soul Emperor wanted to use Xianxia to tear down the Eternal Wall. And if the Eternal Wall was now broken, then that meant that Xianxia, carefully probing, Lin Ming faintly felt that Xianxia hadn't died. But for some unknown reason, the connection between the two of them was becoming increasingly faint. So faint that it seemed to completely vanish. I don't know the specifics of what happened, but my connection with the amethyst origin crystal has also become faint, the Azura Roadmaster said, leaving Lin Ming surprised. Lin Ming said, "Could the amethyst origin crystal have been refined by the Soul Emperor? I left my spirit mark within it. If the amethyst origin crystal was refined by the Soul Emperor, then my spirit mark would be destroyed and I would know of it. But currently, I can faintly feel that my spirit mark hasn't been refined by the Soul Emperor, but has been blocked off by something instead." Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. Blocked off by what? His connection with Xianxia was also in a similar state. The Soul Emperor didn't seem to have killed Xianxia, nor did he obtain the amethyst origin crystal. Then what happened to them and why could they not sense them? Lin Ming, worrying about such things is useless. I cannot leave the Azura Road, and no matter how much more you worry, nothing can be done. In order to protect the Azura Road and Akashic Dream Universe, the Azura Road Master had already fused his body and soul into the two worlds. If it weren't for the Azura Road Master's help, it would be impossible for Lin Ming to defeat the Soul Emperor with his current level of strength. Of course, while Lin Ming and the Azura Road Master couldn't leave, the Soul Emperor also wasn't able to come. There were problems with the world of the Demon God's tomb, and the Emperor Bone Sea had nearly collapsed. Deep and Flood were too busy handling this to deal with other matters, and even the Soul Emperor had to race back to the depths of the abyss. In truth, even if the Soul Emperor recklessly came to the Azura Road, it would only be an avatar of his true form that arrived. Then, facing the Azura Road that was controlled by the Azura Road Master, not only would the Soul Emperor be at a disadvantage, but he would also suffer tremendous losses. Junior understands. How could Lin Ming not understand these truths? But worry always clouded the mind with chaos. Lin Ming found it difficult to relax, and besides Shang Mei there was also Immortal Sovereign. Senior Azura, this junior once left the Stone of Eternal Life with Immortal Sovereign. The changes in the Demon God's tomb should be related to Immortal Sovereign, and now that the Eternal Wall has shattered and the Soul Emperor is able to return to the Dark Abyss, then Senior Immortal is. Lin Ming didn't speak any further. He could feel that once the Demon God's tomb master fused his avatars back together, then Immortal was likely to suffer a perilous fate. Hearing Lin Ming mention Immortal, Azura deeply sighed. You told me that Immortal has already died, and all that is left over of him is a wisp of remnant soul that has been locked within the Emperor Bone Sea for 10 billion years to experience countless sufferings and tribulations. If he were to leave the Emperor Bone Sea, his soul would disintegrate to dust, but perhaps such an end would be salvation instead. The Azura Road Master and Immortal Sovereign were lifetime rivals, and this was true whether it was in martial arts or in pursuit of love. But at the same time they were also lifetime friends. To know that Immortal's soul would perish to nothing, even Azura felt his heart grieve with emotion. At this time, rays of light appeared from the void in front of Lin Ming. They blended in with the boundless space all around, racing on without end. Lin Ming seemed to have arrived in the endless starry skies. As he saw this eternal divine light slowly gather together, the sight was like the creation of the universe, the beginning of a new age, a river that flowed through the past and into the future. The divine light slowly condensed. Then, a person's figure finally appeared, just 1,000 feet away. This person wore a snow-white robe and the edges of his face were sharp and distinct, filled with dashing heroism. His eyes seemed to contain the life and destruction of universes, and his eyebrows slashed towards his temples like divine swords. This was a majestic and handsome man, but looking closely, one could feel that his appearance was blurred by the countless years of time, making it impossible to see him clearly. Facing this man, Lin Ming inexplicably felt a connection to him. This was a resonance that originated from his bloodline and laws. Senior Azura. Lin Ming's heart trembled. Although he had been in communication with the Azura Roadmaster during these years, the Azura Roadmaster had never appeared before him like today. The Azura Roadmaster looked much younger than Lin Ming had imagined. Lin Ming originally thought that while the Azura Roadmaster wouldn't appear old, he would have the looks of a middle-aged man, filled with a calm dignity. But this white-robed figure before him seemed to be around 18 to 19 years of age. The white-clothed Azura looked at Lin Ming and walked forwards, one step at a time. As he moved forwards, it was like he was stepping across the river of time, headed from one shore to the other. His clothes were like snow and his features seemed carved from jade. He could simply be called a handsome youth in his prime. This was completely divergent from Lin Ming's original expectations of the Azura Roadmaster. Azura said, "I have already fused together with the Azura Road as one. What appears before you now is only my incarnation. Lin Ming, I once passed on to you a single drop of Azura blood, but today I will pass on to you the complete Azura bloodline in order to lay the groundwork for your final fusion of the inner and outer universes." The Azura Road Master waved his hand, and a jade-blue pool appeared in front of him. This pool was only 30 to 40 feet wide and 10 feet deep. It was filled with clear blue water, and if Lin Ming were to jump within, the water could cover his head. Lin Ming could feel that this wasn't some ordinary pool, but was likely a spirit treasure. In these past years, Lin Ming had seen countless spirit treasures. The most common ones were swords, sabers, spears, lances, halberds, and other such weapons. There were also the relatively rare seals, furnaces, staves, command signs, and other such unorthodox spirit treasures. But this was the first time Lin Ming had seen a pool-shaped spirit treasure. This is the Divine Conversion Pool. Over 10 billion years ago, I reached true divinity in the Divine Conversion Pool, and afterwards, I also stepped beyond divinity here. The Divine Conversion Pool is an ancient spirit treasure that I refined from a divine spring. The waters within have wondrous healing effects, and in your weakest moments it can assist your life source. It is the most suitable place for you to make your breakthrough. Hearing this, Lin Ming was shocked. This Divine Conversion Pool was actually the spirit treasure which the Azura Roadmaster had used to make his true divinity and beyond divinity breakthroughs. The Azura Roadmaster was a peerless ruler of the 33 heavens. If he were to make a breakthrough somewhere, even the most ordinary pool would become a divine pool, and this pool itself was refined from a divine pool by the Azura Roadmaster to begin with. Lin Ming cautiously stepped into the divine pool. On the edges of it, he could see law tracings engraved by the Great Tao. These should be the remnants of the heavenly Tao laws from when the Azura Roadmaster made his breakthroughs. Without a doubt, these traces were incredibly precious treasures. Just this divine pool itself was enough to make a true divinity-level master go blind with jealousy. If he were to make a breakthrough here, it could be called twice the result with half the effort. Lin Ming slowly sank to the bottom of the divine pool, feeling the waters gently brush against his body. This feeling was like a mother's touch, each drop of water the most precious celestial nectar. This water entered Lin Ming's body through his nose and mouth, flowing into his meridians and discharging from his 360,000 pores, constantly transforming and renewing his body as it went. At this time, beams of strange blood-red light began to gather from all around. Beneath the control of the Azura Roadmaster, this light flowed into the pool, causing the entire divine pool to be covered with a faint blood-red glow. The strength within this pool became increasingly rich, so thick that it made one's heart race. At the same time, the Azura Roadmaster took out a demon bone. This demon bone had been the Soul Emperor's staff, but when the Soul Emperor abducted Xianxia, he had thrown it towards Lin Ming and didn't have enough time to retrieve it. The material used to forge this demon bone staff was undoubtedly from the true demon god that existed 100 billion years ago. Now, the Azura Roadmaster threw it into the divine pool so that Lin Ming could refine it. Lin Ming, you will reach perfection of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace in the divine pool, and after that you will completely refine the Azura Road and Akashic Dream universe. The Azura Roadmaster's voice suddenly turned murky and somber. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He looked up and saw that, on the edges of the divine pool, as the Azura bloodline was being poured in, the strength of the Azura Roadmaster's incarnation was actually weakening. Lin Ming could even see that in the Azura Roadmaster's originally pitch-black hair, several strands of snow-white hair appeared. Lin Ming's heart shook. Was this because the Azura Roadmaster was giving him the strength of his bloodline? Senior Azura, you? As Lin Ming spoke, the number of threads of white hair on the Azura Roadmaster's head began to increase at a visible speed. Lin Ming couldn't sit still upon seeing this and directly stood up from the divine pond. At this time, the bloodline strength within the pool was incredibly rich, but Lin Ming was left stunned. The Azura Roadmaster calmly said, "Lin Ming, there is no need for you to worry about me. Senior, my training has just begun and might need to continue for 10,000 years. Will you be continually weakening throughout?" Lin Ming could feel the Azura Roadmaster's strength gradually fading away. He suddenly remembered that the Azura Roadmaster had already merged into one with the Azura Road. Then, if he were to refine the Azura Road, then wouldn't that mean the Azura Roadmaster's strength would be affected? Wouldn't he become increasingly weak? The Azura Roadmaster shook his head. For these years I have been deeply slumbering within the Azura Road, using every method at my disposal to prolong my life. Even so, I do not have much time remaining. I have lived for far too long. In more than 10 billion years, I went from possessing nothing at all to slowly growing and leaving my mark, from a holy lord to world king to empyrean, and to true divinity. I became an overlord in my own right and even stood upon the highest peak of the 33 heavens. In my life, I have experienced and possessed everything, but 10 billion years ago I witnessed the great calamity with my own eyes. I watched as my allies, my disciples, and even a woman that I loved deeply above all but did not choose me, slowly die, one after another. The only one who remained was me, and I have been shouldering all of this, continuing until the present. Slowly, I have become jaded to everything. All that I see is pale. I no longer chase after that eternal life I was obsessed with. And if I have any desire then, it is to finish what I didn't finish in the past. As the Azura Road Master spoke, he seemed to become several points older. But his eyes remained as bright as stars. Looking at the Azura Road Master, Lin Ming felt an indescribable grieving in his heart. Although I have weakened, I won't completely exhaust myself. It's only that my abilities to protect the Azura Road will become increasingly weak. Thus you must complete your training as soon as possible before the Soul Emperor catches up to you. As the Azura Road Master spoke, his expression remained serene throughout. Lin Ming clenched his fists. He could feel just how heavy the burden was that the Azura Road Master carried on his shoulders, but saying anything now was meaningless. What he needed to do was completely refine the Azura Road and Akashic Dream Universe. But plans never went as smoothly as one wished for. Another 2,000 years passed. Within the divine conversion pool, as Lin Ming reached the critical moment in his training, from the vast skies, a black pillar of light abruptly appeared and came smashing down. This divine light was like a giant black dragon, passed through a space channel, howling as it fell. It was terrifying, possessing a formidable pressure that caused the blood vitality of all Empyreans in several hundred miles to tumble about, making it impossible for them to look directly at it. This was like a world-destroying light that could annihilate all of existence. It shot straight towards the amethyst heavenly palace where Lin Ming was. Lin Ming, Your Majesty, human sovereign. Senior Lin Ming. From the three great races, numerous martial artists saw this scene and cried out in alarm. But there were also many of these people that couldn't even respond in time. This world-destroying light was far too fast. This is bad. Divine Dream stared helplessly on as this destructive strength poured onto the amethyst heavenly palace. They were simply powerless to stop it. It was beyond formidable, a power that surpassed the limits of those present. Deep in seclusion, Lin Ming was in a state where he couldn't be disturbed. How could he possibly withstand such a strike? Could this be an attack from the demon god's tomb master? This thought flashed through Divine Dream's mind. But in this critical situation, as everything hung by a thread, a giant purple hand rose up from the amethyst heavenly palace and struck out at the world-destroying light. This hand was 1,000 miles wide. It blocked out the skies, capable of grasping a star. Bang! The world-destroying divine light exploded within the purple hand. Terrifying shockwaves swelled out in all directions, ruining great tracts of blue skies. That heaven-covering hand had forcefully blocked the world-destroying divine light. This sudden change left everyone stunned, speechless, and dumbfounded. Then soon figured out what had happened. This world-destroying light was likely the attack of the demon god's tomb master. The demon god's tomb master had come? Could it be that he had already completed his seclusion? Everyone felt their hearts tighten. If the demon god's tomb master truly arrived at this moment, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Don't panic. That old demon hasn't come. He is only making an attack across space-time. Divine Dream's voice echoed out for thousands of miles, calming the minds of the nervous martial artists. The demon god's tomb master still needed a long period of seclusion. He had been heavily wounded in that great battle 5,000 years ago, and with all the problems that had occurred in the demon god's tomb, how could he recover so quickly? Moreover, he also had to refine the demon god's tomb. Since the Azura Roadmaster dared to allow Lin Ming to go into this final closed-door seclusion at this time, then he must have some degree of assurance. Otherwise, it was equal to allow Lin Ming to freely come under attack. That old demon hasn't come? He didn't come himself, yet he was able to make such a dreadful attack through multiple realms of space. That was too horrifying. As the martial artists thought of the might behind that world-destroying light, all of them felt a lingering fear in their minds. If they were sucked into that light, then they would have disintegrated into ashes. The demon god's tomb master is truly fierce, but Senior Azura is also exceptionally strong. That heaven blocking must have been formed by Senior Azura. Without even moving, he was already able to block that horrifying black light. How amazing! That's right, he's amazing. Ha ha ha. Many martial artists recalled that giant heaven-blocking hand and felt much more cheerful. They knew that the Azura Roadmaster was guiding Lin Ming in the Amethyst Heavenly Palace, and with the protection of the Azura Roadmaster, it wouldn't be easy for the Demon God's Tomb Master to disturb them with long-range attacks. However, as Divine Dream heard these martial artists proudly speak of the Azura Roadmaster, a dark cloud of gloom covered her face. That world-destroying light, was it really blocked so easily? She anxiously looked towards the Amethyst Heavenly Palace. She had a dark, foreboding premonition that this attack was only the opening act. How could the Demon God's Tomb Master freely allow Lin Ming to complete his seclusion and reach heights where he could pose a threat to him? Everyone, listen to me. Do not depend on Senior Azura sheltering you. To survive this calamity, we must depend on ourselves. Hurry up and begin cultivating again. A delicate and dignified voice called out. The one who spoke was Soaring Feather God King. She floated high in the skies, her white dress floating about her. 5,000 years in the time enchantment was equal to 50,000 years outside. With Ink and Clear's guidance, Soaring Feather God King had broken through to the next boundary and reached the Middle True Divinity realm. Moreover, her strength was decent even amongst Middle True Divinities. In this alone, she was far stronger than Astral Vault God King. Astral Vault God King was mired in the lower True Divinity realm and hadn't been able to make his breakthrough yet. Soaring Feather's thoughts were similar to Divine Dream's. This sort of attack would likely continue onwards. The Azura Roadmaster could block the first, but could he block everyone after? Within the Amethyst Heavenly Palace, the Azura Roadmaster's incarnation sat before the divine pool, his complexion slightly pale. Compared to 2,000 years ago, a tremendous change had already occurred within him. His face was still bright and as beautiful as jade, and he was still filled with a daring heroic spirit. But his head of black hair had turned silver. The Azura Roadmaster's eyes remained as vibrant as before. Even though he had helped Lin Ming refine the two highest laws, and even though the Demon God's Tomb Master's attack had consumed his blood vitality just now, his expression was still one of pure serenity. Senior Azura, you... Lin Ming could feel that the Azura Roadmaster had been injured in the brief collision with the Demon God's Tomb Master just now. Originally, Cultivation here already forced the Azura Roadmaster to expend a tremendous amount of energy. Now, in order to resist the attack of the Demon God's Tomb Master, the pressure placed on him could be imagined. Do not be distracted. The greatest help you can offer me right now is to single-mindedly complete the refinement as soon as possible. If you can finish 100 years earlier, then that is 100 fewer years of pressure that I must face. I hope that when you finish your cultivation, your boundary will be equal to mine. Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat. My boundary will be equal to Senior's? The Azura Roadmaster's boundary was naturally that of beyond divinity. But Lin Ming thought that even if he were to seclude himself for another 10,000 years, then although his strength would greatly increase, wanting to step beyond divinity was actually unlikely. Even with another potential 10,000 years added on, Lin Ming would only have cultivated for around 40,000 years. But, compared to those martial artists that had lived for hundreds of millions of years, 40,000 years was nothing at all. The Azura Roadmaster said, "In terms of cultivation, you are a bit worse. But when it comes to the boundary and laws, you actually surpass me. The so-called beyond divinity is in truth not some orthodox boundary. In the road of martial arts, every legitimate great boundary is divided into smaller realms, early, middle, late, peak, but beyond divinity does not possess these. This is because beyond divinity is not a large boundary at all, but a state of being, such as totem-level abyssals that have reached the limits of true divinity. When a martial artist comprehends their own perfect system of laws, the state he achieves is called beyond divinity. Beyond divinity. That is when one's cultivation reaches the peak and one's laws reach the peak, and these two dual peaks cannot be surpassed. This is the highest realm of martial arts. The Azura Roadmaster's words were gentle, but what he said left Lin Ming shocked. This was the first time Lin Ming had heard someone describe the beyond divinity realm. Junior understands. Within the divine conversion pool, Lin Ming deeply bowed to the Azura Roadmaster. He also understood that beyond divinity martial artists were still divided into varying degrees of strength. Who was weaker and who was stronger, all depended on how strong a martial artist had been before they stepped beyond divinity and also the heights of their laws. Though his cultivation hadn't reached the peak of true divinity, none of that mattered. At the early true divinity realm, he was able to compare to a peak true divinity already. 10,000 years from now, if his cultivation rose to the upper true divinity realm and his laws reached perfection, then he might be able to defeat the demon god's tomb master. Oh! Divine dream and soaring feather speculations hadn't been wrong. That world-destroying light was only the beginning of the nightmare. 2,000 years later, the divine light reappeared. Moreover, this time it wasn't just one, but two together. Two beams of divine light fell from the clouds like two pillars that held up the heavens. They crashed down onto the amethyst heavenly palace. From within the amethyst heavenly palace, the heaven-blocking hand appeared once more and brutally collided with those beams of light. For a time, the earth shook and mountains rocked. The Azura Sea sagged down from the horrifying pressure, forming a giant hollow water bowl, 1,000 miles deep. All the clouds above the Azura Sea were blown away by the shockwaves. Looking at this apocalyptic scene before them, the martial artists of the 33 heavens were bewildered. If this continues, what can we do? The last attack had also been blocked by the Azura Roadmaster. They didn't know how difficult it had been for the Azura Roadmaster to block that world-destroying light, but this time it seemed that it wasn't easy for the Azura Roadmaster. After these two beams of divine light blasted down, the hand created by the Azura Roadmaster was forcefully torn apart. Some energy even poured down from the seams of the palm and fell onto the amethyst heavenly palace like waterfalls. Luckily, the amethyst heavenly palace was protected by array formations, so that energy was eventually unable to reach it. The situation is worsening. Divine Dream frowned. There was an attack after 2,000 years, and it seemed as if the enemy's strength was increasing. This meant two things. The first was that the demon god's tomb master was in seclusion and couldn't leave the demon god's tomb, nor could he freely launch attacks as he wished. He could only take advantage of small breaks or use excess energy to attack Lin Ming. And the second was that as time passed, the demon god's tomb master was constantly growing stronger. But in the amethyst heavenly palace, the Azura Roadmaster would clearly not grow stronger. He might even weaken with time. If so, then the situation would only deteriorate from here on out. Whether it was Divine Dream or the high-level figures of humanity and the saints, all of them were nervous. There was no way they could block that black divine light. Moreover, that divine light directly passed through space and was equal to instantly transferring to the area above the amethyst heavenly palace. Wanting to intercept it midway was impossible. Another 2,000 years passed. And sure enough, the world-destroying light appeared once more. Two beams of divine light fell down again. Everyone held their breath as they saw this. No one had any idea whether or not the Azura Roadmaster would form that heaven-blocking hand once more to resist the attack. But suddenly, from above the amethyst heavenly palace, a white light shot out. An ancient white altar appeared, welcoming the world-destroying light. This stone altar was 100,000 feet tall and divided into 33 levels. This was the spirit treasure that the Azura Roadmaster had refined himself and placed into the final trial's 7th level. The Divine Seal Altar. 3.6 billion years ago, Empyrean Divine Seal had once imitated the Divine Seal altar to refine his own magic tool. This was where Empyrean Divine Seal's name had come from. The two world-destroying lights recklessly fell down upon the Divine Seal altar. Bang! The Divine Seal altar wildly shook. Tumultuous waves rose up in the Azure Sea. Terrifying tsunamis soared 1,000 miles into the skies, piercing into the heavens. These 1,000-mile-high tsunamis could be called a calamity, but at this time the common people of the Azure Road had already been evacuated. Thus, no matter how those giant tsunamis crashed into the earth, it still didn't create a scene where massive numbers of lives were cut down. I wonder how much longer Lin Ming's seclusion needs. Xianxia held her hands together, looking towards the direction of the amethyst heavenly palace with a heavy heart. Lin Huang gently took hold of Xianxia's hand. He knew that this world-destroying divine light was only the overture to the arrival of the true war. The ancient Azure Road fell into an unprecedented crisis. The attacks from the demon god's tomb master were as accurate as a calendar, appearing once every 2,000 years. The martial artists of the 33 heavens knew that when Lin Ming entered his second seclusion, he had said to them that this seclusion would last for about 10,000 years. It could be expected that in these 10,000 years, the demon god's tomb master's attacks would continue to descend upon them. Moreover, it seemed that every attack was stronger than the last. Perhaps when the end of the 10,000 years appeared, the might of the demon god's tomb master's attacks would reach new heights. Just what would that scene be like? The martial artists of the 33 heavens didn't dare to imagine. And at the 800-year period, the fifth continuous attack arrived as expected. Hum-dash! The dark night of the Azure Road was illuminated with bright light, making it seem as if it were daytime. A blood-red glow basked the entire world. The heavens and earth were pierced through. It was like a peerless, vicious beast was awakening within this divine light. It was like a sun that was billions of miles wide fell into the Azure Sea. The powerful shockwaves shoved apart the Azure Sea to unimaginable depths, revealing the rocky seabed. The divine seal altar was struck flying away, and the protective array formations around the amethyst heavenly palace were torn apart by divine light. The entire amethyst heavenly palace began to wildly rock in the violent tsunamis. Lin Ming, 10,000 miles away, Divine Dream, Xianxia, Lin Huang, and the others all saw the strike and felt their hearts tighten. Facing the strength of the demon god's tomb master, all of them were simply incapable of resisting. If they were drawn into these shockwaves, they would be heavily wounded or even killed. In these past years, the martial artists of the 33 heavens had progressed a great deal. But when compared to the demon god's tomb master, it was simply unworthy of mention. Father! Lin Huang gripped his fists, his nails digging into his flesh and blood. Facing this calamity, he was far too weak, but in truth his cultivation was actually at the peak of the martial artists of the 33 heavens. From the time that Lin Ming went into seclusion, coupled with the time enchantment, the martial artists of the 33 heavens had practiced for over 50,000 years. But Lin Huang had trained for an even longer period of time. He had been continuously cultivating for 70,000 years already. In these 70,000 years, Lin Huang frequently fought with the masters of the 33 heavens. At the start, he fought with older Empyrean masters like Skyren Godlord and then started fighting those like Astral Vault God King. After that, he fought with Soaring Feather God King and Emperor Xianxia. After Jur grew up, he even fought with her. Finally, Lin Huang even trained with Empyrean Divine Dream. Lin Huang's cultivation had already reached the middle true divinity realm. Not just him, but Xianxia, Soaring Feather God King, and Emperor Xianxia also broke into the middle true divinity realm. Dragon Fong, June Blue Moon, Hang Qi, Fairy Blue Lotus, Dark Demon Monarch, as well as the primal god races Daiwahen, Lan Xian, and the celestial races Tabague, and many others also broke into the lower true divinity realm. Because the Azure Road had released all the resources it had accumulated for 10 billion years, and also because the various ancient influences of the three great races had unconditionally opened all of their inheritances, the strength of the martial artists of the 33 heavens had reached an unprecedented peak that hadn't been achieved since 10 billion years ago. But in front of the demon god's tomb master, All of this was useless. The disparity was simply too great. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Shockwaves from the world-destroying light flew into the horizon and the massive sea waves began to fall back down. The martial artists of the 33 heavens looked at the weakened array formation around the amethyst heavenly palace and felt their hearts shiver. It had been a long time since they gathered near the amethyst heavenly palace to cultivate. With Ink and Clear's management, they had formed a new time enchantment that was a good distance away from the amethyst heavenly palace. This was a relatively safer place to cultivate. After all, Empyrean martial artists and those below an Empyrean couldn't withstand such terrifying shockwaves. Lin Ming's seclusion had yet to end. After 2,000 more years, another horrifying attack was likely to arrive. What would that be like? No one dared to imagine that scenario. Time passed year after year. The martial artists of the 33 heavens desperately cultivated with all their hearts. They felt a foreboding premonition that a great storm was coming, and this final moment would also be the last war that decided the fate of the 33 heavens. Even though those that gathered in the Azure Sea were the unparalleled overlords of their various races, they still felt a deep and sincere fear. What would come would eventually come. It was impossible to hide from. Moreover, everything that occurred would happen earlier than expected. 10,000 years hadn't yet passed. On the 9,900th year, the demon god's tomb master's sixth attack arrived without warning. The titanic beam of divine light seemed to fall down from the river of stars in the highest heavens. It broke through the skies of the Azure Road, drowning out the dazzling sun in the skies. All that was left over was the blinding fiery divine light that covered all. The entire Azure Road began to burn. On the long and linear Azure Road, the Azure Sea was located at the very terminal end of this strip. But beneath the divine light that seemed to fall like a river of stars, the end of the Azure Road where the Azure Sea was located was forcibly cut apart. Destructive light swallowed everything and all sounds disappeared from the world. 100,000 miles away, the martial artists of the 33 heavens stared helplessly on as the Azure Road was torn apart. The endless seawater no longer exploded in giant tsunamis, but was instead sucked into the void where it vanished from sight. And the amethyst heavenly palace was also enveloped in this divine light. Its protective array formations resisted for only a brief moment before breaking apart. The light of the array formations shot outward. Without the protection of the array formations, the entire amethyst heavenly palace was forced to withstand the direct impact of this divine light. Lin Ming, human sovereign your majesty. Many martial artists of the 33 heavens were so worried that they started to rush over. Lin Ming was their final hope, but if he were to be directly struck by this divine light while in seclusion, would he simply disintegrate to nothing? The energy of the divine light was too strong. Even the amethyst heavenly palace that was carefully refined by the Azure Roadmaster was mostly melted away. Within the amethyst heavenly palace, Lin Ming bled from all over his head. And this blood was not red but black. Just as his blood flowed out, it was charred by the horrifying flows of heat. His road of fusing heaven and man had reached its final moments. But at this last step, the demon god's tomb master was doing his best to not allow Lin Ming to walk to the end of this road. Senior Azura. Lin Ming cried out to the Azura Roadmaster in his heart. He knew that in this strike just now, it was the Azura Roadmaster that had helped him keep off the majority of it, otherwise he would have already perished. The Azura Roadmaster had consumed an enormous amount of energy in these years. His body grew increasingly weak and he was even now forced to help block the strike. How could Lin Ming not be worried? Senior Azura, you do not divert your heart. I should still have some energy left remaining. Within the darkness, the Azura Roadmaster's voice echoed out. It was already incomparably weak. Hearing this voice, Lin Ming felt his heart shiver. He clearly felt that the strike just now had wounded the Azura Roadmaster's source of life. Senior Azura. Lin Ming was at a loss for words. Anything he said right now would be useless and pale. But at this time, he could feel a terrifying divine might surging in the skies above. Lin Ming's face blanched. The attack hadn't ended. This time, the demon god's tomb master didn't attack just once, but twice. That old freak. He's going all out. The Azura Roadmaster's voice was frail and powerless. His figure moved around in the darkness. 10,000 years ago he had appeared young and filled with great vigor and majesty. But now he had a head of white hair and his appearance was wrinkled and withered, like an old man on the verge of death. Although his body was old, the Azura Roadmaster's eyes still remained as bright and pure as a spring lake. He clearly realized that Lin Ming was in the final moments of his seclusion. The demon god's tomb master was doing everything in his power to stop this and destroy Lin Ming. Damn it all. If only I had another month, no. 20 days, if I only had 20 days. Lin Ming clenched his fists together, his eyes turning blood red with rage. His nails dug deep into the flesh of his palm. He could already speculate what had happened. When the Soul Emperor lay hidden in the Soul World for all those past years, although he hadn't been able to do anything to the Akashic Dream universe, he had still managed to leave behind some contingencies within. The Soul Emperor could likely sense what he was doing and also feel that he was in the final stages of his fusion of heaven and man. In 9,900 years, Lin Ming had already accelerated his speed of refinement. This was to avoid the demon god's tomb master's desperate counterattack. But he had still misjudged. The demon god's tomb master's final attack had also come earlier, just a month before his seclusion was due to come to an end. It was impossible that this was a coincidence. The only possible reason was that the demon god's tomb master had managed to somehow probe his situation using some methods. The energy brewing in the skies grew increasingly strong. Around the already shattered amethyst heavenly palace, the martial artists of the 33 heavens that were rushing forwards were panic-stricken. They all revolved their movement techniques and began drawing backwards. It was impossible for them to share the burden of this attack with Lin Ming. It was too terrifying. It's weakened by over half. That old demon doesn't have much excess strength remaining. In the shattered amethyst hall, the Azura Roadmaster looked up into the skies. To forcibly send out a second attack, this was surely an enormous burden to the demon god's tomb master who was still in seclusion. When a martial artist was in seclusion, the ultimate taboo was for their training to be interrupted. Even though the demon god's tomb master had transcendent methods, he would still be restricted in his actions. As the second attack came crashing down, the Azura Roadmaster's body turned into a flow of light that fused into the shattered amethyst heavenly palace around him, propping up one final shield. Ah! Outside the amethyst heavenly palace, many martial artists cried out in alarm. They watched blankly on as the broken amethyst heavenly palace completely blew apart underneath the conflagration of divine light. The fragments of the amethyst heavenly palace mixed in with the storm and scattered in all directions. Lin Ming. No dash. Xiao Moxian looked at this occur from a distance, feeling like her heart had been stabbed by a saber. The amethyst heavenly palace was gone. Lin Ming's original place of seclusion had been completely destroyed. Within the terrifying storm that spanned the heavens and earth, everyone could vaguely make out a person's figure. This figure was charred black, like a piece of dead wood struck by lightning. Lin Ming. Father. Xiao Moxian and Lin Huang were intimately related to Lin Ming and were able to instantly recognize that this charred figure was him. As they saw the pitiful condition that Lin Ming was in, Xiao Moxian's heart wrenched and every martial artist of the 33 heavens held their breath. It's over. His Majesty human sovereign's seclusion has been broken. Must the heavens destroy my human race? Is today the end for us saints? In that moment, the overlords of the three races all felt despair surge in their hearts. They hadn't even fought, and yet they had been defeated. They had put forth so much effort in the last several tens of thousands of years, and yet they didn't even have the qualifications to fight. Father hasn't died, Jor said. She could feel fluctuations of energy coming from Lin Ming. Jor had experienced Lin Ming's baptism of laws when he broke into true divinity, and in terms of energy resonance she was even closer than Lin Huang. It's good that he hasn't died, the primal god race's Daiwahen suddenly said. Although it sounded good to say that Lin Ming hadn't died, no one was able to relax in this situation. From Lin Ming's horrible condition, it was likely he had suffered some severe wound. And it had to be known that Lin Ming was currently in seclusion, and he was also in his most crucial period, the final stretch to break into the realm beyond divinity. How could such a period of seclusion accommodate an attack like this? Seeing Lin Ming's charred body and severely wounded appearance, the situation was absolutely awful. This was an attack from the demon god's tomb master. In the situation, if Lin Ming's cultivation was broken midway, could he still complete his seclusion? Or would the demon god's tomb master's attack ruin everything and cause Lin Ming to fail? If this was really the result, then the 33 heavens was done for. Everything was finished. Even if Lin Ming could still continue his seclusion, his injuries might ruin his plans of completing his cultivation in 10,000 years. To the current 33 heavens, time was life. If Lin Ming were to leave seclusion after the Soul Emperor, then the end result was the same as Lin Ming's seclusion being interrupted midway. The 33 heavens would still be destroyed and all native races sentenced to extinction. Everyone had placed their hopes on Lin Ming, but as they saw his current state, their mood could be imagined. At this time, space began to twist all around Lin Ming. A massive amount of world strength gathered, forming into a force field around him. This force field enveloped him and began to slowly sink back into the destroyed Azura Sea, vanishing from sight within the vortex that continued to swallow everything. His Majesty Human Sovereign has gone to recover his wounds, a young, newly promoted human Empyrean said with a heavy heart. If he wants to continue cultivating, he certainly must restore his wounds. But His Majesty the Human Sovereign still requires time to heal his wounds, and it will take more time than before his seclusion was interrupted. If this continues, Espirita's true divinity sighed. He didn't finish speaking, but everyone understood the meaning behind his words. Stop spouting such discouraging words. If the human sovereign has not yet died, then that means we still have hope. Everyone, take a brief break and continue your training. The one who spoke was Soaring Feather God King. As the current top figure and leader of the saints, Soaring Feather had an extremely high level of prestige. In the 33 heavens, she even neared divine dream in fame. But now, even Soaring Feather called Lin Ming the human sovereign. This was because Lin Ming was the ultimate leader of the 33 heavens, and in public it was reasonable for her to refer to him with his title. After stopping everyone's panicked discussions, Soaring Feather continued to say, "The human sovereign has already resisted attacks at 2,000 years, 4,000 years, 6,000 years, 8,000 years, and 10,000 years. Even if there is another attack after 12,000 years and 14,000 years, how do you know that the human sovereign cannot withstand it? Perhaps there have been more miracles that have happened to him than the rest of us combined." What Soaring Feather said was the truth. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that there were far too many miracles occurring around Lin Ming. As long as Lin Ming was able to withstand this attack and take that final step beyond divinity, then the entire situation would be reversed. And according to the last two attacks of the demon god's tomb master, the second attack was far weaker than the first. He had clearly overdrawn himself to make such an attack. In other words, the demon god's tomb master might stop his attacks for the next several thousand years. If so, then the 33 heavens had a glimmer of hope. As everyone was thinking this, a bolt of black lightning broke out from 10,000 miles above their heads. This black lightning was like the sword of a spiritual god, forcefully severing the vault of the heavens in two. What happened? It's not over? All the overlords of the various races raised their vigilance once more. They looked up into the skies where the heavens had been divided in half by that black lightning. At that place there was a giant black hole. The black hole exuded an incomparably evil aura, and black flames spat out from the edges, wildly dancing around it like giant pythons. That is Space Channel. The overlords of the 33 heavens were all highly experienced and knowledgeable individuals. They quickly recognized that the black hole which appeared in the skies was not some attack used by a top master, but a space channel. This space channel is too big. The true divinities of the three races were all stunned. The space channel began to recklessly proliferate outwards until it occupied half the skies. This feeling was as if a black universe had appeared out of thin air, and was forcefully merging together with the Azura Road. And what followed left the hearts of all martial artists quaking. From that great black world, black figures began to appear. Dense and endless, an inexhaustible number, it looked like a swarm of locusts flying in from afar. That is, abyssals. In these years, the martial artists of the 33 heavens naturally learned of the abyssal demons and also saw what they looked like. These countless dense waves of dark figures were abyssals. The eternal wall had long since been destroyed and the abyssals had been uncaged. They could invade the 33 heavens at any moment. The reason they patiently bided their time was not to give the races of the 33 heavens a chance to catch their breath. Rather, it was because the Azura Road was protected by the Azura Roadmaster and it was meaningless to attack the 33 heavens. But now, the demon god's tomb master seemed to have calculated that the Azura Roadmaster was helping Lin Ming in the final stages of his seclusion, and because of this his strength had plummeted to its weakest point. When the demon god's tomb master had attacked, he had destroyed the amethyst heavenly palace and simultaneously pierced through the great defensive array formation laid down by the Azura Roadmaster. Like this, even if the demon god's tomb master couldn't attack again, he could still send in the abyssals to destroy Lin Ming. This was the fully gathered strength of the many Empyrean and true divinity abyssals. The curtains to the great war of calamity had been opened. Looking at the endless flood of abyssals, the martial artists of the 33 heavens all felt a tingle creep across their scalps. A great number of powerful influences had gathered in the Azura Road in these past years. But if compared to the Dark Abyss, then they were worse by one level, whether it was in the overall quantity or quality of masters. The strength of the abyssals wasn't something that the 33 heavens could compare with. Even though Ink and Clear had released all the accumulated inheritances of the Azura Road in these last 10,000 years and forcefully increased the strength of the 33 heavens, the disparity with the Dark Abyss was just far too great. What do we do? A newly promoted Saint Race True Divinity worriedly said. When facing the abyssal legions, no one was able to maintain their calm. This was the bloodthirsty and cruel abyssal race, a race that would even eat them alive. There is no escape route for us. We can only bet our lives on this final battle. Soaring Feather God King's eyes lit up with a flaming fighting intent. She was well aware that what awaited them today might be total annihilation. But so what? If the 33 heavens were swallowed by the dark abyss, it would mean death. And if fighting meant death too, then they might as well heroically die upon the sandy battlefield. Protect Lin Ming at all costs. No matter what happens, he is our final hope. Divine Dream said. In truth, many people were aware that with the invasion of the dark abyss, it would be impossible for them to be protected by Lin Ming here. And when Lin Ming entered his second period of seclusion, he would need at least 10,000 years. Now, there was still 100 years left remaining, and Lin Ming had also been wounded by the demon god's tomb master. His training might be influenced and Lin Ming himself still might be severely wounded. To rely on Lin Ming emerging from seclusion to rescue them was impossible. It doesn't matter. Lin Ming has already protected us so many times, and this time it should be us who protects him. I have already been bitterly cultivating in the time enchantment for 50,000 years. All of my efforts were to prepare for this battle. Let's fight to the death. Killing one is enough. Killing two is a gain. Facing the demon army of the dark abyss, the martial artists of the 33 heavens didn't feel dispirited at all. Instead, on the border of death, many of them were filled with bravery. Since they had no road to escape, they might as well risk their lives in this one final battle. What fearless and stupid people! A hoarse voice echoed out. Amongst the demon army of the dark abyss, an old abyssal covered with black scales coldly sneered. The years are heartless and there is no race capable of withstanding the passing of time. The lot of you have already occupied the resource-rich 33 heavens long enough. It's about time for you to let it go. This old abyssal was the imperial scholar of the Great Flood Demon Kingdom. His cultivation was at the peak of the upper true divinity realm, and he was the top figure besides Flood. The higher abyssals of the Great Flood Demon Kingdom had been led by him to wage war against the 33 heavens. You are right. There is no race able to withstand the passing of years, and you abyssals are also the same. You have existed for far too long already. It's time for you all to enter the grave where you belong. A cold voice sounded out. Divine Dream floated high in the air, her white clothes wafting about her as she stood in harsh contention with the imperial scholar. Within the time enchantment, Divine Dream was the first and only master of the 33 heavens to break into upper true divinity. This was also because Ink and Clear had recklessly poured resources into her so that her cultivation could increase as fast as possible. While this would create problems with the stability of her foundation, Divine Dream didn't have the scruples to care about such things with the present situation. Haha, our abyssal race is different. Even the great shattering of the universe 100 billion years ago wasn't able to destroy us. Since we managed to withstand the heavenly Tao's wishes to erase us from existence, then we should replace the heavenly Tao as the rulers of this universe. The 33 heavens belong to our abyssal race, and from this day on we will become the sole supreme rulers of the world. You have already lost this battle. Hand over Lin Ming and recognize my abyssal race as your lord and master, and we might forgive you and allow you your lives. Another old abyssal spoke up. He was Deep King Road's sovereign and also possessed a peak upper true divinity level cultivation. Usually, he was the voice of Deep in the dark abyss and also conveyed Deep's commands. When the dragon is in the shallows, the shrimps think they can come to bully. If Lin Ming were in his peak state, your so-called Great Demon Army would be nothing more than packs of dogs and chickens. However many came would die, Xiao Moxian hatefully said on the side of the 33 heavens. A pack of dogs and chickens? Don't you think your worship of him is too ridiculous? No matter how strong he is, he still hasn't stepped beyond divinity, nor will he have the chance to. When the demon god attacked, he was severely wounded, and I wouldn't even be surprised if he has already died. Are you still hoping that he can leave seclusion to save you? How laughable! Another low and deep voice sounded out from the side of the abyssals. This was the third upper true divinity abyssal. He was part of the Demon Association and was their highest elder. The Demon Association's totem level abyssal had died a long time ago, but the Demon Association still managed to stand tall, and a great deal of that was related to the existence of this highest elder. The Demon Association has a great grudge against Lin Ming. By this time, the abyssals had already learned that the Lin Ming who was deep in seclusion was the ancient Ian sect's ninth elder, who had stirred up so much chaos in the Dark Abyss. In the Dark Abyss, many demon lords and demon kings had been played with by this human race junior that had pretended to be a higher abyssal. Moreover, they even believed that Lin Ming was a new genius that had appeared in the Dark Abyss and might even be a future totem-level abyssal that ruled the Dark Abyss. To be played around with and fooled in such a manner, how could they not be angry? Ink and Clear stepped forwards, facing the two upper true divinity level abyssals of the Demon Association and Deep King Road. In a great war, the difference in the number of highest level forces was extremely important. If each upper true divinity were to match up against an upper true divinity, then the fight could be dragged on for a long time. But if there was an upper true divinity that didn't have an opponent, then they would be free to deal with the lower level martial artists. If that occurred, it would be a slaughter. I can see that the 33 heavens has a considerable number of masters. A high-level abyssal cackled. At this time, the Dark Abyss had poured forth with their full strength. Besides the upper true divinities of the 6 great totem-level sects, there was also an upper true divinity that didn't belong to any sect. And at this time he also stepped forwards. As for the 33 heavens, they only had a single upper true divinity in Divine Dream. With Ink and Clear, there were 3 of them. Lin Huang clenched his teeth. He wanted to step forwards, but Xiao Moxian grabbed onto him. I will go with you. Upon reaching the true divinity realm, even Lin Huang would find it hard to jump ranks to fight. But if Xiao Moxian were to help him, they could deal with it. However, if they were to join together to deal with an upper true divinity, that would make it so that the 33 heavens wouldn't have enough masters to deal with the Dark Abyss's middle true divinities. The result would still be a slaughter. But at this time, in the distant skies, a sparkle appeared. A white-clothed figure came hurtling forwards, its speed bewildering. Xiao Moxian was stunned. She focused her eyes and was overjoyed by what she saw. The one arriving here was Mo Evers now. Through the many years of parting, Xianxia had no idea where Mo Eversnow had gone. But she now appeared in their darkest hour, ready to lend them a helping hand. Before the demon army of billions, Mo Eversnow stood alone. Her white clothes were untainted like fresh snow as she proudly stared down the abyssals. Her gaze was cold and sharp. She grasped a deep blue sword, killing intent flooding out from her eyes. "You?" The Demon Association's highest elder narrowed his eyes as he looked at Mo Eversnow. When he looked at her, he had a sense of déjà vu, as if he had encountered her before. "Who are you?" the Demon Association's highest elder asked. But as he did, he saw another group of martial artists rapidly flying in from behind her. Although they were far away, the Demon Association's highest elder soon recognized them. They were people of the ancient races, and these ancient race martial artists also had a faint aura of the Dark Abyss. The Demon Association's highest elder narrowed his eyes. As he recalled the familiar feeling when he saw Mo Eversnow, he suddenly smiled. "I was wondering who it was. So it's the dying embers of the Yellow Scarf Bandits. I thought it was strange when you all disappeared 15,000 years ago, but it turns out you were hiding in the 33 heavens." In the past, Mo Eversnow had started a slave uprising in the Dark Abyss, and their main enemy was the Demon Association. However, the scale of this rebel army had never been able to enter the eyes of the Demon Association's highest elder. "You bunch of ants. Since you want to die, then you can all die here together." The subordinates that Mo Eversnow brought were basically all once slaves of the Dark Abyss. No matter how diligently these people trained, it would be impossible for them to reach the true divinity realm. Facing the army of the Dark Abyss, they couldn't play much of a role at all. But the one leading them, Mo Eversnow, actually caused the Demon Association's highest elder to feel a level of dread. Mo Eversnow's cultivation was only a slight bit away from reaching the upper true divinity realm. But the aura she gave off indicated that she was no weaker than a genuine upper true divinity. This degree of strength was already amazing. In the past, when Lin Ming entered the Dark Abyss for the first time and encountered Mo Eversnow, her cultivation had been between an Empyrean and true divinity. At that time, she was able to help Lin Ming make the killing blow against a true divinity elder of the Demon Association. Now, after so many years passed, although the strength she obtained seemed a tad exaggerated, it was still within acceptable bounds. Heavenly Empress Xianxia used to be an extreme Empyrean master, and whether it was Heavenly Empress Xianxia or Mo Eversnow herself, they both had incredibly high levels of talent. There really are so many people that want to die. Since all of you are so obstinate, then you can all go to hell together today. The abyssal true divinities all moved towards the front of the demon army. There were over 60 true divinities. 15,000 years ago, the Dark Abyss actually had over 100 true divinities. Over 20 true divinity level abyssals had died in the venture into the demon god's tomb, leaving 90-some true divinities left over in the Dark Abyss. The abyssals didn't know the secrets of the demon god's tomb, nor did they know how 20-some true divinity abyssals died. But even if they knew, it would be useless because they had no other choice. They all had to obey the orders of the demon god's tomb master. In the past, the demon god's tomb master quietly killed off some true divinity level abyssals in order to repair the nearly collapsed Emperor Bone Sea. The Spiritas true divinities and Empyreans that were brought over to the Dark Abyss were also killed off by the demon god's tomb master. All of them turned into nourishment for the demon god's tomb. Now, the Dark Abyss only had 60-some true divinity level abyssals remaining, and all of them had been sent out by the demon god's tomb master. Although the number of true divinities in the Dark Abyss had plummeted, it still wasn't a number that the 33 heavens could compare with. The Azura Road Master had fully released all the destiny and resources that had accumulated in the Azura Road for the last 10 billion years. But the majority had been used for Lin Ming, and there wasn't much remaining. It was already pushing the limits to train another dozen-some true divinities, and these people included Dragonfang, June Blue Moon, Xianxia, Lin Huang, Jur, and some others. These were people who, if they originally cultivated as they did, would have almost been able to break into true divinity already. Moreover, besides these people, there was also Dark Demon Monarch, Daiwahen, and a few others. Although they broke into true divinity, they weren't too strong. They were just at the early true divinity realm, and when compared to those old abyssals who had broken into the true divinity realm hundreds of millions of years ago, the disparity was apparent to all. There were a dozen some newly promoted true divinities as well as the original 7 or 8 true divinities of the 33 heavens. Then, there was Ink and Clear as well as Divine Mist who had seized the body of the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Altogether, the 33 heavens had around 27 to 28 true divinities. They couldn't even reach half of the Dark Abyss's numbers. The 33 heavens had less than half the number of true divinities, and the difference in Empyreans was even greater. In the past, because of the great war between the saints and humanity, a great number of Empyreans had died. When the Spiritas were added in, the 33 heavens only had a fourth of the Empyreans that the Dark Abyss did. The disparity in strength was massive. Although an Empyrean didn't have any power to resist a true divinity, if several thousands and hundreds of them were to join together in a great battle formation, their combat strength could not be underestimated. In this sort of situation, if the 33 heavens were to battle the Dark Abyss, the result could be imagined. Kill them all. Trample flat the 33 heavens. The first ones to attack were the dozen some middle true divinities in the front lines. Their blood boiled and their killing intent surged to the heavens. Once they attacked, they were merciless. Dazzling demonic lights smashed out like landslides and tsunamis. On the side of the 33 heavens, no one was willing to show any weakness. Ink, Clear, Mo Eversnow, Divine Dream, Lin Huang, Xiao Maxian, and the others all attacked together. Divine law lights sizzled through the heavens. The waters of the Azure Sea swirled into the air, turned into divine dragons that danced in the skies. This was the first exchange and was limited to the middle true divinity realm martial artists and above. This collision was like a brief battle of commanders when two armies faced each other. Although it seemed like just a probing strike, the truth was that it was incredibly significant and related to the morale of both sides. Whether it was the Dark Abyss or 33 heavens, every true divinity gave their all. Energy beams wildly shot outwards. Some were deep red like blood. Some were as brilliant as suns, and some shined with the divine light of laws, weaving back and forth like silver pythons formed from lightning. In this frenzied battle, the 33 heavens continued to occupy the disadvantage. But Mo Eversnow, Xiao Maxian, Divine Dream, Divine Mist, and the others all grit their teeth and persisted. At this time, none of them could weaken their momentum. In fact, the smallest gap between the 33 heavens and the Dark Abyss lay in their high-level war strengths. The 33 heavens had no lack of geniuses. The great flood demon kingdom's imperial scholar sneered. He waved his hand and more true divinity abyssals joined the fray. With 60-some true divinity abyssals against a mere 27 to 28, this giant difference in numbers simply couldn't be made up for. Let's fight! On the side of the 33 heavens, all true divinities moved to battle. Monstrous waves rose up from the Azure Sea. Two giant beasts emerged from the waters. They were the true divinity-level vicious beasts that guarded the Azure Sea, and at this time they also contributed their own strength. But the disparity was still there. It was unable to be bridged. After the countless energy storms from the first barrage of attacks collapsed and faded away, the Dark Abyss's true divinity abyssals simply hadn't consumed much energy. However, the true divinities of the 33 heavens all had ugly looks on their faces. There were even some new early true divinities who had yet to consolidate their strength that had blood flowing from the corners of their lips. The first exchange was already like this. If the battle were to continue, the ending could be imagined.